So yeah, let's do another Kathryn Mueller video, aka Best Athletic Find for 2023 video.
And welcome to our 2023 Best Activewear of the Year video. You guys have been asking for this video. I'm always a little bit delayed on it because I just want to finish the year, then think of everything. Then it takes me a little bit to gather all my best items. I believe this is my third annual Best Activewear of the Year video. This video, I focus on pieces that either have launched in 2023 or that I discovered in 2023. So we don't see a lot of repeats from past years. I do try to pick new items. And this year I definitely settled into a lot of my favorites, so I feel like we have a lot of good items to share. If you guys watch my videos consistently, a lot of these will not be surprises. And as always, I want you guys to comment what your favorite items from 2023 were in the comments down below. Could be anything from sports bras, leggings, lifestyle, loungewear, everything. I want to know. First, I want to start off talking about the trends of 2023. What are the activewear, athleisure, lifestyle trends we saw? I definitely feel like 2023 was the year where flare leggings really thrived. I feel like they were more introduced in 2022, but I didn't have any flare leggings that I really liked until last year. And finally, I tried multiple brands that I loved. I really got into the flare leggings, and now they're my go-to, like going out of the house, running errands. Slightly more elevated than like a cozy sweat set, but still super comfy. I also feel like 2023 was the year that we really settled into browns, neutrals. So many activewear brands this year did entire launches just in a brown neutral color palette. And a couple years ago, guys, I hated brown, and now I feel like a dark brown is even more flattering on me than like a black. But I've definitely been loving the neutrals. I am a colors girly, so I'm excited for maybe a little bit more color in the coming year, but neutrals are always a good thing to have. I also feel like this was the year of corset detailing and very like feminine, flirty details. We saw a lot of items with corset seams. This is the Buff Bunny corset top, and we saw a lot of other ones from Petula, Pop Flex, and more, but I loved all of these little added details onto activewear that is still functional. This was also the year of crew socks, scrunch socks, all of that. I think last year was the first time that I tried wearing a pair of crew socks to the gym. I didn't think it was for me, and now I love it. I don't have very many crew socks. These are just one that I happen to have, which are the Alpha Elite crew socks. These ones are a little bit shorter, so if you don't like a crew sock that's too overwhelmingly long, I love wearing these to the gym with like a white sneaker, a full little activewear set. Just such a cute little vibe. Other trends, we definitely got more boleros this year, which is just basically sleeves, super cropped. We had hidden scrunches that again came up in 2022 but didn't really get good until last year, and we had a lot of good hidden scrunch leggings. We do have a favorite though today. We also had a lot more halter tops, and I feel like we're seeing the rises on leggings go from like a super high above the belly button to maybe more right around belly button, or even like a teeny bit lower. We're not going low rise, okay? This channel will never support low rise, so don't worry. Even mid-rise for me is questionable, but I kind of like the height right around the belly button, you know, not too high, not too low, just like a perfect little sweet spot. So that's all for 2023 trends. In terms of 2024, I am not a good trend predictor, trend setter. The first time I see something, it takes me a while to like get on board as well, but some things I think are going to grow a little bit more in 2024 are definitely like the chunky shoes. I just bought the New Balance 9060. I fell victim. I hated them for so long, but now I love them. The chunky shoe as well as the scrunchy socks I feel like are also going to be growing more in this year. It can take a while for trends to really develop, so even if they start in 2023, there's still room. I definitely think neutrals is still going to be a big thing this year. Some things I would love to see: more supportive but cute sports bras. I feel like 2023 was very like dainty, cutesy sports bras, but if you got some girls to hold in, we need some more support. So I would love to see a little bit more coverage, but still cute. I hope we keep going with the hidden scrunches because I think they're just such a subtle way to just add a little more emphasis to the cheeks. And as so many brands talk about inclusivity and size inclusivity, I would love to see more height inclusivity. Different lengths of things, multiple lengths of leggings. I definitely feel like we're seeing that more with more flare leggings. It's just not as acceptable for brands to just come out with one length of flares, at least for me. How are you gonna come out with one length of flares when on most people it's either going to be dragging on the ground or looking like a flood? So I would love to see more of that for all items, and maybe a little bit more coverage, maybe more full-length tops. I definitely feel like we didn't see a ton of full-length tops this year. Just a little bit more for my more modest girlies. We're just not the ones to wear just a sports bra around, not always a crop top. More inclusivity for everyone in that aspect. So let me know what you guys think are the trends that you would like to see this year, that you think are coming this year. I'd love to know. And without further ado, let's get into the best activewear of 2023. I do feel like last year for activewear, a little bit of a flop. I just kind of wanted more from so many more brands. I feel like I didn't try as many new brands because everyone's coming out with the same things. I was just a little bit underwhelmed. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I definitely kind of stuck to my favorite brands just because I know I can trust that I will like what they come out with. But in terms of any new brands, honestly, every time I try a new brand, I'm not very impressed. So I feel like activewear is hitting a little bit of a plateau where there aren't very many new brands coming out with new exciting pieces. We don't need the same drop-shipped AliExpress white labeled leggings from 20 million brands. We just don't need it. Even the brands that I work with that I love in 2023, I feel like I just wanted a little bit more from them. So I am excited to see what 2024 has to offer. I do know we do have some exciting things coming, so let's hope it's better than last year. As always, every item I talk about will be linked down below. A lot of these brands I do have discount codes with, but this should go without saying that none of this is sponsored. None of these brands even know that I'm including them in this video. Let's start it off with the best leggings category. I don't have a specific list of categories. I kind of think of my favorite pieces and then almost create categories for them. It just feels the most natural way to do this. So this is kind of best leggings, but kind of best set overall. My best activewear set from gym to lifestyle, meaning I feel like I can wear it in and out of the gym and it's just good for kind of everything. The Petula Bare Pro leggings and the Simply Bare bra. This set was one of my most reached for sets of the year. I grew to love the Petula Bare Pro leggings more than the regular Bare leggings. If you love the stretch, softness, and feel of the Petula Bare leggings, you will still absolutely love the Bare Pros. They almost just have just a teeny bit more hold while still having that stretch, but they're just a little bit more durable. I haven't had any pilling issues on these. Occasionally I do get that on the regular Bares. Anytime I just wasn't sure what I wanted to wear to the gym, it was either Alphalete Amplifies, which you already know. That is always a favorite set, but we've talked about those. Or I would reach for these. They are true to size, super stretchy. Everything today will have no front seam because we don't tolerate front seams here. These are a high rise and the waistband does have a little bit of hold to it, but it's not gonna like squish you in and sausage you. It's gonna be very forgiving. They have flattering seams in the back, but it's not too much. They come in 2 different lengths. A little applause to Petula being one of the only brands that comes out consistently with multiple lengths. Again, need to see more of it in 2024. So they always have at least a 23-inch inseam and a 26. I go for the 26, but these also have a lot of vertical stretch, so they basically fit me like a full-length legging. We got that extended gusset, just an incredible set. And then normally I am not one for a spaghetti strap, and this definitely isn't the most supportive sports bra, but I just feel like it's so simple, so cute, and just kind of goes with that like best everyday kind of set vibe. Another one that is true to size, and I feel like Petula really improved their bras this year in the coverage department. In the past, I felt like the sizing was always off, didn't always have a good amount of coverage, but this one has a great amount of coverage. These straps are adjustable. We have removable cups and a supportive elastic band. And it's not the most high impact bra, definitely more of like a medium impact, but for lifting weights, walking around, lifestyle, things like that, I never worry about falling out of this one. It's just a good, solid option. Next, we have the best hidden scrunch legging. We kind of have one and then a little runner-up, but the best hidden scrunch leggings and one of my favorite leggings of the year in general. I guess we're going back to back Petula because we have the Petula Sierra leggings. Guys, this is another legging that I just want more. I just need more of these leggings. So like I was saying earlier, 2023 was where the hidden scrunch really thrived, I feel like. We really only had a few in 2022 and they just were really just very average, but 2023 they got a lot better. So a hidden scrunch is in the back rise seam of the legging. It's not your typical scrunch. There's no actual gathering fabric on the outside, but on the inside there is an elastic up the back rise seam that allows the leggings to kind of contour into the glutes a little bit better, almost give you a little bit of a wedgie effect. So just a little more flattering on the glutes, but not very obvious. And this is just a great way to just make your leggings just a little bit more flattering without doing too much. First of all, one of my favorite brushed fabrics of the year. I always love Nubri fabric, but this one is definitely close for me. It's super soft, but still very durable. I wore these a lot, and honestly, you couldn't tell. We have a double thickness waistband, no front seam. Again, the seams are a little bit tapered in the back, so they're flattering, but it's not too much. Again, 2 lengths of these bad boys. I love it. And these just look so seamless and smooth in the front. You don't get a lot of that like wedgie tightness, which you sometimes can get with a hidden scrunch. But that little elastic in the back just does the perfect amount to just kind of flatter the glutes without looking too much. If you were looking for a new kind of basic legging to go from gym to lifestyle that just have a little bit of extra oomph to them, highly recommend these. Here's an up close of the fabric. You can see that it's nice and brushed, but I don't see any pilling, and I have gotten a good amount of wear out of these. And the affordable runner-up to the Petula Sierra leggings. I know a lot of you guys love these. I just feel like the Sierras are a little bit better, but these are only $32 and they're also amazing. These are the Camo Fitness Featherlight Enhanced leggings. You guys know Camo always makes it on to my best activewear of the year video, and not even because they're affordable leggings. Even if these were double the price, I would still be putting these in the best of videos. They're made of the Featherlight fabric, which is a lightweight, super stretchy, kind of more naked feel fabric compared to the Camo Fitness Serenity. So if you like the Serenities, those are just kind of like your classic basic legging. Still absolutely love those. But if you want something a little bit more contouring to the curves, a little bit more naked feel, the Featherlight Enhance. These ones also have that hidden scrunch, that little elastic up the back rise seam, and definitely a high on the booty scale. They're so flattering. I love the fabric, and honestly, I should be wearing these more. I also love the waistband on these. It's a little bit wider than the Petula Sierras, almost give you a little bit more lower tummy control, and just a really good amount of hold in these. Next, we have the best pocket leggings. Usually these go to the Buff Bunny Rosa pocket leggings, but this year we found something better. Still from Buff Bunny, we have the Buff Bunny Contour pocket leggings. I wear these so much for lifestyle. I wish that they came out with more colors. Hopefully we see them more this year. But they're still our beloved Newbury fabric. The first difference from these and the Rosa pocket is that the rise is about an inch shorter. These hit right around the belly button, but still I would definitely consider high rise. We have these kind of contouring seams that just add a little bit more shape. The pockets are also really sleek and elegant, so they're just kind of hidden into the seams at the side of the leg. And there's actually a little elastic at the top of the pocket that allows it to sit flat and never like gape open or anything. So just another little feature to the design that I feel like is really nice. And then we have these nice flattering glute seams in the back, kind of thin, delicate seams, but still add a little bit of shape to the glutes. If you're looking for a good pocket legging, I can't recommend these enough. Next, we have best leggings for the glutes, and no one should be surprised by this, but it just wouldn't be a best activewear of the year video if I didn't mention basically my all-time favorite legging, the Alphalete Amplifies, except specifically because these did launch this year, the Alphalete Amplify Contour leggings. So if you guys don't know the Alphalete Amplifies, they're like the OG seamless legging with the scrunch in the back that just kind of sits between the glutes and is just the ultimate high on the booty scale. But the Amplify Contours have a little bit of extra detail to kind of contour underneath the glutes and just add a little bit of detail down the side of the leg, but it was still in a very, very subtle way that I ended up just loving these leggings. Another reason I am a fan of the contour leggings specifically is they just have a little bit more stretch and are just like a little bit softer than some of the recent Amplify launches. Alphalete Amplifies honestly can kind of vary launch per launch. The contours have yet to let me down. The rise on these has also been just like a teeny bit higher than the new shorter rise of the Amplifies. But as always, we have that 3-tiered compressive waistband that just kind of holds you in. The super, super stretchy marbled fabric. They also have so much vertical stretch that I feel like they're good for almost every height. The little contour detailing down the leg, some of that waffle knit detailing. And these came out in a lot of good neutrals, but also some really fun dark fall colors. If you are interested in getting these, I wouldn't get them yet. Wait for the Alphalete birthday sale in February. It happens every year. You can get a good deal on these. But if you haven't tried the Amplifies for the glutes, highly recommend. A legging category that I feel like I didn't have a favorite of that I wanted was a best performance legging. We talked about this in my recent Buff Bunny review, but I just feel like the performance legging category is just not really tapped into. I need the brands I love to come out with better performance leggings because I just feel like they're not really doing it. And brands that do have performance leggings like Lululemon, Alo Yoga, brands like that are still just not appealing to me because they have the front seam and just not super flattering. So that is definitely a niche of leggings I would like to see more of this year. And the last legging category is best flare leggings, and it's gotta go to the Buff Bunny Foxy Flares. Now, these did not launch in 2023, they launched in 2022, but they completely changed the fit of them and added more lengths in 2023, and now I wear these all the time. So these were in my best no front seam flare leggings video, but basically we have the Newbury fabric, super soft, very seamless look in the front. We have that little legacy tri-seam detail in the back, so just a little bit of extra detail, but not so much that you can't wear this for lifestyle and have it be distracting. But the flare on these is just perfect for me. It flares like right above the calves in a way that it's not giving boot cut, but it's also not giving Clydesdale horse, and that is a very delicate line to walk. They're pretty dramatic flare, but definitely not the most dramatic I've tried, and I just can't get enough of these. I want more colors. I definitely need to get black, but these are by far my best fitting and most worn flare leggings. All right, next best of category, we have best sports bras of 2023. So I feel like this year for the sports bras, again, a lot of very more like delicate dainty sports bras that didn't really have that functional element for me. And don't get me wrong, I love a good like dainty fun moment, but I didn't feel like I had a sports bra like, let's say, the Candy Wrap sports bra from 2022 that really just had it all for me. It was cute, it was functional, it was supportive, and just really stood out from all of their sports bras. I just didn't really feel like we had that this year, and I try not to name the same sports bra from year to year, so I'm hoping for good stuff in 2024. So we're going to start out with the best affordable high impact sports bra. We actually reviewed quite a few of these bras this year, and I can't seem to find it in my collection, but I will of course insert clips. But the Circon adjustable high impact sports bra, this bra is affordable, it's adjustable, it's high impact, it's size inclusive, it's just got everything, and it's only $30. So it really just can't be beat if you need high impact sports bras and are on a budget, or even if you're not. Honestly, these are all great sports bras. You have to try Circon. It's on Amazon. I have a whole video going over high impact bras from Amazon, and the best ones were definitely the Circon. This bra has adjustable straps, an adjustable waistband. It's a zip front, so it's really easy to get on. It has incredible coverage, definitely high support, and it comes in separate band and cup sizes, which is really hard to find in many sports bras. So this one just really stood out to me. Such a great bra. Next, we have the best unique sports bra. Just a bra that I really feel like is one of a kind, and we're kind of cheating because this didn't really launch in 2023, I don't think, but we're just gonna pretend it is because I didn't really wear it much in 2022. We have the Buff Bunny Harmony halter bra. This is what I'm talking about in terms of like functional but cute sports bras. I need more of this. This bra has incredible coverage, a very unique neckline, adjustable straps, and hook closure in the back to make it adjustable in the band as well. So just so many things that are working with this sports bra. This color also was just so beautiful. It also has just a teeny little cutout in the front, so you get a little bit of cleavage detail, but you're never gonna fall out of this. It's just too small. It's made of the Newbury fabric. I love my Newbury bras. They're just so stretchy, but really hug the body, support it well. So just one of my favorite unique bras. We talked about halter bras being a thing this year, and so many halter bras just don't work for me. My girls need some support. I feel like so many halter bras I tried just had very little coverage, the back would slide down, the neck would be super uncomfortable, and they just didn't work. And this bra's not perfect, but it's my closest thing to a good halter sports bra, and this is the Buff Bunny Revolution halter bra. Honestly, Buff Bunny just always has the best bras, so it's no surprise that they have most of the best sports bras, but anyway, you have the classic square neckline of the Buff Bunny Revolution bra, but this one has an elastic on the bottom, so it's more of a short line instead of a long line. Definitely could have just a teeny bit more coverage for me, but overall I did not fall out of it. I loved how thick the neck strap was, and it's the Newbury fabric, so it's really soft against your neck. It's not going to cut in. And the back was nice and tapered, but still thick enough that it didn't slide down. I feel like a lot of the halter bras, they just like shift in weird ways because they don't have the straps really like keeping them where they need to be. So I just feel like this one really stayed in place and did a great job. So definitely a little bit more leaning towards my smaller cup sizes, but it still worked for me. Kind of in the bra category, but maybe more bras and tops. We have my favorite built-in bra top, and that is the Petula Corset Crop. So I actually have this one in a medium. I would prefer a small, but I was kind of like between medium and small for their tops for a while, so I was getting a lot of mediums. So keep in mind I would go true to size for this one, but I just wore this one so much. I do wish it was just like a teeny bit longer. I prefer tops that kind of like meet right to my legging waistband. This is a little bit more on the cropped side, but it's made of that Sierra fabric, which I told you guys, one of my favorite fabrics, so no surprise that I like this one. Just straight up and down straps, so you're not gonna get any uncomfortable cutting into the traps. I definitely like that for for my lifestyle pieces because if I'm going to be wearing this all day for lifestyle, I don't always want to have to worry about if something's going to start cutting into my traps. Super comfy. It does have that bra on the inside with removable cups. It's got good coverage. I had no spillage. And then it also has these just cute little corset seam details on them. So a little bit more than just a basic built-in bra top. Got that fun detail, but still very functional. All right, next category, we have best shorts. First short, we have the best thick thigh friendly and flattering on the glutes short. Just an excuse for me to talk about the Alphalete Amplify 6.5 inch short. You guys know I love a 6-inch short. Because these are a seamless scrunch legging, you pull a little fabric up the glutes. This length is just absolutely perfect. It doesn't roll, it stays in place. It allows enough wiggle room to kind of, again, move that fabric up the glutes, do what you need to do. I probably have a good like 3 to 4 pairs of these shorts. It's not enough. I need more. They also are super stretchy around the thighs, so they're just overall really flattering and great if you just like a little bit more length in your shorts. The best affordable short, again, just an excuse to talk about the Camo Featherlight Enhanced shorts. Camo is always hitting us with a nice 6-inch short. They usually have 4 and 6-inch options, but this is a reason why me and Camo, we just get along well because they are just always giving me the length that I love. I can't do the little 3 to 4 inch shorts. I just can't. My thighs, they just eat them right up. So these are the same as those Featherlight leggings we talked about, except they are in a 6-inch short form. So we have that nice waistband, kind of gives you a little tummy control. No front seam, of course. And then we have this flared thigh opening. So you can see this is going to be nice and friendly to the thick thighs. And I also don't know if I've even noticed this before, but it looks like we have a little bit of extra length in the back of the short because your glutes take up a little bit more space. So that just gives you that teeny bit of extra length in the back. And then we do have that back rise elastic, that hidden scrunch to flatter the glutes. So if you are Serenity short girly last year, it's time to try the Featherlights. Slight intermission for a peach appearance because they haven't made many appearances in the past couple videos. Oh, she's so tired. You're so tired. The best flowy shorts of the year. Honestly, I just get so frustrated with all of the liners inside shorts that when Petula came out with their flow shorts with no liner, I was like, sign me up. What do I need an underwear shaped liner for? I can just wear my own underwear under the shorts. And the underwear liners, they just give you underwear lines. When they have built-in shorts underneath the flowy shorts, it gets a little bit bulky and they tend to be pretty short, so they tend to roll on me. So I just love that these didn't have any of that. It has this nice little waistband, it's flat in the front, and got some scrunchiness in the back to be a little bit more forgiving. It's made of a windbreaker-y material, but it's not super loud. They do have pockets, which can be hard to find. And it's got that kind of scooped detail where it goes a little bit longer in the front and the back and up a little on the sides. Just great for those really hot days. And lastly, the best pocket shorts. These only made an appearance one time in 2023, and I would love to see them more. These are the Rosa pocket shorts. So excuse the fact that my laundry machine decided to deposit all this stuff all over these. So they look dirty, but they were just washed. We have the structure of the Rosa pocket leggings, but in a 6-inch short. These might be better than the Legacy 6-inch shorts. I love them. I wear them so much, especially for walks, lifestyle, where I just want to have that pocket on the side. It does have that tapered side pocket like the classic Rosa pockets do. Flattering glute seams in the back. This one also has a nice rise that hits right around the belly button. And of course, no front seam, thick thigh friendly, all the good stuff. Next, we tried a lot of active dresses this year, and a feature that I loved that came out with dresses this year is the ability to go to the bathroom without taking off your whole dress. The first dress I saw with that feature was the Lululemon Align dress, but it's very expensive and honestly just didn't really love the shape of it that much. So the winner of Best Active Dresses, honestly, Halara as a whole wins this category because they have so many different types of active dresses. But we have the Halara Easy Peasy dress. It has that built-in bodysuit, but because it's the Easy Peasy, the shorts are semi-detachable in the back, so you just kind of pull the shorts down, go to the bathroom, pull the shorts back up, instead of having to take off the entire dress with the internal bodysuit to go to the bathroom. It's also made of a soft brushed fabric. It has a nice little flare to it. It doesn't cling to the tummy area or anything like some of the more fitted dresses have, which is just not what I want in a dress. It has a built-in bra with an elastic underneath, removable cups, adjustable straps, and it also comes in longer versions. Next category, we have jackets. Best active jacket of the year goes to the Camo Fitness Serenity Nyla jacket. This jacket just has everything that I would look for in an active jacket. It's not too pricey, it just works. So it's made of a soft brushed fabric that has a little bit of hold to it, but still not too heavy. It's a full zip with a little mock neck. I prefer not to have hoods on jackets like this, I just prefer the little mock neck. It has these flattering seams that go around the jacket, kind of just give you a little bit of contour. Definitely a BBL jacket, if you know the trend. The jacket has 2 zippered pockets, which I don't trust regular pockets, so I love that this not only has pockets, but they're zippered. We have a vented back for a little bit of extra coolness, and the icing on the cake, we have thumb holes, but we also have hand pockets, so you can keep your hands nice and warm. Whenever I'm wearing these jackets, like on walks, no matter what temperature it is, my hands are gonna be cold. So I love having those little hand pockets to keep my fingers nice and warm. I have this jacket in like 3 colors, and honestly, can't wait for them to come out with more. I will say though, I do have this jacket in a small, and it's like a little bit tight, so I would consider a size up. Best cropped hoodie. It is winter, it's been a little chilly on my way to the gym, so I've been wearing a cropped hoodie for like every one of my workouts. And this is the one I'm reaching for the most. It's the Alphalete Capital Crew Full Zip Hoodie. They came out with the Capital Crop Hoodie a couple years ago, but this is the first year where they had it in the full zip, and that has been everything for me. I love having the full zip just because I don't always like getting something on over my head. I'm always wearing like some sort of like hair up hairstyle to the gym, and putting like a tight sweatshirt over my head is just gonna ruin something. It's just not something I always love to happen. So I love having this full zip. It's just a classic fleece sweatshirt material. It has a little bit of give, but not really a lot of stretch. It's true to size for like a semi-relaxed fit. Nice little cuffs on the sleeves and at the bottom. It is very cropped, but that's kind of the vibe we're going for. I love just the touch of the wax dipped little aglets here. Very subtle branding, and then we have the hood. I just love this sweatshirt. We are almost at the end. I feel like I've been talking for so long. My voice can't do it anymore. Last category is best lounge sets. So you guys already know. One of them you might be surprised, one of them you will be expecting. Best jogger lounge set, definitely the Buff Bunny Cloud. You guys know I was on the hunt for a lounge set that had a soft fleece-like feel but had stretch to it. I was on the hunt for that for so long. I did a whole sweatpants video. Couldn't find something like this. And finally, at the very beginning of the year, Buff Bunny came out with the Cloud collection. So the joggers are hiding under here. I will say the only thing I don't love about these is, one, I wish the jogger pants, the drawstring was on the outside. That would just make me like them a little bit more. But also the colors. Maybe I'm just not choosing the right colors. I think this one was supposed to be like a mauve or a taupe or something. And it's just a little bit like too pale for my skin tone. She just kind of blends right in. So I wish I had a different color, but that's not really a problem with the item. But they did also adjust the sizing later in the year. So at first the sweatshirt was like a little bit small. Now they're basically one size bigger. So it just fits a lot better. But if you're just looking for a super soft, cozy lounge set that still looks polished and cute, but it's soft and stretchy and just got all the cozy vibes, Buff Bunny Cloud. And a lounge set that I actually have been wearing even more than the Cloud, if you can believe it. We are giving the best straight leg lounge set to the Alphalete Origin pant and the Alphalete Origin zip sweatshirt. So these are technically unisex. They launched, I believe this was a Black Friday thing. I'm wearing another color of the pants right now. I just have been moving more towards straight leg rather than jogger, and that's why these are just a little bit better for me than the Buff Bunny Cloud. I just love a straight leg pant. I just don't want my ankles to be like locked in with that little cuff at the end all the time. Like sometimes my ankles want some freedom, and this just gives them the freedom. So I have a small and an extra small in the pants. I wear the smalls just a little bit more because they are a little bit longer. Since these are unisex, they're actually pretty tall girl friendly. I think the extra small is like 31 inches, but the smalls that I wear are more like 33 inches. So that's kind of the perfect length for me. The colors are so cute. I'm actually buying another set at the Alphalete birthday sale next month. I want that sea salt color, and I just know I wear it because I wear these all the time. And there's just not enough straight leg sweatpants sets. So we got that straight leg. These are a classic fleece sweatpant. It's about a medium weight, so it's not super heavy, but still keeps you warm. These are also great to just throw on your leggings over the gym if you live somewhere very cold where you just feel like you need a little something. It's just easier to get these on and off over shoes than a jogger. So we have a nice straight leg, a loose, semi-relaxed fit. Like they kind of skim my thighs, but they're by no means tight. We have an elastic waistband. We have 2 front pockets. The waistband I tend to roll over so that the drawstrings on the outside, but I just love these. I do wear these often out of my house to the grocery store, but I also like live in them at home. And then the jacket, I have the zip and I also have the hoodie. I feel like I've been wearing the zip a little bit more just because I just like being able to zip something off. But same fleece fabric, zip up, front pocket, just love the vibes. They also come in so many nice little neutrals. Alright guys, that is all of the best activewear and loungewear of 2023. Again, let me know in the comments down below what I should be trying next, if I missed anything that you guys really loved. I did do a couple polls on my Instagram stories, and I feel like a lot of you guys liked the same things as me. Some other things I saw though, the Lululemon Like a Cloud bra was a very popular one, and I honestly haven't even heard of it, so I definitely need to give that one a try. The Alphalete Contour bra was another really popular one. For me, I feel like I needed a little bit more coverage, but I definitely feel like Alphalete upped their seamless bra game this year. They used to be like pretty unwearable, but now I actually reach for them. You guys also loved a lot of Honor Active stuff, and I definitely feel like they have been doing a really good job of just like sticking to what they do really well, like the effortless leggings, the timeless jacket. I feel like a lot of you guys liked, so definitely want to dabble in a little bit more Honor this year. A lot of you guys loved the Paragon sculpt seams. I definitely will say, love the sculpt seam plus more than the regular sculpt seam. I recently tried more of the regular sculpt seam. They just keep sliding down on me, so I agree with the sculpt seam plus. And then a lot of the same things that I loved, so it's great to see that you guys love the same things that I love and that I am not alone in loving these things. Let me know if you guys have any video requests down below. I will just say quickly, I do want to work on a best onesies video, like fitness onesies, jumpsuits. So if you have any that I should try, leave those in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
When your legs are together, they're at their most mobile, right? Your legs are like this as their balance, like right around to like out here. So when your legs are like this, you're kind of your most mobile. You can kind of wiggle your shoulders.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we're reviewing the new PopFlex Seamless collection. So seamless activewear is definitely tough to do, especially as a brand that normally does non-seamless activewear. So if you're unfamiliar with seamless activewear, it's generally like a super stretchy knit material, and seamless doesn't necessarily mean that there's no seams. It's just like the way that it's knit together. And I generally find seamless very hit or miss. So I'm excited to review this and to see how it is. I've seen a couple comments saying you want more PopFlex reviews, so this is it. Let me know what else you guys would like to see more of this year in the comments down below. And if you're not already subscribed, make sure to do so. And without further ado, let's start talking about the seamless. So there's a couple different types of seamless activewear. There's kind of like the thicker, more durable, kind of like not as stretchy seamless. Think like Gymshark, where the pros are that it is very durable, very long lasting, but the cons are maybe it doesn't give you quite as much stretch as you want. And then there's the like Alphalete Amplify type seamless that's super stretchy, very lightweight, very easy to move in, very flattering on the glutes. But the con is that the fabrics can be a little bit more delicate. Like I work out with lifting gloves on certain days, and those do have Velcro, so if that Velcro ever snags on the leggings, you are gonna get a pull. So I definitely lean towards the Amplify style seamless. I'm all about stretchiness, freedom of movement, and I know how to be careful with my leggings. It's not like you can't wash and wear these leggings. I have Amplifies that I've worn so many times. I wash them every time I wear them, and I have no pilling or anything like that, but you just have to be careful. The PopFlex Seamless definitely feels like it's leaning a little bit more towards the Gymshark style seamless, so it looks very thick and almost has that vintagey wash feel. At least for the leggings, that's what I'm getting, but the tops are very much like a rib. So here's the material for the leggings. You can see very densely knit, but the tops are definitely more of a like ribbed style material. And to me, the first thing that I think of when I pull up these pieces is definitely like Free People style seamless, like almost that little vintagey wash, and Free People does do a lot of seamless. I have tried Free People movement on this channel before, generally not a huge fan of it, but I think PopFlex does a really good job with their designs, so we'll see how this is. It's usually not this early in the video that we get a Peach appearance. Hello. She thinks that she's hungry. Yesterday I baked some cookies, and I naively thought I could leave them on the counter for 10 minutes while I cooled down. Mind you, she had just eaten lunch, so she shouldn't have been hungry. I came back and 5 of the cookies were gone, and there were greasy little little cookie paw prints and crumbs all over the counter. Do you have any regrets, miss? Don't worry, she's fine. Her stomach was a little upset, but she's good. So the Popflex ribbed seamless fabric is a 93% nylon, 7% spandex, and their sizing for the seamless is different than their normal size. Normally they have extra small to 3XL. With seamless, you have to have like a separate like loom or like machine something to knit each of the seamless sizes. So instead of just like putting pieces of fabric together in different sizes, like you need a whole different piece of equipment for each size. So they have an extra small flex, mid flex, curve flex, extra curve flex. So since seamless is normally nice and stretchy, usually there's a little bit of flexibility with sizing. I believe I got all small flexes, but I'm normally a small. If I want a comfort fit, I should just be small flex. So I got the small flex. We'll see. I'll try to give as much sizing advice as I can, but I will say if you are more in the 2XS or extra small, or on either end of the size chart, like the extra smalls or like the 2 to 3XL, I think the seamless may not fit you super well. Also, if I'm talking a little bit weird, I have a canker sore, and every time I move my lips, it hurts, so very fun. All right, let's start out with the crisscross hourglass seamless leggings. So they took kind of their normal Popflex legging styles, but made them into the seamless fabric. A seamless transition from the legging to the waistband, but this legging, a separate ribbed waistband is sewn on to the legging, which I actually kind of like because sometimes the body of the legging doesn't have a whole lot of compression or hold, and the waistband, like you can use a little bit more hold. But we have that ribbed detail at the top. Okay, scratch that when I first mentioned the seamless material. Looks like there are different compositions for different items. The leggings are 76% nylon, 24% spandex. I was gonna say 7% spandex, didn't seem like a lot. This is more spandex, which is good because we need that stretch. All right, so here is the waistband. You have that crisscross detail, that ribbing goes down into a V in the front and gives you a little extra lower tummy control because it dips down. In the back, they still did those contouring glute seams, so I'm excited for that. And they also have what I call a raised pseudo seam in the back. So I call it a pseudo seam because it's not a real seam. It's like an artificial little like raising of the fabric. It kind of helps separate the glutes a little bit more visually because seamless can definitely be very unibutt-y, and I just prefer, you know, my cheeks to be separate, you know? I don't always need a scrunch, but I don't want it to look like one cheek, you know, the unibutt look. So I'm hoping these have enough stretch and contouring to allow for a little bit of that. They also have that ribbed detail at the ankle, a semi-extended crotch gusset. I also like the branding on these. It's a tonal silicone branding, kind of at the back left area, so I'm a fan of that. In 2024, I'm all about the tonal branding. I don't want white branding on my legging. Okay, so here are the leggings, and first thing I'm noticing is this little waistband. It kind of likes to like poke out a little bit. So I feel like this fabric isn't really sitting like where it should be. I don't know, I feel like the ribbed fabric is almost so thick that having 4 layers of it in this little area here is just too much for the fabric. First, overall thoughts on sizing. This is the small flex that kind of put me in between the extra small flex and the small flex, and I feel like they're sliding down because I don't have any hold in the waistband. Like this waistband is giving me very, very light compression. I wouldn't even really call it compression. So because of that, I feel like the leggings are kind of sliding down a little bit. Getting these on my legs was quite the ordeal. The fabric, it just needs more stretch. Like this is the kind of legging where you're gonna be squatting and you're gonna feel all that tightness in the legs. I told you guys at the beginning that this type of seamless just isn't really my favorite for that reason. The actual fabric itself is very durable, but it doesn't really contour the curves. It doesn't really give you that functional stretch that I look for in an activewear piece. So for that reason, these are just not really gonna be it for me. It also makes the sizing a little complicated because I need it to be smaller in the waist so that it stays up, but the legs just don't have enough stretch for me to ever size down. Other than that, I would still consider this a high rise, even though it does dip down a little bit in the waistband here. It still fits well in the front. I don't feel like I'm getting any weirdness in the crotch. I love the tonal branding, so subtle, but still there. And then in the back, we are unfortunately getting a unibutt seamless. Again, with this fabric not really having that stretch to contour the curves, it just kind of like pancakes everything. And sure, we have the pseudo seam, but that doesn't really provide any separation. This just feels very like 2018 seamless to me. It's not really what I'm looking for. And I don't know, maybe it's just not my cup of tea, but I don't really feel like I see a lot of people wearing this type of seamless anymore. So we can see the glutes just kind of look like one piece here. There's not really any separation. And you know, I could try to pull it up my glutes and sure, maybe it would last a second, but you do a couple steps and it's right back to where it was. Like a medium booty scale, it's not helping or hurting. I think these are hurting a little bit. We do have those curved seams, so I like that they still incorporated those, but they are sitting a little bit low. I think that's mostly because this legging is kind of sliding down a little bit. They should be sitting a little bit higher, but there's no compression or support in the waistband to make it sit higher up. And then with the fabric just not really doing the most in the back. One thing you will get out of these leggings is cellulite coverage. There is a little bit of a texture to the fabric because it almost has that little like acid wash look. The fabric's also really thick. It's got a lot of hold to it. So a good thickness for hiding any cellulite dimpling in the legs. Overall compression, I would say like medium high compression in the base, and again, low compression at the top. I thought I was gonna like this cross waistband more, but I just don't really think it's working for the seamless. And then we have a full length view. I think these are a little bit short. Again, I tried to kind of pull them up a little bit so the legs aren't looking like they're matching right now, but I just feel like these are not doing anything for me. You know, I don't look at myself in the mirror in this little video and think, wow, like these are flattering on me, and I'm just not gonna wear leggings that don't flatter me, you know? So definitely a little bit on the shorty girl side, which is okay. I don't think these came in multiple lengths, which normally PopFlex does. Overall, the cons are outweighing the pros, and these are gonna be a no for me. We have the Hook It Up Seamless Bra. I find it a little bit of a stretch to call this a bra because it is just a single layer of fabric, and frankly it's just not really going to be super supportive. So I would have liked to see maybe a built-in liner with cup pads into this because this is more giving like tank to me. So we have a ribbed fabric, racer back, kind of a more long line structure. So here's an up close of the fabric, and the whole thing has this hook and eye closure in the front. It doesn't go all the way down, so you can't like put it on like a vest and then snap it up. You do still have to make it go over your head because it doesn't go all the way to the bottom, but kind of a cute little detail. Let's try it on. All right, here is this bra. So this one I feel like I could probably do this size or the extra small flex. I just feel like I have maybe a little bit of extra fabric in some places and not super compressed or held in. So for this one, if you want a little bit more compression, choose the smaller size. If you wanted a little bit more of a relaxed fit, choose the bigger size. I feel like this whole sizing situation, because it's a small, I can be like an extra small flex. I don't know. Anyways, we have this wide scooped neckline, good side boob coverage, but with this scooping, I feel like it's more of a medium coverage. We have this little hook closure detail. I probably would mostly keep it closed, in which case I don't feel like it's adding a ton to the design, but at least it's not uncomfortable. I thought it was going to be a little bit itchy below, but it's lined with actually a soft material, so it is still very comfortable. The support is pretty light on this one. Again, I think that might also be due to the sizing. If I had the extra small flex, I think it would be held in a little bit more, but there's no cup pads or anything. It's not really a bra for me. So to call this a sports bra is a bit of a stretch. It's really more of a kind of like lounge athleisure bralette. Is it going to fit my larger cup sizes? Yes, because we do have all of this space that can be taken up for the bust, but I think it's a little bit more aimed towards smaller cup sizes and more of like a lightweight kind of vibe. And then we have the racer back, not feeling any discomfort with this. So is it cute? Yes, I like the ribbed detail. I feel like it's going to do a good job. I like the ribbed detail. I feel like it's very comfy. Probably not something I would reach for a lot just because I prefer things with built-in bras, but definitely not bad. Next, we have a crop top. This is the Let's Go Seamless Crop. This one is $44. I also got the small flex size. So this one feels a little bit softer, almost a little bit more cottony than the other seamless bra. And this one I think definitely leans a little bit more towards lifestyle. So like in the summer, if you just want to wear like a little ribbed tank, like a little basic, but I know it's hard to hide bras under things like this. This actually has a built-in liner, and it's really soft on the inside, and it has space for cup pads, but they did not put cup pads in there. And if you ask me, if you're going to put a cup pad hole, just include the cup pads. I can take them out if I want, but if I have to go like find separate cup pads to put in, I just find that a little bit more of a challenge. So I don't know, personally I think just include the cup pads, but I think this type of top is really good to have, very versatile. I think of it as more of a lifestyle piece, and you can see the fabric here and the little nice soft fabric kind of around the armholes, so it should be very comfortable. All right, here's the tank. The sizing feels better on this one, and I like this fabric as well. Again, it's just like a little bit more cottony, a little bit softer. This one is definitely super comfy. I think you could go either way on the sizing for this one, so I could either do that extra small flex or the small flex. Kind of scoops in around the shoulders here, leaves me a little room at the neck. This one, again, does have that built-in lining on the inside with room for cup pads, but no cup pads are included. And then we have the racer back. Again, that fabric along the arm area is very soft, so this is going to be very comfortable. So in the description on the website, it says that this has a t-shirt hem, which is longer in the back, but I feel like this little curve curved in the front is a little bit too exaggerated for me and almost looks like extra fabric flaps. I'm just not really sure about this little scooping around the sides. I would like it maybe if it was like a little bit more subtle, but let me know what you guys think. I just was kind of surprised putting it on. I didn't expect it to be so pronounced. All right, then we have some shorts. We have these Super Sculpt Seamless Midi shorts. So they have this waistband style in the leggings, and they also have the crisscross style for the shorts. It just kind of depends what your preference is. But very similar structure to the leggings. We have that sewn on ribbed waistband. This one definitely seems like it's going to be a higher rise. They're a 5-inch inseam, which I think is a really nice in between. I generally prefer a 6-inch, but I definitely can do a 5. Sometimes these seamless don't have quite enough room in the thighs, so we'll see. It feels pretty stretchy though. And then we still have the contoured seams around the glutes and that little raised seam in the back. All right, here are the shorts. Definitely could not do the extra small flex, so I would definitely follow their comfort sizing, which just makes me feel like these are really not going to be as size inclusive as they're making it seem on the size chart. So we have a pretty high rise. It does go a good ways above the belly button. I really love the stretchiness of this waistband, but it's kind of the opposite of what I thought. I thought it was going to be a little more stretchy in the base and a little more compressive in the waistband. It's actually stretchy in the waistband, but compressive in the body. So that's kind of like the opposite of what I would normally look for. I don't love like so much compression in the waistband that it's like sausaging you, but I just feel like the waistband isn't holding me in as much as I'd like, and this fabric at the bottom does feel pretty stiff. So I would say they're sitting pretty nicely in the front. We're not getting too much like Barbie crotch action going on. The 5-inch inseam is a good length for me, and I feel like the front all looks good. It's when we get to the back where my concerns kind of become actualized. So I appreciate that they added these curved seams to kind of make it, to give me a little more shape in the back. But this fabric is very stiff and just doesn't really contour to your curves at all. Doesn't really give a lot of movement either. Like, it feels very tight. And we can see that we're getting total unibutt, pancake butt, just not what I like to look for in leggings. And not every legging needs to be a high on the booty scale, but I don't wear low on the booty scale. Honestly, just like in my collection, I would never reach for that. And I do feel squished down here. I feel like you can also see the fabric is so stiff at the bottom with that inseam that it almost is creating a little double butt situation down there. And I definitely do have that occasionally, and it's just like a part of my body, but normally it's not accentuated by activewear, and it's just a little bit uncomfortable. So we can see the raised pseudo seam just not really doing much. Guys, okay, I'm gonna need your help in the comments. Is it low to medium, or is it just low? Because I don't think these even deserve a medium. Medium is kind of like baseline, not helping or enhancing the glutes. When we start to get below that, we're like taking away from the glutes a little bit. The seams are above the glutes though, so it could be worse. It could be worse. It just could be much, much better. And again, I just don't really feel like these are going to be the most functional because they are feeling very tight. This fabric is just not really stretchy enough for me. Getting into the basics, overall for sizing, I definitely would follow the comfort sizing. Size up if in between. Definitely don't size down, especially if you have thighs, because you are going to be sausaged up. And compression, I would say overall compression in the base is like a medium to high. The waistband is really more of like a low to medium compression. So I just feel like overall I'm not feeling like my best self in these, and they're definitely not really something that I would reach for. I just like a lot more stretch in my leggings. However, this material does feel very durable, at least the base material. I have noticed a couple snags on this little ribbed material though. All right, the last seamless piece, this is the What's the Scoop seamless bra. And these are the only 2 bras launching in this collection. And neither of them for me are like really bras. They're more like bralette kind of style, maybe more lifestyle tank. I don't know. Just to have 2 bras and have neither of them have cup pads or any like real support. I just wish that they had something that offered a little bit more. So this one is fully made of that ribbed material. Cute little spaghetti straps. The straps are adjustable, which I love to see. And here's an up close of the fabric, as well as an up close of that little logo in the back. All right, here is the bra. Again, really more of a bralette for me, but I'm actually pleasantly surprised with the compression and just overall support I'm getting from it. I expect it to be very, very low support, like not even wearable for me, but because the ribbing is nice and kind of tightly knit, I'm actually getting a solid like low to medium on the compression. The coverage is actually pretty good too. I feel like this is, if your bust is a little bit smaller, it's going to be more of like a long line tank kind of style, but for me it's kind of fitting more like a bra. And the overall coverage is about medium to full. I would say I'm pretty covered. My only thing is that it is a little cold today. Getting some nippage going on just because there are no cup pads. There's no room for cup pads. So again, I just find it a little bit of a stretch to call this a bra, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's actually very comfortable, very stretchy, cute, coverage is good. We do have these adjustable straps. I thought they'd be a little bit more uncomfortable, and they're definitely not the most comfortable straps, but they're really not too bad. I think I could wear this for a longer period of time and be okay. I love that the straps are adjustable in the back. Again, I think this might be more of like a yoga or lifestyle piece almost. Not as much of a workout bra, but I do like the stretch of this material. I will say there is a little snag in the fabric so far, and it actually came like that delivered to me. So in terms of the fabric durability, the like body of the leggings and shorts, very durable and snag resistant, but the more stretchy ribbed material can definitely be snagged. And I noticed this with Free People movement as well. It's kind of similar fabrics. So overall, this type of seamless just isn't really my style. This is very comfy, but again, the durability could be questioned for this ribbed material right here. And lastly, this is not part of the seamless collection, but I got it and just felt like I should include it in the review. This is the Find Your Inner Fleece jacket. And picking this thing up, this is a dense jacket, which honestly, it's been very cold lately. I know I'm in Arizona, but it's been like 30 degrees in the morning, like below freezing. Anyways, I got this in a size small. Generally, PopFlex jackets are a bit oversized, and if there's one thing that PopFlex loves, it's pockets. So we have two zip pockets in the front here, a little zip pocket on the right breast area, this little ribbed cottony material up here, and this feels like it's going to be very warm. Thick kind of Sherpa-y fleece with little cuffs at the arms. Big oversized hood, but it can be detached. There's little buttons that you can detach it, which is good because I often don't like a hood. I just feel like it's like too much in the back. Anyways, let's try this on. All right, let's get this fleece on. So in general, I feel like a lot of their outerwear is really good quality, really nice, but definitely runs oversized. So this is a small, and she's definitely a puffy, oversized vibe, but that's definitely what they're going for. And I do like an oversized vibe from time to time, so I definitely will get some use out of this. Okay, so with this zipped up, we can see just how wide this is. Tons of space. There's also a little bit of a bat wing going on here. So if you want a more snug fit, there's so much fabric in the armpits that it almost feels like too much. Anyways, if you want a more snug fit, I definitely would go with like 2 to 3 sizes down. I feel like I could easily do an extra small, maybe even extra small, and still have some space. We have those elongated cuffs at the end here that I feel like I could probably roll up once and still have like a cute little cuffed look. Oh, they have thumb holes. You guys know I love a thumb hole. So we have that zip pocket here. We have the 2 pockets in the front. Very spacious. I love that they are zippered pockets because that keeps them nice and secure. You know your stuff's gonna stay in there. They also have these little drawstrings at the bottom if you want to cinch it in a little bit. I feel like this is cute with the oversized vibe. The hood and the neck also lay open very flat, which is nice. I don't like when things get too close to my face, especially if I have makeup on. Like, I don't want my collar getting makeup on it. The hood is huge. It takes up like my entire back, so I'm gonna pop that off in a second. But also the length of this, I love a length that hits like right at the hip bones. It's not really cropped, but it's also not like covering your butt, so it just gives like a little bit more shape. They love an oversized hood at PopFlex. And here she is without the hood. Just like a little popped collar detail. This is definitely how I would wear it. And I think I'm gonna wear this to work this week. It's been a little cold. I can always use a little layering piece. And if I'm doing my notes when it's cold, I just pop this on, keep nice and cozy in the office. So I feel like they do a great job on their jackets. Just be aware that the sizing is very large and lots of room. But it's also good if you're layering anything underneath it. There's a ton of room in the sleeves. Alright guys, that's it for the review. I started off this video by saying that seamless is really hard to do, and it truly is. There are so many seamless leggings out there that I just feel like really flop. And unfortunately, I just was not a big fan of this collection. The sizing is a little bit off. The fabrics aren't quite what I wanted them to be. Like, no compression in the waist, but really tight in the legs. Just not the most functional, stretchy fabrics. And I just overall didn't find it super flattering. Normally, I think PopFlex does a great job of creating very flattering designs, and they're really always thinking of the little details. But I think the seamless just fell a little bit flat. Let me know if you guys have tried this collection, what you guys think in general. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but when it comes to PopFlex, I definitely would stick to their normal styles with their non-seamless leggings. I think they do a great job of those. Much better size range too, with multiple lengths. I did like the jacket though, and it is very cozy. Let me know what you guys would like to see next in the comments down below. If you haven't already, make sure to give a video a thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
I feel like you should just have knee-high leather boots. Like, I would just like an excuse to wear like a big pirate boot. My man showed up somehow in the Reeboks. Like, I went make at least to.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we have 2 brands coming out with launches soon, and instead of just doing Instagram story reviews, I figured I had the time, let's just do a little combined review. So we have the Paragon Prism launch happening on February 6th, and that is happening at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Then we have the Petula Play and Rest launch happening on Saturday, February 10th at 12 p.m. Eastern. So I do have discount codes for you guys for both of these brands. For Paragon, I have 10% off with code Kathryn, and Petula is 5% off also with code Kathryn. Since the Paragon launch is happening first, let's start with those. If you guys have followed along my Instagram stories, Paragon started sending me some stuff when they had the Des B collab because I know Des and she wanted me to try those. And then they kind of just been sending me launches after that. They did recently have an animal print launched, which featured a lot of their Reluna fabric. I was posting little updates on my Instagram stories, so again, if you are a follower of my Instagram stories, you will know. But I just was not a huge fan of that fabric. I just felt like it was kind of saggy, for lack of a better word. It just didn't really hold up, and I love a naked feel fabric, I really do, but it still has to like hold on to you a little bit, and I just wasn't really feeling it with that fabric. This launch does have some pieces in the Reluna fabric, which I will still be reviewing because we didn't really have a place of that on the channel, but we also have more of the Rec Stretch in the Sculpt Seam Plus, which is my favorite combo. Also, the colors of this collection are just exactly my cup of tea. I love a good purple, I love a light baby blue, and then we have navy to kind of create a little tonal vibe. So let's start out with the leggings that I like the most first. So these are the Rec Stretch Levitate Sculpt Seam Plus leggings. So I loved the Sculpt Seam Plus from the Paragon Des B collab, but I like these even more. Some of the features that I didn't love from them in the Des B collab, they have now fixed. So first of all, this is the Rec Stretch fabric, which is a performance material. I wouldn't say it's like the most high impact performance material I've ever tried, but you're kind of balancing having a very lightweight stretchy fabric and having performance material. And I have worn all of my pairs to the gym or on my Peloton, and I have washed them and they're all holding up well so far. But this fabric is lightweight, super stretchy, and a little bit on the cooler sleek side. So here's an up close of the fabric. They all have no front seam, no top band, and this one has this little double waistband seam, which a lot of you guys were saying in my Instagram DMs, kind of giving Gymshark Whitney Simmons, which I agree, but I like the back even more. That double seam goes into one seam, which then kind of contours around the glutes here. And then we have the Sculpt Seam Plus. So side by side, we have the Sculpt Seam Plus, which definitely shows a lot more scrunchiness when I'm just holding it up, but you don't really see that scrunchiness when you're wearing it. And then the original Sculpt Seam, it has that elastic up the back rise, but it isn't scrunchy at all. We'll get into it later, but I prefer the Sculpt Seam Plus. Anyways, these do have an elastic in that back rise to really give you some glute separation, and these are honestly so flattering. They stayed up so well at the gym. Like I said, I already wore and washed all of my pairs, and I'm gonna wear them again this week because I really enjoyed them. Some tonal branding as well. And if you remembered from my Des B Paragon review, I didn't like that it had a raw edge at the bottom. Just don't really love a raw edge. And these actually have a real hem at the bottom. Let's try this on. Okay, here are the Sculpt Seam Plus. These still have a light compression, like very naked feel, but they just have more to them than the Reluna fabric. Like the waistband, I actually do feel some hold, some compression, but it's not squeezing me. And the body of the leggings, it just kind of contours to all of the curves. So super flattering, super comfy, but also still very lightweight. The only thing is light colors. Definitely would stick to nude underwear on these, but personally I have no issue with the nude underwear. I don't feel like I'm seeing any of that through. Anyways, we have a high rise. We have that kind of double waistband here. No front seam. We do have a little triangle gusset there. Tons of stretch to these. I honestly don't feel any tightness in any of my movements. And then the back, these are definitely a high on the booty scale. These seams that kind of converge into one down here, super flattering. The Sculpt Seam Plus just has a little extra oomph to it that the regular Sculpt Seam does not have. It stays up, kind of giving you some glute separation the whole time. It never comes out. These leggings in general have stayed up really well for me at the gym, so I just absolutely love what these are doing. If you've been wanting something that's flattering on the glutes, but it's not like a seamless legging, like an Amplify or an Athlete Amplify type legging, I highly recommend these. There's only 2 pairs of leggings that at the gym Ian has told me these make your butt, well actually he always compliments me, but you know what I mean. He's like, no, these are like 10 out of 10 on the glutes. It's Alpha Light Amplifies and these. Both times I wore the Sculpting Plus, he was like, what brand are those? Because those are really good. Honestly, I agree. And they have been super comfortable at the gym too. The only drawback of this thin fabric is that you're just not going to get any cellulite coverage out of these. And then here is the full-length view, hitting kind of just above the ankle for me. Again, I like that we have the real seam at the bottom now. But yeah, I've just been super happy with these and I'm a big fan. I think you guys would like them too. Another thing to note about this Sculpting Plus is because this fabric is so stretchy, even though we have that scrunch in the back, I don't feel any tightness in the front. So sometimes with a scrunch, it can lead to a little, you know, front tension, but that's not something I get with these because the fabric has so much stretch and is so lightweight, it just doesn't really pull in that way for me. Then there are a couple tops and bras. This is my favorite of the tops. This is the Rec Stretch Legend Brahmi, and this is the color Violet Sky. So this is the Rec Stretch, which means it goes with the Sculpting Plus leggings. All of the colors are pretty similar enough that you can mix and match the fabrics, but I just prefer this fabric. We have a V-neck, spaghetti straps that taper in the back, tonal branding. This is a Brahmi, so it's like a super cropped, it looks just like a bra, but the actual shelf bra and liner inside is separate. I would love to see Paragon just come out with kind of slightly more high impact bras. Like I'm not talking like, you know, I'm not talking like running bras, you know, but just like something a little more high impact because both of the bras today are very spaghetti strapped, low impact. And I prefer to see like bras instead of Brahmis, just personally. Brahmi. I never know how to say it. Another thing I don't love about the Paragon bras is the cup pads, and I will show you with the next bra. Just the cup pads are just, they're just not it. Okay, so this is my favorite of the bras. I think partially just because I like the shape a little more, but also the fabric I just like a lot better. I just feel like the Rec Stretch has more like rebound to it. So this is technically a Brahmi. As you can see, there is that sports bra lining on the inside and then the fabric lays over the top. So instead of having a clear seam cut off between like the bust area and the long line section, like the Reluna bra, this one is a little bit more seamless, but as you can see with the length, it's still very short. I still would consider it more of a sports bra. Coverage is pretty similar though. I would still go low to medium. It's a pretty deep V. I did occasionally get a little bit of spillage out of this one, but I still do feel covered enough to wear it to the gym. The straps on this one are super comfortable. I find the Reluna ones to be a little bit more stiff, and these straps are just a little bit thicker, got a lot of stretch to them, so very comfortable. The straps do go over the traps and then converge in the back. Still a lot of room for the lats down there. And this one I also find very true to size, very stretchy. If you're in between, you could really go either way. And support is still pretty light support. Is it wearable to the gym for me? Yes, but I wouldn't do really any high impact activity. If I had to choose a top pick bra, this would be the one. Still could use a little bit more coverage, but overall it works for me. This is the Reluna double strap bra in the color Crescent Moon, another beautiful color. So this is made of that Reluna fabric, so almost like a little bit less supportive just in the fabric wise than the Rec Stretch, but this is the only true bra. The other one's kind of a Brahmi. I feel like it kind of fits like a bra. Anyways, we have a scoop neck. This is a long line bra. There is an actual elastic down in there, which isn't my favorite way to do this, but the elastic does provide a little bit of support. The straps are just up and down. And then we get into the cup pads. I think a really nice cup pad can work really well, but this is just not the way to do it. Just not a big fan of these. I even take out my cup pads before putting the sports bra in the wash so they don't get all crinkled. And these ones were like already pre-crinkled because they're just kind of thin. And like this shape just doesn't really work for me. I like an oval cup pad, like Buff Bunny, they have the best cup pads. And just not a big fan of this. So if I had one critique for Paragon, I feel like I'm really starting to love their Sculpting Plus leggings, but I think the bras still have a way to go. All right, here's the bra. And it's comfy, it works, but definitely have some critiques with it. First of all, I definitely think it's a little bit more aimed towards smaller cup sizes. The bust space here is pretty similar to the long line space. I would have liked to see a little bit more cup space and a little bit less long line space, just so we have a little bit more room for the girls, because I'm definitely squeezing out a little bit at the top there. I did wear this to the gym and I wasn't necessarily falling out of it or at risk for any like wardrobe malfunctions, but I would definitely feel more comfortable with more bust space. Overall, the coverage I would say is a low to medium, and the support is light to medium. Because the long line section is so low, you actually have a good amount of torso coverage and say pretty minimal skin showing, especially because I have a long torso. For some people, this might go kind of meet and greet length. I also appreciate that the straps are up and down. They still stayed up really well for me, but if you're someone who just doesn't like their straps kind of going over your traps up there, cutting into them, it's nice that these are straight up and down. You can also see the Reluna fabric matches the rec stretch very well. And then in the back, this is what we got. I do feel a little bit of snugness in the band right there, so if you are in between, I definitely would choose the size up. And yeah, I like the bra because I have the full set, but the bra itself is just not really doing anything special for me. We also have rec stretch Sculpt Seam Plus shorts. So I measure about a 4.5 inch inseam on the shorts. Generally I prefer a little bit longer, but I have been wearing short shorts just in my little Peloton rides that I've been doing occasionally. Exact same details as the leggings, just in short form. Got that Sculpt Seam scrunch in the back, super flattering. Let's try it on. All right, Sculpt Seam shorts, basically all the same features as the leggings. High on the booty scale, we have light compression. These are about a 4.5 inch inseam, so could be a little bit longer for me. I would love to see them start coming out with some longer lengths, but I will say this fabric is super stretchy and the seam is very stretchy as well. So I'm not getting any cutting into the thighs, but I do experience some rolling in these just because of the length. If you like a shorter short though, I am a big fan of these. Just keep in mind whenever you have a scrunch and you kind of pull some fabric up the glutes, you do lose a little bit of the length. So these really fit almost more like a 3.5 inch inseam for me. And then this outfit I think is my favorite, just the little color combo of like the lilac and the deeper purple. Love a tonal. Then we have the Rec Stretch Classic Crop. This is also in the color Horizon. I also really like that one of my critiques was in the Des B collection. I didn't feel like I could mix and match all of the colors, but this collection you definitely can mix and match the purple, the blue. It all just goes very well together. So I thought this was just going to be a tank, but it surprised me that it was actually a built-in bra top. So we do have a shelf liner with cut pads inside. This one is made out of the Rec Stretch and just a classic kind of full coverage tank, obviously not full length. Okay, and here's the top. Again, in terms of the two more full coverage tops, I definitely would go with this one. Kind of depends like what you're looking for. The other one is just a long sleeve with no built-in bra, but I just love the material on this one. Love that we do have the built-in bra just so it makes life easy. The tank straps do come in a little bit here. We have a little slightly scooped crew neck. Coverage, I would still say full coverage. Support is really light to medium. This fabric just doesn't have a lot of hold to it, so you're never gonna get a ton of support. It is fairly cropped, I'd say no longer than any of the sports bras. And then the back is full coverage as well. Not much going on there. This one is true to size. I would just stick with your normal sports bra size. If you're in between, you could really go either way. Next, we have the Reluna Original Sculpt Seam leggings in the color Galaxy. So every time I wore the Reluna Sculpt Seams in those animal prints, they felt like they fit me, but the fabric just had so little hold that it just would slide down, and I think that Reluna must have been the original fabric I tried the Sculpt Seam in, because when I first tried the Sculpt Seams like a year ago, loved the concept of it. I felt like they were doing a really good job of the hidden scrunch that not a lot of brands were really taking on at that point. But the fabric, like I wore those out to play pickleball one time and my leggings were never even close to my crotch. Like I kept pulling them up and it was honestly like embarrassing how much they were falling down. Even though they didn't really feel big, I did decide to size down to an extra small for these just to see if it helps. But the Reluna fabric, it honestly doesn't really look or feel too brushed, but it does have a slightly softer hand feel than the Rec Stretch. It's less cool to the touch, more of a soft feel, but again, not really in your face fuzzy brushed. Here's the fabric close up and we see we have that tonal branding, contoured seams in the back, and we have the elastic in the back rise. All right, here are the leggings in the extra small, and they did feel a little bit snug to get on, so there is definitely an end point to this stretch at some point. I feel like this is going to stay up better than the small, so I do like the size down in this case, but I still think overall, I just don't really truly recommend the regular Sculpt Seams. I'm all about the Sculpt Seam Plus. Everything I don't like about these, those have. I still do feel like these would kind of slide down over time. I've just never really had a fabric like this. Like I'm all about a naked feel fabric, but for some reason this fabric is like, it's not just naked feel. Like it's not like a naked feel like an Alphalete Aura, a Buff Bunny Butter, or a Petula Bear, something like that, that still like hugs and contours all the curves. It's just not really doing that. So not a big fan of the Reluna for that reason. I will say I do like the nice thick waistband we have here. Gives you good tummy control. I mean, it would give you good tummy control if it had a little bit more hold to it. These still get a medium to high on the booty scale just because they're not quite as good as the Sculpting Plus. Since this fabric is so thin, I really don't expect a lot of cellulite coverage really. Seems to go above the glutes. You can see we get like a little bit of glute separation, but it's not a ton in these. Overall, very light compression. And here's the full length view. Inseam will be listed at the end. And lastly, we have the Reluna long sleeve crop in the color Galaxy. This one is truly just a top. There is no built-in shelf liner, so you will have to wear a bra under this for any support. Full long sleeves, crew neck, and crop length. All right, here's the long sleeve top. Honestly, I feel like this fabric does well for tops because it is so lightweight and stretchy, just not the best for bottoms. Anyways, it's a long sleeve. There's no thumb holes or anything, which is a little bit of a bummer. I feel like that would have been nice to have. We have a crew neck that's not too close to the neck. It does scoop out a little bit. The length is cropped, but it goes right over the length of the Longline sports bra, so still a decent length, but you will be showing some skin. Here's it with the arms raised up. It's honestly very plain, nothing special. I don't know if I know the pricing on this, but personally I probably wouldn't spend too much on it just because it is so plain and basic. And in terms of sizing, I would probably size up if in between because it is pretty snug as is in a size small. All right, we are moving on to the Petula Play and Rest collection. This is not activewear, it's strictly a lifestyle and lounge. And you guys know, Petula, they just know how to do a lounge fabric. They know how to do fabrics in general. Like if you are looking for incredibly soft fabrics, good quality pieces, Petula has not let me down. And I recently said in my best activewear of the year video that I was looking for more straight and wide leg lounge pants this year. And what does Petula do for the first launch of the year? They come out with the best flowy wide leg lounge pant. I have worn it every single day since I got them. So these are the soft lounge rib wide leg pants, and they come in two lengths. They come in a 29-inch and a 31-inch inseam. As a tall girly, I normally go for like a 33 to 34-inch inseam in my flare leggings, but because these are so like slouchy and wide leg, these are actually plenty long for me. You'll see in the try on, sometimes I'm even kind of stepping on them a little bit. So tall girlies, you will be totally fine with the 31. I got a size small, but I'm actually requesting an extra small, but sometimes Petula runs a little bit big. They try to go for that oversized look, and I just feel like it was almost a little bit too oversized for me. Like I could have done a little bit smaller because these are not only already super wide leg, but they also have a ton of stretch to them. So I felt like they would still be comfortable and spacious in my size down. Anyways, it's made of this rayon spandex material. It's a stretchy, almost like sweater-like rib. If you're looking for a more like lightweight lounge pant, these still give me like the warmth of a pant, but they're not like a thick, heavy fleece, which as someone who lives in a warmer climate, this is perfect for me. The inside also is a little bit more brushed and fuzzy, super soft. So here's the outside. We have that cozy rib, and the inside has a little bit of extra fuzziness to it. They have an elastic waistband with a drawstring. They do have front pockets. They're kind of sewn to the outside of the pant. You can see just how wide leg and flowy these are. I already know these are going to be like one of my most worn pieces of this entire year. These are coming in 4 colors. We have this light gray, dark gray, a lighter mauve, and then a hot pink. Okay, so starting out with the pants, we can see in the size small before I tie the waistband, they sit kind of low on the hips, and because of this, if you're gonna wear them like this, lots of extra length because the crotch is like down here. If that's your vibe, you can wear them like this. Part of the reason why I am waiting on an extra small is just so that this sits naturally just a little bit higher without me having to tie the waistband, but it is definitely possible to tie that waist and get a little more of a high rise there. So now this hits me at the belly button. We have these spacious front pockets, and the crotch sits a little bit higher, but it's still not like a tight sweatpant. Like these are definitely going to be a loose, loungy vibe. All right, so here is a full-length view of the pants. As you can see, even though these are only labeled as a 31-inch inseam, they're plenty long for my 5'9" self. So I definitely would say tall girl friendly, but I'd say if you're anywhere from 5'7" or below, I would honestly go with the shorter version because these just seem to be so much longer than they're labeled just because of the way that they fit. So anyways, we have a ton of space in the pants. They are super flowy, just lightweight, soft, stretchy, and super comfy. They have been holding up to lounging. You know, it doesn't sound like lounging. You'd have to hold out too, but when you have cats, you know, their nails dig into things, and I have not experienced any pulls or anything like that in the fabric. So I would say size down in these. Super comfy, highly recommend. All right, here are the extra smalls. As you can see, even without the waistband tied, they're sitting naturally at a higher point on my waist. So already I think definitely sizing down is my recommendation. I still have a lot of good flow to these. It's not quite as like saggy in the back area, but you can still see I still have a lot of room in the legs, so still plenty of space. Do you want to say hi? Yeah. The only difference is these are just a little bit shorter in the length just because they are sitting up a little higher on me, but you can see they're still plenty long for my tall self. So yes, definitely preferring the extra small. It's still not even tight anywhere. It's still oversized, it's still loose, just a little bit less oversized. Then my favorite combo with the pants is to pair it with the Soft Lounge V-neck ribbed long sleeve. So this is a more snug fit, so if you do want a little bit more of a loungy top vibe, I would size up. But we have this nice V-neck, we have the stretchy lounge material, super long sleeves, and this is a full-length top. All right, here is the top. So it is a full length. It goes over the waistband of the pants when I'm wearing them, you know, tied at the waist. And this is the size small. Definitely snug in the bust area for me, snug on the sleeves, a little bit of room in the waist here, but if you really want a loungy kind of flowy top, size up 1 to 2 sizes. I personally find this size very comfortable. The fabric is super soft and stretchy. Also, I apologize for like the leaf blowers outside. They're being really loud today and it's kind of annoying. The sleeves are super, like, it's giving me 2010 like Abercrombie sleeve vibes. If you ever wore like a long sleeve Abercrombie shirt at that time, you know they always made like super long sleeves. It's kind of giving that, but I kind of like it for a lounge. V-neck in the front and very simple in the back. I love this set together. So cozy. I've also been wearing these pants with the Petula Flow crop, which you guys know, one of my all-time favorite tops. I did not like it when I first got it. I wear it like almost every single day for lounge. Just so cozy. Next we have the Soft Lounge ribbed bralette, and I just had to take advantage of the hot pink because I noticed I recently color coded all of my activewear and I don't have a single pink Petula piece. Very happy to see pink here. So this is made of the same material, that stretchy rib. This is a bralette and there are no space for cup pads and there are no cup pads, so just keep it in mind. It's more of a loungy vibe. We have tank straps, a scoop, almost V-style neck, long line, and a scoop back. Okay, here is the bralette. I actually feel like it has pretty good room for the girls. It just had a little extra fabric for a little space here, so I definitely feel covered up. This is also the shape of bralette where I don't feel like I'm gonna fall out of it if I lay on my side. If you've ever had like a triangle bralette, I don't know, for me, for my bust shape, we just fall right out of it. So I'm liking this shape as well. It's soft, true to size, true to your Petula sports bra size. Long line here for a little extra coverage. There's no cup pads or anything, so I mean this is a lounge piece meant to be worn at home, but nippage could definitely be an issue. Fabric is pretty thin, not thin enough to see any color through, but definitely some texture, if you know what I mean. And then we have a simple scoop back. I think this set would be super cozy as like a little PJ sleep set. If we had to rate the coverage, I would say medium coverage. We have a pretty good scoop here, even though I'm not getting like a ton of cleavage pushed into the area. And I wouldn't even really rate the support because it's not a sports bra, but if we did, very light support. To go with the bralette, I like to pair it with the Soft Lounge ribbed boy shorts. These are a 6-inch inseam lounge short. Again, Petula, always with the 6-inch shorts. These are definitely giving Skims to me. If you've seen this little trend of having like the underwear lines, these are strictly like for home wear, so I don't really mind it as much when it's for home use. It's kind of grown on me. I will not be wearing underwear lines on my leggings. You guys know that. If I ever start accepting that, please just bring me back into reality. But for a lounge piece that you're wearing at home, these are basically like underwear that you're wearing around the house or to bed. So we just have a double thickness of the fabric for a waistband, those little underwear lines, and then 6-inch shorts and the same loungy fabric. And the shorts, we have a 6-inch short here. I definitely prefer this material in a flowier lounge type like the pant, rather than this. I feel like it's a little bit tight at the seam here. Not enough to really cut into me, but enough that I am kind of feeling it. It just feels like not as comfortable there. We have about a high rise, almost right to the belly button there. You have that little panel in the front, which almost gives a little extra tummy control, like right in that area. True to size, if you're in between, I'd probably size up just for this thigh. And the back is very plain, just a seam up the back there. I love that these come in a longer length. And in terms of my lounge, I am just kind of moving towards more flowy style lounge, so definitely more towards the pants. Maybe I would have worn like a flowy short, but this tighter style biker short probably I won't reach for as much. So those were kind of the rest pieces. Now we're moving on to the play pieces, which are like cozy lifestyle. Let's start out with the luxe rib mock neck dress. So all of the pieces in the play portion of the collection, they are different than the lounge. The lounge was a more fine rib. These pieces are still ribbed, but they have a little bit of a different feel to them, and the ribbing is a little bit wider. So here's an up close of the fabric, and you can see on the inside it's nice and brushed and soft. So I actually did wear this to dinner the other night, and it was super cozy. I'm not always into the whole like activewear midi like bodycon dresses. This one was super comfy. So we have a mock neck. We have these flattering seams that kind of go down the front. There is a slit on the left side and full long sleeves. All right, here is the dress. And the dress, like this material almost feels like a lightweight sweater. It's just got that softness on the inside. It's a little bit thicker than the lounge pant material, and it's just so cozy. So we have the mock neck. I love the little seam detail down the front, very flattering. The slit goes up higher on the dress than it did with the skirt. The skirt was more like down here. Here it's more, you know, mid to almost upper thigh. Still, I don't feel like it's showing too much. And the overall length is a little bit shorter than the skirt in general as well, and hits me kind of right below my knees. The sleeves are long, they're a good length, but they're not too long for me. And I would say overall sizing is true to size, but if you're in between, I may size down. There's just a little bit of room for me kind of right above the butt, which is kind of a common area for me to get gaping on like one-piece swimsuits, general like one-piece items. So size down if in between. There's definitely a lot of stretch to go around if you do size down. But I kind of like that the small has just like a little extra fabric in places, not like skin tight, but there's a little bit of movement. Like I said, I did wear this one to dinner the other night, and it just feels, it's almost like a blanket. It's so soft. Then there are two different crops. I only got one of them. This is the luxe rib open back crop. There's also the luxe rib mock neck crop. So same material as the dress, but one of them has an open back, and then the other is just a full coverage back. But they do come in different color options, so just keep that in mind. So we have a mock neck, short sleeves, and it is cropped, and it pairs well with the skirt that we'll try on next. All right, here's the crop. True to size, a pretty good length on it as well. It's going a couple inches below the bust, and when you wear it with the skirt, you're just kind of showing like a little peekaboo of the fabric. We have the mock neck. The sleeves are kind of almost more of a cap sleeve, very short. I'd say this top fits me perfectly. I'd go true to size on the top. Still has a little bit of stretch to it as well, but there's no built-in bra or any sort of support in the top. So because it is a complete open back, we're totally seeing my bra back there. So personally, I'd probably go with a more full coverage option so that this isn't an issue. So yeah, if you are someone who can go braless, I think the open back is super cute. I love like the little peekaboo style detail, but for me, I just know it's something I won't wear as much because I just would see the bra too much. This is the luxe ribbed midi skirt. So if the dress isn't your thing, if you prefer to have two pieces, this one also has that double thickness fabric as a waistband. It has a little slit at the side as well, and it's a midi length. All right, here's the skirt. I love the material. It's so soft. It's got the perfect amount of stretch and still kind of remains a little bit flowy. I will say for the skirt, I feel like it could be a little bit more snug for me right at the top of this waist area. I guess it kind of depends how high you're wearing it, but I think it is meant to be worn as a high rise. So if you are in between sizes, I would choose your size down. The full length of this, it goes a little bit beyond my knee, maybe like upper calf for me as a tall girly. If you're a little shorter than me, probably around mid calf. We do have a little slit that goes kind of lower thigh for me. And yeah, I love the material. I think the length is good. I think I would probably reach for the dress just a little bit more just because it's already one piece. And I liked the colors that the dress came in. I feel like the skirt only came in this black and the ivory. Yeah, sizing definitely flexible. It's very stretchy. And the last piece, this is the cropped tee. Sometimes Petula names are just so like, it is what it is, you know? Like it's a cropped tee and it's called the cropped tee. I have quite a few little Petula crops in my collection and they are just the perfect thing to put on over your leggings if you don't really want to wear a sweatshirt or anything like that. Just like a little more coverage and a good amount of flow to it. But they also are usually longer crops as well, so you're still getting a good amount of coverage. I don't usually even show any skin when I'm wearing these. I got a size small. It's a cotton spandex rayon blend. I got the gray marl color. The Petula logo is on the right sleeve. Little slits kind of at the side here. And sometimes Petula makes their shirts like brushed. This one is not a brushed, it's just a lightweight, almost sleeker material. But it does have stretch to it. Okay, that is everything. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, give the video a thumbs up. I have a lot of exciting videos coming up. I just bought a new like hanging rack to organize all my future videos because we're trying to come back in 2024, you know? So exciting things are coming. If you have any questions about anything launching, just let me know in the comments down below. Again, the Paragon Prism collection is launching on February 6th, and the Petula Play and Rest collection is happening on Saturday, February 10th. Top picks for Paragon, definitely the Levitate Sculpt Seam Plus leggings, just so good. And Petula top picks, honestly, if I had to just choose one, those lounge pants, I could buy every color of those. They are so nice. I hope you guys all enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
You wanna play a game? You wanna play a game? You wanna play a game? I'm just saying you wanna play a game.
Active onesies, bodysuits, jumpsuits, whatever you want to call them. Actually, leave a comment down below what you like to call them because I still go back and forth. Anyways, they have become a huge trend lately. Definitely starting last year, we started seeing a lot more active bodysuits pop up. And at first, they were just kind of like one piece, all black. Didn't really have sports bras in them, not the most functional, kind of how active dresses started out. But recently, there have been a lot of super cute active onesies coming out that have really cute designs, are actually really functional. We have shorts versions, pants versions, flare versions. So I thought I would do a video where we would just try out all of them and see which ones are really worth it. We have affordable and more luxury splurgy options. And I asked you guys on Instagram what your favorites were and we got a lot of suggestions. These active jumpsuits can be worn to the gym, for lifestyle, dressed up or down. Personally, I'm still kind of dipping my toes in the whole active onesie trend. There are some where I would love to wear them to the gym, but I just like don't know if I'm quite there yet. Although I have seen girls absolutely rocking a onesie in the gym and they look super cute. I haven't personally gotten there yet. So let me know what you guys think if you are on board with this trend. There are definitely some pros of having your outfit all in one piece. You don't have to think about what matches, you just have a whole set ready to go, very easy to get ready. But there are also definitely some cons. One being if you are a different size on the top and bottom, you know, you're a little bit stuck. Luckily I wear a small on the top and the bottom, so it's kind of easy for me, but I will try to give my sizing recommendations in the review if I feel like you should go with your top or bottom size, or if you should size up or down, if in between, that kind of thing. And then there's also the bathroom problem. With active dresses, we found that some brands were actually fixing the bathroom issue by making the shorts like kind of semi-detachable in the back, so you could kind of slide them down to go to the bathroom. But with an active onesie, you're kind of stuck with taking it all the way off to go to the bathroom. So my small bladder, lots of water drinkers like me, these may not be the best for long all-day wear if you're gonna be around a lot of public bathrooms. All right, without further ado, let's start trying them out. So we are starting with the onesie that kind of inspired this video. This is the Buff Bunny corset bodysuit. So this launched in their recent collection, but I did not receive it in time to include in my review. So it's made of a sleek performance material and it is a full-length bodysuit. It does have a bust area with removable cups, but if we can see from the back, there's no actual under bust elastic or separate shelf. It's just the cup pads and the bust space. So support may be semi-minimal. It's a light lightweight, sleek performance material with a lot of stretch, and the corset detail just sets this apart from so many bodysuits. So first of all, we have this kind of contoured under bust detail to give the bust a little shape, and then this whole waist section is actually made of a bonded fabric, which means there are 2 layers of fabric that are basically glued together. I will say this is just in the waist area, so you're not actually quite getting lower tummy control, which is a bummer, but your whole waist is just kind of snatched in. Some more details of this bodysuit is we have these kind of thicker adjustable straps, and there's also an adjustable strap straight across the back, so you can kind of adjust the bust area. If you're a little bit wider in the rib cage, a little bit smaller, you have that flexibility. You also have a super open back, and the back rise seam is a shortened seam, so you can pull it up the cheeks for a little, you know, 2 cheek moment. You don't have to, but you definitely can. So let's try this on. So this is the Buff Bunny corset bodysuit. I love the fabric. It's lightweight, it's performance, but it's still very stretchy. I'm wearing a size small, which is my normal top and bottom size, and if you are new to the channel, I am a tall girly with a long torso. Onesies, active dresses, bodysuits in general, things like that tend to be a little bit of a struggle for me. So we will be rating everything on if it's long torso friendly, as well as compression, top coverage, booty scale, basically the works. This is like a full outfit in one, so there's a lot of metrics that we gotta go over. Anyways, starting out with some of the details. So we have that little underlying bust seam there for a little bit of contouring, a little bit of shape. Then we have the bonded waist section. And I will say I don't carry a lot of weight in my waist. Feel a ton of compression from this. It's actually not the most snug part on me. I'm definitely feeling more snugness in the straps, in the glute area, although it's still very stretchy. So if you do carry more weight in your waist, you will feel more compression here, but that's just not something I'm really getting. And I have heard from other girls who've tried this, if you do carry weight in the lower tummy, this does go like a good 2-3 inches below the belly button, but it's not going fully in this area, so you're not going to get really lower tummy control out of this corset detail. I will say this is one of the most unique bodysuits that I've tried. Super cute and surprisingly easy to get on because the back is so open, but let's talk some metrics. First of all, top coverage, really light to medium, and same with support. While I do still feel like I can wear this as a long torso, I think it's much better suited for people who are like 5'7" and below, or at least just don't have quite as long of a torso that I have, because you can definitely see I am being pulled down a little bit here, where it would be nice if the straps do more lifting instead of everything kind of being pulled down. I think I would have better coverage, better support. So in terms of long torso friendly, I would say like I can make it work. Like it's doable, but not great. Same with larger busts. I'm not saying I have the largest bust in the world, but I do like to have a little bit of coverage. And the bust space could be a little bit more, so definitely more aimed towards like medium bust sizes. Anyways, there's no front seam, so camel's not an issue. We have the kind of slightly thicker adjustable straps, and then we also have that adjustable strap across the back. So I would go with your bottom size because you really have quite a bit of adjustability in the band here. You can see we have this very deep scooping back detail, the little Buff Bunny silicone logo here, and the shorter back rise seam. This actually makes it more helpful to long torsos because you can kind of collect more fabric and kind of pull it up the glutes. You have that 2 cheek separation detail, but it also brings more fabric up the torso. If we had to rate the booty scale, it would definitely be a high. This is very flattering. I'd say this is one of the most like va-va-voom bodysuits, if you know what I mean. Again, this is only the first one I've tried on in the video. So we have a ways to go. And let's take a look at the length. So this bodysuit is a 26-inch inseam, which is actually a pretty decent length for me. This fabric has a lot of stretch, and everyone always wants to know if the underwear or anything is going to show, given that this is such a low bodysuit. But even though it is a low bodysuit, because of that back rise seam kind of bringing this fabric in, I actually don't really get any gaping along here. So personally, I would say that this is safe for movement, safe to wear around the gym. And yeah, overall this fabric is really like a light to medium compression. Definitely have more compressive areas like the waist. I also will say I expected this bodysuit to be more. It's only like $74 or $76, something like that, which is only a little bit more expensive than a Buff Bunny legging. The fact that it's like a whole outfit for the same price of the leggings is actually really not bad. Like in terms of the higher end brands today, this is definitely the cheaper one. This is definitely the cheapest. So let me know what you guys think. I think it's a look. All right, and when thinking of affordable bodysuits, the first thing that came to mind is the Arola Power Romper. So Arola is an Amazon brand that I have reviewed on the channel a few times. They make pretty good quality seamless scrunch leggings, and they're definitely on the affordable side. So this is the Power Romper. It's made of a kind of ribbed seamless. It does have removable cups, but we can also see from the back, there's no actual shelf liner. It's a deal breaker unless I can get enough support where I'm still lifted, because my girls, they just need a little bit of support. This one is $30, so it's really not bad for a full outfit. I love the racer back of this one. We can see an up close of the fabric. It is kind of a thicker seamless material, has that ribbed detail along the waist compression. This is a shorts bodysuit, so let me just measure the inseam. All right, we have a 5-inch inseam, and we actually have a little scrunch up the back as well. So let's try it on. Although I do feel like I'm in a wrestling singlet with this one, I'm actually kind of liking it. So first of all, love the material. Got a nice structure to it. It's a nice more like structured seamless, but it still has a lot of stretch to it. So it's just kind of holding you in all the right places. I will say, I'm not feeling any discomfort in the torso length for this one. So long torso friendly. The bust coverage is actually really good too. I would give this like a medium to full coverage on the top. There's maybe like the tiniest bit of side boob coverage, but overall, we're covered. Unfortunately, there's no underbust elastic or any true bra. So if you're looking for a lot of support, this doesn't necessarily have that, but the coverage is good. The support isn't too bad. I am slightly compressed there, but I would still only give it like light to medium. We do have different levels of ribbing across the body here. There's a couple little rib details in the bust, a section of more compressive ribbing across the waist to kind of snatch the waist a little bit, and then it's a little more stretchy at the bottom here. I definitely feel like I'm getting some crotch gathering with this one. It's kind of typical for seamless, but I feel like it is almost more prominent because this is a bodysuit. So anyways, loving the front, and I would say true to size as well. And then we have the back, and this is where I feel like it kind of gets wrestling singlet-y. Something about this, you know, never been a wrestler, never been to a wrestling match, but does this not kind of look like a singlet? Anyways, we do have the scrunch. I will say, because this fabric is a little bit more dense than something like a normal Arola seamless, like they have that thin stretchy seamless, you're not getting as much scrunch action, but I do still think it is flattering in the back. But you're definitely not going to show anything. I'm also getting no gaping back here. Not the most thick thigh friendly though. I will say everything else fits perfectly, but you can definitely see it's kind of sausaging my thighs under the glutes there. Just a little bit too compressive in that area. Whenever you have a scrunch, you lose a good amount of length of the inseam. So while these are a 5-inch inseam, they're fitting more like a 3-inch. So definitely a little bit short for me. Probably will roll. But overall, this is super comfortable. For the price, I think it's great. Maybe another color would look less like varsity because I just feel like this is so like college blue. But yeah, I think I'm happy with this one. One of the most highly requested bodysuits is from the brand Bombshell. A lot of you guys were saying that this one is like exactly like the Buff Bunny one, and I would really disagree. The only thing that's similar is like the little underbust contour. The rest of it is very different. I got the shorts version, and Bombshell can definitely be on the pricey side. This was $105. I got a size small. I have worn Bombshell in the past. I find them pretty true to size. We do have that bust area with removable cups, that little contoured underbust detail. There is a little peekaboo as well. Similar to the rest of the bodysuit so far, there is no actual internal bra, just the cup pads. Very open back on this one, and there is actually a little scrunch detail at the bottom. It's not a hidden scrunch, it's definitely more of a regular scrunch. 2 sets of adjustable straps up here. I love when they make straps adjustable, and this one is also 5 inches, and I love the fabric they used. This is a marled, very soft and stretchy, kind of similar to like a Petula Bear style fabric, which is always just like so hugging and comfortable, so I'm excited for this one. Okay, Bombshell, this is working really well for me. It's comfortable. I'm not feeling any torso issues. Like the coverage is better than what I expected. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised because Bombshell has always been like one of those brands who would just like slay a bodysuit, you know, but I'm a big fan of this. So the top coverage is actually much better than what I expected. As you can see, unlike the corset bodysuit, I just like don't feel pulled down as much. Like I'm still lifted, and I don't know if this is like a shorts versus a leggings issue. I guess we'll kind of see as we try more of the legging bodysuits, but it really shouldn't be because it's really just like the torso length. So anyway, I would say this is definitely long torso friendly. The coverage on the top, solid medium, maybe medium to high. Although this does not have a built-in elastic, the support is actually still still pretty good. We do have this little keyhole cutout detail that I didn't know would be there. So the straps are adjustable. We have this very open back design. It's also dipped down at the bottom, but you can see it is just very hugging against my skin, so we're not going to get any gaping issues. Another thing that I like about this bodysuit is the back open detail almost kind of extends to the front of your body. Glance, it kind of is like a slimming, almost like hourglass shaping effect without actually having like extra compression. It's a 5-inch inseam. It could be a little longer for me, but besides the fact that they could be a little bit longer to prevent rolling, I do think they are thick thigh friendly. This fabric is super soft. You guys know I love fabrics like this kind of marled, soft, you know, patchouli bear, beyond yoga space time. That kind of fabric, very soft. Overall compression, I would say light to medium. The only thing that I would change is, first of all, we do have this scrunch in the back, which makes it flattering on the glutes, but I don't like being able to see like too much of the scrunch detail. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic. You really can't see it that much. I don't really wear like true scrunch leggings anymore. I either do like a hidden elastic scrunch that has that stretch to it, or I do like a seamless scrunch. And what I don't like about traditional scrunches, like this bombshell one, is it can create a little crotch tightness. So I definitely still feel it wanting to kind of cause some camel, even though there's no front seam. But other than that, very minor. I would say this one is actually super comfy. I took a little filming break for a second, just sitting, and no discomfort in this, which is kind of unusual for a bodysuit. I would also say that it's large bust friendly just because the coverage is really good. But yeah, bombshell, it's a little pricey, but I think they did a good job. This one would be a really good gym bodysuit too, because it's really staying put. All right, I think it's time for the first flare jumpsuit. This is the Offline by Aerie Real Me Extra Flare jumpsuit. I got a size small tall. This does come in multiple lengths. I believe the first one that we are reviewing so far, that does come in multiple lengths, and it was $61.60. I definitely would say pricey, but for a one-piece jumpsuit, really not too bad. So the Aerie Real Me fabric is a lightweight, kind of sleek performance, and it's definitely on the thinner side. And as we can see here, they are flared at the bottom. So I'm excited for this one because I definitely feel like this one has a lot of good components. First of all, size range is great. 3 different heights that you can get. We have adjustable straps, just kind of a plain kind of cami appearance in the front. Unfortunately, there is a front rise seam in this one, which we have not had yet today. But the Aerie front seams, especially in the Real Me fabric, as we can see here, the front seam is very thin and also tends to be pretty forgiving. Shouldn't be a huge camel issue. We do have adjustable straps. There is also a built-in shelf liner, so a full bra on the inside, which is just a good thing to have because you can't really hide a bra under these spaghetti straps if you are someone who needs that support. And then it seems to have a good amount of flare at the bottom. I think I have tried Aerie Real Me flares in the past, and if I remember right, they were okay on my larger calves. Some flare leggings, they kind of cling to the calves, so I remember these being good. Let's try it on. Okay, first tall jumpsuit is a success. So this one is absolutely long torso friendly. I'm not feeling any resistance in the torso. Loving the built-in bra. Top coverage overall like about a medium. The support is still light to medium, even though it does have that built-in bra. They are spaghetti straps. The straps are adjustable too, which is helpful. And we'll just talk up close for a second, but here we can see the top. We do have a seam that kind of separates the waist here, and then a front seam, but as you can see, it's not causing me any problems. The seam really doesn't have a whole lot of tightness. It's pretty forgiving, so camel shouldn't really be a problem. Doesn't have a whole lot of compression to it. I definitely would size down if in between. Do have just like a teeny bit of extra fabric in the back here. It's not like totally snug against every part of my torso. As we are rating the booty scales, I would say it's not great, more like medium. Like it's not squishing me down, it's not really like helping. This one definitely feels more like a lifestyle bodysuit to me. I wouldn't really be wearing this to the gym, but for lifestyle, I think it's perfect. The Real Me fabric is also decently pet resistant as well. Since it's kind of sleek performance, pet fur doesn't really stick to it. The inseam is nice and long on these. I need to measure it, but I want to say it's over 34 inches, which is pretty long. So tall girlies, rejoice. I will say for me, the flare is a little bit low, and this happens with some flare leggings, but with the way that this flare is, it's kind of flaring below my calves. So it's giving me a little bit of Clydesdale horse vibes, where normally I'd like it to flare kind of mid-calf. If you have thinner calves, you may like this style, but if you have slightly thicker calves like me, I feel like it can kind of look a little bit funny. It's not the biggest deal when it's in black, but definitely not my favorite style of flare. Squatting definitely shouldn't be an issue with this because it's fully covered in the back. Large bust friendly as well in terms of the coverage. It shouldn't be a problem. Just not super supportive, but I definitely think the flare jumpsuit is definitely a cute little outfit. Next, we have the Vitality Cloud 2 jumpsuit. And if you are a long time follower of this channel, you may be surprised. This is my first time reviewing reviewing this brand since they rebranded. If you guys don't know, Vitality used to be Balance Athletica. I had a little bit of a history with them, but you know what? It has been so many years and I did not expect to be reviewing this, but when I asked you guys which jumpsuits to review, this was like the #1 jumpsuit, so I just couldn't ignore it. So I don't want anyone to say that I'm like promoting them or I'm like changing anything. Like, this doesn't mean I'm going to be reviewing this brand a lot in the future, but you guys wanted me to review this jumpsuit and who am I to deny? So I got a size small. I paid $108, and then as I was doing my pre-review notes that I always do, I noticed that this is now on the website for $124, but I didn't buy it on sale. I found it a little strange that they were raising the prices of things that were already on the website, but yes, prices went up. I paid $108. Now it's $124. So this is their cloud fabric. This is my first time. I have to say, I thought it would be a little bit more brushed. It's definitely soft, but it's not like in your face, super, super brushed. So here is the fabric close up. I did get a size small in this one. So it has this cute V-neck. I really like the seams that go down here. Has a nice seam to kind of break up and define the waist as well. No front seam, love to see it. I don't think they had multiple lengths. This will probably be around a 25, 26 inch inseam. So there is an elastic under the bust area with removable cups. The bra is not like a separate area. The elastic is just sewn down. Still support, but I don't feel like this is quite as supportive as if the shelf liner were entirely its own separate thing. We have some pretty defined curved glute seams in the back. This one definitely has more back coverage than like the Bombshell or the Buff Bunny. Let's try it on. Okay, I have to say, putting this fabric on, I'm really liking the fabric. At first I was a little bit hesitant because I thought I wanted it to be more brushed, but it still has that soft feel while being like super, super stretchy. So this is definitely one of those like endless stretch type of fabrics. We have a pinto appearance. Yes, we do. Fun fact about Pinto is he loves my little pink couch and he loves my pink flower cat tree. Okay, the fabric is not entirely pet fur resistant, but no brush fabric ever is. This fabric is kind of like if Buff Bunny butter fabric and Alphalete Aura fabric had a baby, it would be this. Like, it has more stretch than Buff Bunny butter fabric, but a little less brushness to it. Liking the endless amount of stretch. This is definitely a lighter compression fabric, so you're not going to get a whole lot of hold, but you are getting that naked feel. So overall, let's start out with the long torso friendly. I would say because of the stretch of the fabric, it is long torso friendly to an extent, but I do have an issue with the under bust elastic that is not separate. Because it's not separate, you don't really get to situate it under your own bust. It just kind of falls wherever it wants to fall with the onesie. And this is an issue I always have with this style of thing, which is why I like the separate elastic liner. But if we look closely here, the end of my bust is right here, but the elastic is right here. So it sits a little bit below, which doesn't give me as much of the lift that I want. And this could be a long torso problem, which I think it may be that, but I feel like it would be completely long torso friendly if that elastic was just a separate thing and not built in. Sometimes I know with the designs, like all you can do is have it built in, so I get it. I just, you know, I'm letting you guys know. So the V-neck is nice. I would say overall large bust friendly. The support is also about a medium. We got these nice thick straps. We have this kind of waist defining seam and these little bust seams here. No front seam, and because the fabric is so stretchy, no gathering in the crotch. And the back is definitely a more full coverage option. We have a scoop in the back. We do have those curved seams here, and they're curved, but because this is a bodysuit and this hits kind of mid-waist, they're not really super glute defining. I feel like if they were more like above the glutes there, but then we would kind of lose that waist definition. So hope you know what I mean. Still flattering on the glutes, but the seams are so high that it's almost like gives you like long butt in a way, but not squishing the glutes down at all. So definitely still medium to high on the booty scale. All right, and here is the full length. I have not measured the inseam yet. They didn't have an inseam listed on the website, but it's kind of looking like a 26-inch inseam. And squatting should not be an issue because it's not a low back. But yeah, I would say overall they did a great job on this bodysuit. I love the fabric. I love the fit. Really, the only thing is that bust seam for me. It's kind of giving me the same like negative lift that I was getting from the Buff Bunny corset bodysuit, where I just want to like pull it up all the time because the elastic's not quite where it should be. But if you're not a long torso like me, I think this one's really nice. And last thing, with the stretch of the bottom of these, I would go with your top size because this elastic band is definitely going to be the limiting feature. So if you have a different size top and bottom, I would go with the size of your top. All right, let's do another affordable option. This is the Old Navy Cloud Plus Seamless 7/8 bodysuit. This one also comes in 3 different lengths. I got the size small tall, but it also comes in petite and regular. And the size range is extra small to 4X. I paid $26 for this, which actually might be the cheapest one. Guys, Old Navy, constantly on sale. To the point where it's one of those brands that's like, do you even sell things at full price? If they do, you definitely shouldn't buy it for full price. Anyways, I've had kind of mixed thoughts on Old Navy activewear. They're very affordable, but I just haven't loved what they've had in the past. I just felt like some of the fabrics are not that great. This does feel like a nice fabric. It is kind of that marl, similar to the Bombshell, but not quite as soft. Here is the up close. Got nice and stretchy. We do have adjustable straps. The straps crisscross in the back. There is a built-in shelf liner, but there are no cup pads. So again, it's like they either have pads or a liner. We do have a front seam on this one, unfortunately, but maybe it'll be okay since it is a tall length. And yeah, this one's definitely on the plain side. Let's try it on. I want to love Old Navy. I love the prices. I love the sizing. I love the variety of heights that they offer, but their fabrics are just not good. Like, this feels like, you know, 2012 itchy Target leggings, unfortunately. Like I said with my last Old Navy review, I just couldn't really find a fabric that I liked. Everything about this bodysuit is great except for the fabric. Long torso friendly, check. It comes in a tall length, the torso is long. We have a front seam, but really not causing any problems because the torso is so long. I like that we have a little waist defining seam. I always find that nice. We do have that separate shelf liner. The only thing is that it really could have cup pads here. I feel like whenever we have a shelf like this with no cup pads, it just kind of flattens me right out. Something about my girls is they will conform to whatever shape you put them in. So if you want to squish them down, they squish. Anyways, I just like to have some cup pads for a little bit of shape and also some nippage protection. But overall, the top coverage is good. We'd give it a solid medium to high. Support is like a light to medium. I did adjust the straps, so that helped quite a bit. And I like that we have a little crisscross there. Not super flattering in the back. I think one of the biggest issues is it just doesn't really have enough stretch. So it doesn't really contour to the curves of your body. It just kind of pancakes them out. I feel like it's kind of squishing my thighs and kind of not a whole lot of stretch in the knees when I bend. So it wouldn't be a very good like active bodysuit. Definitely more for lounge leisure, which I think is what it's made for, but no one has ever complained about like a little bit of extra stretch, you know? Again, it's far from bad. Like, I would say there's a lot of good things about it. It's affordable, comes in multiple lengths. If you don't mind a little lack of stretch, then this is fine. I'm getting a pretty good amount of compression in the legs here, about a medium to high, just because of that tightness. And this is meant to be a 7/8, so it's a little bit ankle length, even though it is considered a tall height. And a little squat here, just feeling a lot of tightness in the glute area. So yeah, she's cute, just improvements could definitely be made to the fabric. And now for the most expensive jumpsuit of the video, we have the Lululemon Align bodysuit. This one is $148. It's made of their Nulu fabric. It came in 3 different lengths, which is a 6-inch, a 25-inch, and a 28-inch, and those are just referring to the inseams. I kind of wonder if the other brands that are having like a short, regular, tall are also taking into account torso height, because torso height is such a big thing with these bodysuits. Since Lulu is just listing them as a certain length inseam, I have a feeling that the torso lengths are not really going to be changed. So this is basically the shape of the Lululemon Align tank, that little V-neck, tank straps attached to what would be the Lululemon Align leggings. So we have that extended gusset. It's been a while since I've tried Lululemon Aligns. I do have a pair somewhere in my collection here. I actually recently reorganized all my leggings, so hopefully I can show you here. But everything is now rainbow. Every time I did an activewear organization video, it bothered a lot of you that I was not organizing by color, and I finally did it. So we'll see how long this stays, but I have a feeling this will be very helpful for color comparisons. Anyways, I heard that they changed the Align material, but it's definitely not quite as soft as what it used to be. It's feeling a little bit more sleek performance-y and not quite as brushed. Here's an up close of the fabric. You can just see not quite as brushed as it once was. We have a scoop neckline in the back, a seam up the back. There is a front seam as well. Unfortunately, Lulu is just die-hard front seam. When are they gonna get rid of the front seam? We've had no front seams, guys, for like 5 years now. Some brands, they just keep them. And I understand some people like front seams, but some people don't. You know, you'd think you'd have both. And I am pleased to announce that there is indeed a shelf bra. See how the shelf lining is completely separate from the body? I find this to be the most supportive with cup pads, so I love to see it. I feel like I'm kind of between a 4 and 6 in Lululemon. Honestly, numbered sizing just has never really made much sense to me. I just don't like it. I just like feel like it never quite fits, so we went with a 6 because the model was wearing a 6 and she looked like about the same size as me, if not even a little smaller, so we'll see. All right, I really feel like this one's the only one that really nailed the built-in bra. Like, I want it to be like what a built-in bra tank has, but in a bodysuit, and I don't know why Like, we didn't really get that for most of these, but this one has that separated elastic, so it's sitting nicely right under the bust. Could have a little bit more bust space, to be honest. I am spilling out of it a little bit. This is a size 6, which is kind of my normal top size. I know that Lululemon does make like A to C bras and then D plus bras. It's kind of hard to like find all those little things in a bodysuit while still having longer inseams and things like that. So I could definitely use a little bit more bust space. Maybe not the most large bust friendly. I also feel like this doesn't even have enough room for the cup pad. Like, this is the end of the elastic and the cup pad keeps like poking out of the top here. Yeah, so this is about how much space is in the actual bra. And the cup pad is way bigger than the space that's given, which just seems like a little bit weird. Like, I love this style of cup pad. The bust space isn't enough, so if you're going to have a smaller bust space, you need a smaller cup. But overall, I'm loving how it feels on the top. Have this little V neckline, again, very similar to the Lululemon Align tank. The straps are comfortable. We have that seam that kind of divides the front here. We do have a front seam. Very minimal issues with it, I would say, even though this one's not labeled as a tall torso length. I do feel like it is long torso friendly, so if you are taller, you'd probably already be going with the 28-inch inseam, but I definitely would recommend it for the height. Again, I can't say if the 25-inch inseam would be any smaller in the torso height. I didn't get that one. Anyways, we have some seam detailing along the side here. And then in the back, I kind of like that they raised the seams along the side. They kind of lowered them to kind of get rid of that like long butt appearance in the back. Still like medium on the booty scale, like nothing crazy, but I like that they kind of changed the seam height there. And I feel like sizing is a little tough on this one. This one's definitely more for my smaller cup size ladies because I feel like it's really snug along the band here, but then I have extra fabric in the back and it could definitely be smaller in the legs. Like, I feel like I could wear a 4 here, but the 6 is almost a little bit snug on the top. So if you have a smaller bust and larger hips, this is going to be a good bodysuit for you. I don't know if we already did top coverage, but if we didn't, I'd say like medium and then support like light to medium. The full length, these are 28 inches, so very full length for me, which is great. It's hard to find that. And the compression overall is very light. These are very lightweight and going to be no issues of squatting because you get really full back coverage. Another affordable Amazon option, this one is from the brand Oxjox. You guys know I reviewed quite a bit of Oxjox on this page. They are constantly coming out with affordable activewear. This is the Lexi short jumpsuit, and this one was $50. Is it affordable for a jumpsuit? Sure, but we definitely have more affordable options today. I also definitely feel like this one is kind of trying to be like the Vitality, like very similar colors and the little piping detail. So we have a little scooped neckline here. I do like the little contrasting details. I've been loving like a purple, you know, tonal moment. No front seam. The inseam is 6 inches, which is definitely my preferred length. We have some nice thick adjustable straps in the back. I just feel like that's going to be really nice for not cutting in. The back does dip down a little bit as well, and then we have some curved glute seams. And like we were discussing before, we have cup pads, but there's no elastic. Definitely would be nice to see that elastic in there, but let's try it on. All right, here is this one. And this one actually fits really well. I'd say in terms of the shorts bodysuits, this is the best length for me. We have a 6-inch inseam, pretty thick thigh friendly as well. The seam could be like a teeny bit snug, but I think because it is 6 inches, kind of goes below the bulk of the thighs, it's fitting pretty well. This fabric is very slightly brushed, but like almost feels like it wants to be a sleek performance material. It doesn't have the same amount of like contour stretch that some of the other bodysuits do, like the Vitality or the Bombshell. It's got a little bit more compression, I would say like a medium compression. The top coverage is actually really good, I would say medium to full, but we don't have that elastic at the bottom. I will say I'm not feeling dragged down in this one, so I would say long torso friendly, but still the support is still more of like a light to medium because we don't have that elastic really underneath there. I love how thick the adjustable straps are. I think so often we can do these little tiny straps like the Old Navy one we just tried, and those can so easily cut into your tops over time. When you have a nice thick strap like this, it just doesn't hurt as much over time. So I like that. I like how open the back is. It does have a pretty good scoop going on, but not to the point where you're ever going to worry about showing any underwear or anything like that. The seams again do kind of go up pretty high, so you're getting a little bit of a long, but overall I'm not feeling too much pancake butt, so I would say solid medium to high on the booty scale. I do think the price point on this one is a little bit high for an Amazon brand. I would like to see, you know, a maximum of like $40 and this is $50, but considering some of the other prices today, I really wouldn't say it's bad, and the quality actually feels really nice. And even though this is kind of a similar design, like in the back to the Arola one, it's feeling less singlet-y because, I don't know, the fabric just isn't screaming singlet to me. I like the little waist defining details here. The seam goes a little bit lower here as well, so it's not quite like the smallest point of your waist, but I feel like it breaks it up nicely. And even though squatting should not be an issue, little squat test. And the length on this one is also better for me just because 6-inch tends not to roll. And yeah, in sizing for this one, I would probably go with your short size just because you want to make sure it fits in the thighs. You won't really see a lot of restriction on the top because you have those adjustable straps and there's no elastic. And lastly, we are ending with another affordable jumpsuit. This is the OEAK flared jumpsuit from Amazon. It was $28.99 and I did get a size small. Unfortunately, the size range on this one is not great in terms of the length. This will likely be too short on me as a tall girly, but I still wanted to review it because most people are not as tall as me. And if you can get a cute little flared jumpsuit on Amazon, like why not, you know? Something I liked about this one as well is that there is no front seam. There's not a lot going on in the front of the bodysuit. There is a little seam that kind of comes around the side of the waist, maybe kind of give you a little bit of shape there. It is a little bit of a dipped back. It does have a full built-in bra with cut pads and a little shelf separation, so I love that. It's got some curved seams around the glutes here, and I will of course let you know what the inseam is. I will definitely put at the end of the screen if it did come in multiple, but I just thought this one looked so cute. Let's try it on. I have to say, this one was not recommended by anyone. I just like happened to come across it on Amazon. It's pretty nice. So first of all, I love the fabric. It's a sleek performance, but it actually feels pretty similar to the Buff Bunny Perform fabric. Maybe a little bit shinier, but a pretty good quality performance material from an affordable brand. Generally, performance materials that are more affordable are just a little bit shiny and cheap looking. I'm not getting that from this. Second of all, I'm loving like all the little details of this one. It's got like all these little contour details. They go down the side of the leg, kind of wrap around. Just add like a little something. In terms of the top, I'd say the coverage is, I wanted to say medium, but now I'm feeling low to medium, and support is also pretty low. I love that they included that little elastic under the bust. This one may not be the most long torso friendly, just because I do feel like it's wanting to sit a little bit low for me, and I'm kind of wanting to pull it up. Not the most long torso friendly, but if you have a larger bust and you are more regular to shorter torso length, it should be okay for you. Maybe not the best support, but the lift should be a little bit better than what I'm getting. But for me, it's still wearable. The fabric is definitely still stretchy enough. I'm also impressed that there are no seams in the front, just like very sleek, plain. I usually like a little waist seam, but you know, as long as I don't have a front seam, honestly, I'm good. Really no crotch tightness though, even though I'm feeling a little bit of lack of a long torso issue. Overall compression, I guess the theme of today is that none of these bodysuits really have any compression, which is honestly fine with me. None of them feel like frumpy light compression. This is just a more like stretchy, loungy vibe. And then we go to the back. We have this super open back. One of the most open backs we've had today. I think the Bombshell and the Buff Bunny with their open backs, something that helped is having those adjustable straps, and the straps are not adjustable here. I feel like if they were adjustable, I would have been able to get more lift. Again, it's sitting against my back nicely here, so I don't get any gaping, and honestly, it's kind of going up the glutes a little bit, like medium to high on the booty scale. I would say it's pretty flattering. So these are almost like borderline long enough for me. Like pop on a pair of shoes and they might be a little bit short, but overall, not too bad. I will list the inseam at the end of the screen, but honestly, I'm kind of happy with the length. Like it could be a lot worse. These are more of a boot cut flare, more of just like a regular straight wide leg. You can see these are flaring right at the knee. So generally, I like when they flare mid calf. So the airy ones flared a little bit too low. These are flaring a little bit too high. You can't win them all. So it just depends on your flare preferences. I definitely don't think this is bad. And I'm liking all the little seam details on the leg. So quick little squat test. Again, I think we're safe from showing any underwear here. And yeah, if you don't need a ton of top support, you don't have the longest torso, I would say this one's actually pretty good. All right guys, that's it for the review. Overall, I feel like every bodysuit, jumpsuit, onesie, whatever you call it, had its own pros and cons. I really didn't feel like there was like an overall winner. Like if I could combine like the bra features of the Lululemon with the fabric of the Bombshell, the design of the Buff Bunny, and the long torso elements and adjustable straps from like the Aerie, just like all these little pieces that I liked from each independent one. Let me know in the comments down below which one was your favorite, if I missed any bodysuits that I should be trying. I feel like I tried most of the ones you guys asked me to. And let me know which kind of roundup review you'd like me to do next. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we are doing a new Camo Fitness review. This is their Azure collection. Clearly focusing on lots of blue tones, but we have some exciting new fabrics, new styles, and just some things that I am excited about today. So I'm excited to share. This collection is launching on February 27th at 1 p.m. Central Time. And as always, you can use code Kathryn for a discount. The discount is only 5%, but Camo keeps all of their items super affordable. If you are unfamiliar with Camo Fitness and you haven't tried them out, they keep all of their bras and tops around $25, leggings like $32 to $35. So they're still very much in that affordable range, and they've really tried to not raise their prices over the years. But the quality is honestly indistinguishable from high-end brands. So they're always saving you money, but they're still giving us those cute fits. So I'm super excited for this launch because this blue is like one of my all-time favorite shades. I think it's just such a great color on so many skin tones. And then we also have navy, black, and then some grays in the sweats. So first things first, they are launching a new fabric. So Camo in the past has had the Serenity fabric of the Serenity leggings, which is a 75% nylon, 25% spandex, kind of medium compression, still soft and brushed, but it's not the most buttery soft fabric. It leans a little bit more towards the compression side, so very durable, but still super comfortable. And then recently they've been launching a lot in their Featherlight fabric. Featherlight is 69% nylon, 31% spandex. It has a thinner feel and lighter compression compared to the Serenity, and it's still very soft to the touch and kind of contours all the curves. This launch, they have now come out with the Allura fabric. So I would say the Allura fabric is closer to the Featherlight, except it's actually a little bit more brushed. Here we have an up close of the fabric. They're very similar in weight and compression as well as stretch, but the Allura fabric is a little bit more brushed. So I'm definitely seeing a trend going towards this type of fabric recently. It's similar to like a Buff Bunny butter fabric or Alphalete Aura fabric, but very soft, stretchy, and brushed. Also in their description of the fabric, they mention that it is extra sweat wicking. So let's start out with leggings. So we're going to start out with the Allura V-line leggings. This is in the Allura fabric. It has a double thickness waistband, slightly tapered at the top. The waistband does go down into a slight V in the front, no front seam, slightly extended gusset here. So compared to the Serenity and Featherlight, they just had a straight across waistband. This one has more of a dip down V. This legging does have a side seam, which the Featherlights did not have a seam down the side, so a little bit more of a seamless look. Then we have the camo silicone logo in the back in just a slightly darker blue. Then we have some nice tapered seams around the glutes here. And then they call this a discreet scrunch detail. So if I hold this up here, you see there is a little bit of scrunching going on in the back, but it's actually quite different from the Featherlight hidden scrunch. So this is the Allura V-seam legging. You can see there's just a little bit of scrunching of the fabric, and the actual seam itself just has a little bit of elasticity there. And the Featherlights actually have an elastic that goes up the back rise seam. And for me, the back rise elastic provides a little bit more glute separation and stays up better than something like this. This is going to be a little less invasive if you find that this hidden elastic up the back rise seam can kind of create a little too much tension in the crotch area. This one's going to be a little bit less intense, but it's also going to give you a little bit less of that scrunch appearance. So I wore the crossover waist ones to the gym today, and I didn't feel like they stayed up the glutes super well. I think part of that is due to them just running a little bit bigger than the Featherlights. The Featherlights run a little bit snug, but it's so stretchy that it just kind of hugs all the curves. I did feel like these ran a little bit bigger. So let's see if these feel the same. And I will put inseams on the screen at the end as always, but I believe these are 25-inch inseam and they only come in one length. All right, here are the V-line leggings. These ones are a high rise. They're going just a little bit above my belly button. Not cutting in at all in the top. We do have that slight dip down V, which I think helps a little bit with the lower tummy area. No front seam, and I'm not getting any gathering here. Super soft fabric. I'm really loving this fabric. fabric. You guys know I always love anything soft and stretchy. I think they did a great job with this one. We do have those side seams here, so this is less of a seamless look than the feather lights. And then we have the back. We do have that logo. We have the curved glute seams and the semi-hidden scrunch in the back. So I think I'm going to give these a medium to high on the booty scale because I still think the feather lights are a little bit better. So those would be a high, but I will say these already feel like they are just a little bit of a better fit and staying up a little bit better than the cross-waist leggings. The cross-waist leggings felt like they wanted to slide down a little bit, but this just feels like it's going to stay put better. Cellulite coverage will probably not be great in these. It'll be pretty similar to the feather lights, so I'd really stick to darker colors if you're looking for more coverage. Honestly, I don't know, maybe I'm selling myself on a high booty scale on these. I don't know, I still think there's better, so I like to reserve high on the booty scale for the highest of the high. So medium to high. Honestly, I do think these look a little bit awkwardly short on me. I would prefer a 26-inch inseam, or really, you know, even a little bit longer, but 26 is a good ankle length for me. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. I think this fabric is super nice and fit is really good on these ones too. Next, we have the Allura wrapped leggings. So this is the royal blue. The lighter color is baby blue. So this is still made of that super soft Allura fabric. We have a crossover waist, and it's a true layered crossover waist detail. This one also dips down into a V in the front. No front seam, slightly extended crotch gusset here. 25-inch inseam. This one also has a seam down the side. The seam down the side doesn't like bother me per se. I just feel like it looks a little bit more sleek without it. And then we have a very similar contoured glute seam in the back. We have the same style of hidden scrunch in the back as well. All right, here we have the cross-waist leggings. They are fitting a little bit better in the royal blue, but I just feel like this waistband in general just doesn't hold up as much as the other waistband. Also, this one I still would consider a high rise because the majority of the waistband is sitting right at or slightly above my natural waist, but keep in mind it does come down a little bit in the front to show the belly button with this little wrap waist. This also provides a little extra lower tummy control. It slightly dips down in the front and has extra thickness of fabric here. No front seam. We do have that seam up the side, and then we have the curved glute seams in the back and that scrunch. The scrunch, definitely, I just don't feel like it provides a ton of glute separation. Again, don't be expecting as much as the feather lights, but it still does provide a little bit. And then like I was saying before, the benefit of that is that you're not going to get any crotch tightness in the front because the scrunch just isn't super strong. So we're still gonna go with medium to high on the booty scale. Again, not the most cellulite coverage in this fabric, but the darker colors will definitely be better than the light blue. And then we have the full length view, still a little bit short for me, unfortunately, but I still find it doable. And then we forgot to mention this in the last one, but overall this fabric is a very low compression, but it still kind of hugs the curves. It still has some hold to it, but I still would classify it in the low, maybe low to medium compression range. The royal blue is more of a low to medium and the light blue is more low. In terms of sizing, I would still recommend sizing down if in between. And yeah, even wearing these, I just feel the urge to pull them up more than I did with the V-line leggings. And the last pair of leggings is the Allura V-line flare leggings. So it is the same exact top structure as the Allura V-line leggings. We have those contoured glute seams, the little hidden scrunch, that slight V in the front of the pant here, and then we have a flare. In the past, Camo's flares have kind of been a little more of a boot cut style. It's not a super fit and flare, and this is kind of looking pretty similar to that. And unfortunately, these only come in a 31-inch inseam. You can get away with one length of leggings for the most part. Like, it's okay if my leggings hit my ankles a little bit, you know, like it's okay, but I cannot wear floods. For me, I just feel like if you're going to keep coming out with flares, we have to do multiple lengths. So Camo, please come out with multiple lengths. We will buy them. We will buy them. It's just, I'm tired of not having enough lengths of my pants because I get these every time they launch them. And what do? Not wear them because I can't. It is truly unfortunate that they have not extended to multiple lengths yet. I know that they're a smaller business and they're keeping their prices affordable, but let me know in the comments down below. Would you buy multiple lengths? Or have you had to sit out of buying these flare pants because they don't have a length for you? Because I have. Anyways, we're gonna try these on just knowing that the length is not going to be perfect for me, but you guys are used to it at this point. All right, we have the flare leggings. Oh, Peach, this blue matches your eyes. Matches your eyes. miss. She's been loving going outside with me lately. I go outside and I just like watch her in the backyard. She's really good, but I stay out there the whole time with her and she just loves sitting in the sun, rolling around, just has the time of her life. Yeah. Alright, so we have the same structure as the V-waist leggings. So high rise, little dip down V in the front, no top band, no front seam. I love the structure of these leggings on the top, and then super flattering in the back with medium to high on the booty scale. That little subtle scrunch. I just feel like it does a better job on the V-waist leggings than the crossovers. And then the full length view. As expected, they are just too short for me, but we will just talk about everything else. So these are more of a boot cut flare. They do flare at the knee or slightly above, and then it's really not a super wide flare. So if you don't like a super big bell bottom look, these are not super wide. They will look a little bit wider if you're shorter. For me, they just don't look quite as pronounced because they're not long enough for me. So I think it's a nice flare. I generally prefer a slightly more dramatic flare that flares a little bit below the knee, but not clinging to the calves. So anyways, I appreciate that the camo flares never cling to the calves because that is a big pet peeve for me. We just need multiple lengths because I would love to wear these, but I just can't because this just looks too awkward for me. So anyways, if you happen to be of average height, these should work for you. They're a 31-inch inseam. And they are super cute, super soft as well. Overall, like the other leggings, they are a light compression in the sky blue color, super soft fabric. These Serenity leggings will also be coming out in both of the blue colors. And I'll put my little summary of the Serenity leggings on the screen, but we've reviewed them multiple times. They're a great basic legging. They do have those curved glute seams. The waistband is more of a straight across waistband. They are usually 25 inches. And these are great if you want a slightly thicker fabric and you're not interested in that scrunch. The back of these is still super flattering, but there's no hidden scrunch or any added details like that. All right, next let's get into bras. So my little information sheet, I think they made an error because they say the Sade sports bra has removable cups, but the image that they showed that looks like the Sade sports bra has a built-in bra. So we're just gonna say that this one is the Sade sports bra. And if it's not, then I did my best. So we have the Sade sports bra coming in light blue, dark blue, and black. This one is made of a 75% nylon, 25% spandex, so should be the same composition as the Serenity leggings, but the colors all still match really well and it's still very soft and brushed. So it doesn't really matter which fabric you go with for the top, they will still match both of the bottoms. So this sports bra has a slightly higher neckline. It's also a long line. There are no elastics in here. We just have the extended double thickness fabric at the bottom. We have tank style straps that goes straight up and down, and then the back also scoops a little bit. We have that logo detail at the bottom as well. And Camo has been doing this recently, but it has built-in sewn-in cup pads. So if you are tired of your removable cups getting all crinkled and having to adjust them, this bra, as well as some of the other tops today, actually has cup pads that are built in to the material here. So I think that's super exciting. We'll see if it provides a little bit of extra support. All right, here's this bra. And honestly, I knew it was going to be good, but I am pleasantly surprised with it. First of all, these sewn-in cup pads are doing a great job. They still are kind of just smoothing everything out, providing a little shape, but they're not sticking into me in any weird ways. The long line section is a little bit longer. I just feel like we always have this idea that just because we want more, you know, support for the girls means we want, like, you know, full coverage. And that's not always the case. Like, I can do a molded cup bra or a sewn-in cup bra that's going to give a little bit more support, but still not be like a high neck full coverage or super long line. But anyways, the long line section is quite long on this one. And then we have these straps that kind of come in and then out. I do feel like we get a little bit of a weird poking out right there. Just because the straps just sit a little bit weird in that area. That also may slightly be a sizing thing. It overall feels pretty true to size, but if you are in between, I would definitely choose a size down. Full coverage in the front, and I'm gonna go with a medium to high support. I am feeling pretty held in. And then the back has this really nice open scoop detail, super flattering. But because I feel like in the front the straps come in a little bit more, I don't see myself losing this strap at all. So I feel like this sports bra is unique. I like that they have a better coverage option just because recently they've been coming out with a lot of like super tiny bras that just don't have any support. So it's great to see some more supportive options. The next sports bra, if you are looking for a bra that does have removable cups, this is the Ava sports bra. This is also made of that Serenity fabric, the 75% nylon, 25% spandex. And this one is almost more like a crop. It has this scooped neckline. It has a little seam across the bottom, but there's actually no elastics at all in this one. Not even like a separate long line portion or anything. So this one's kind of like in between a bra and a crop in my opinion. The straps are tank straps that are sewn down into the back. I have to say I'm just not a huge fan of this style. This one looks a little bit outdated and I just feel like the straps don't go in super seamlessly. The coverage is pretty good though, and this one again does have removable cups. So we have the removable cups and there's a little seam to kind of keep them in place. And Camo actually has really good quality cup pads. Sometimes more affordable brands just really slack on the pads, but these ones have a nice tapered edge. They're not too thick, but they're thick enough that they don't get crinkled, and the size is really good as well. All right, here is this bra. And really this one is not bad, especially considering there's really no underbust elastic or support, but it's just not my favorite. We have this V neck, which is cute. I just think the logo here is just a little bit prominent and really should be on the back of the sports bra. It's just giving like Nike logo to me, and I just don't want that in the front of my bras. We have that little band along the bottom, and it's kind of semi-long line to the point where I'm still fully covered, not at risk for any under boob. In terms of coverage, honestly, medium to full coverage, it's pretty good. But the area where the cup pads is supposed to stop is like right here, and it should be a little bit lower for me and kind of act more as a tank, but because my bust just takes up more of this space, it just kind of turns into a sports bra. The support is really only light to medium, really could be better. I would assume it would be better for the amount of coverage that we have, but it just isn't quite compressive enough. That's another thing. I do feel like it runs a little bit big, so if you're in between, size down. And then we have the straps in the back. Pretty full coverage in the back as well, just kind of cuts around to the shoulder blades there, and very simple in the back. No logos. So I'd say this is the kind of intermediate option where we still have the cup pads, still have a little support, but it's not as high impact as the Sage bra with the molded cup pads. And the last bra is the Cleo Allura bra. So we kind of went from highest support with the Sage bra, medium with the Ava, and then lowest with the Cleo Allura bra. So the Cleo bra has been launched before, and I'm wearing the new blue one right here. And the style is slightly different. I will do a side-by-side so we can kind of see. I think the main difference is going to just be, I feel like the coverage is a little bit better, but it's a super simple bra. There is no cup padding, and it doesn't even have space for cup padding. Scoop neck. We have a little under bust kind of contour detail with a scoop back as well with the camo logo here. And yeah, this one's just a very minimalist bra. In the past, this was not my favorite bra because I just felt like I was kind of falling out every which way. Wearing it right now, I definitely still feel like it's not the most large cup size friendly bra, but it does feel a little bit better. Okay, so we do have a slightly better fit than the past Cleo bra and a little bit more coverage. I still would say this is not going to be my best option for the larger cup sizes. I still definitely spill out of the top here, and it still runs a little bit small, but if I sized up, I would be falling out the bottom because of the lack of support. So I would say it's not the most large cup size friendly, runs a little bit small. We do have these thick tank straps, the scoop neckline, and the little contoured under bust detail. I feel like this can kind of tuck under if you do have a larger bust. The support is low. The coverage, I would say low to medium. It's got some good side boob coverage. We do have the scoop neck though and some possible under boob, so leaning low. And then the back just has a very seamless scoop in the back as well. So super cute bra. This is definitely something that I would recommend for these smaller cup size girlies, and also because it doesn't have any cups, so there is a risk of nippage. Not sponsored, but I did recently get these cakes that I heard a lot of you guys recommended, and they're just like these little reusable silicone cups. They just kind of stick to your skin, but they're not super sticky. They like stick with your body heat, and they do work really well with sweat. So I've kind of been wearing these in place of cup pads if I don't have any. Unfortunately, the regular size is a little bit small for me, and then the plus size is a little bit big, so we're kind of dealing with sizing, but I do like these for a bra like this. All right, next we're getting into tops. So there's quite a few tops in this collection. Some of them have built-in bras, some of them are just layering pieces. Let's start out with the Everly long sleeve crop top. This one is in the Allura fabric, and this one does not have any built-in bra. This is just a layering piece. We have a crew neck, the little logo at the top right here. I do feel like on the light blue, the logo stands out a little bit too much, especially when it's in the front. Like I believe it's the Ava sports bra, the logo's in the front, and it's just, I don't know, a little bit too branded for me. I prefer the logo to be in the back, kind of out of the way. This is a waist length top. I love that Camo does this length of top. It just kind of hits right about at your legging waistband. This one has a little scrunched up side detail, almost a little ruching, to draw a little bit of attention to the sides there. We do have long sleeves. There are no thumb holes, and then the back is simple. All right, here's the top. I love this one for layering. I did wear it to the gym today. It is pretty snug and compressive, so it actually adds a little bit of extra compression to whatever bra you're wearing underneath it. This is another waist length option. Goes almost to the belly button. Then we have those little ruching details on the side. Sleeve length it's just a little bit short. Very comparable length to the Lila long sleeve. Again, it's not short enough to bother me, but if you have really long arms, it may look a little bit awkward. Definitely snug overall. If you don't want this snug of a fit, I would size up. It's squeezing me pretty good. It's stretchy enough that it's not a problem, but if you don't want it to be quite so skin tight, definitely choose your size up. And then the back is just very plain, no details there. The logo again is in the front. I wish it was in the back, maybe in the bottom corner instead of, you know, front and center here. So yeah, I think this one's cute as a little layering piece. This one does not have a bra inside, but sometimes you just want to wear it as a piece over your sports bra to the gym as a kind of warm up. Next we have the Lila short sleeve top. This is also made of the Allura fabric. We also have that logo in the front again, but you can see on the navy it's not so obvious. The neckline on this one is kind of a rounded square, which is super cute. The back is pretty squared off as well. Again, another looks to be somewhat of a waist length tank. And then flipping it to the inside, we do have a built-in shelf liner with the sewn in cup instead of the removable ones, so it should be some decent support if you just don't want to be wearing an extra layer. All right, here's the short sleeve top. And with the non-wrapped leggings, these will kind of hit right at your legging waistband. So I love the length of this. It's a longer style crop, not showing a lot of skin, but also still not super long. So this is a good length for me. The inner bra here is great. It's nice and secure in the band, and then we have those sewn in cups. I love this neckline. It's this super pretty rounded square, and this is just the kind of neckline where they really thought about putting this built-in bra in, because if you try to hide any straps under this, any bra under this, it just would not hide well. But it also feels like it's staying on really well. That little scoop in the back, little short, almost cap sleeves here. And then I would say it's true to size. It's snug in the bust. This is an issue I've had with some camo tops, but they just tend to be a little bit loose for me at the very bottom of the waist. I do have a smaller waist, so sometimes that happens. I would generally say true to size. Stick with your sports bra size. If you're in between, I would probably size down. The band in the bust area doesn't feel super tight. If we want to do coverage, I would say medium. I'm not really getting any like cleavage here, but it is pretty scooped. And then actually the support is like light to medium as well. So I think this one's super cute and good for lifestyle. You could definitely wear it to the gym as well, but I think this would be more of a lifestyle piece for me. Next we have the Lila long sleeve top. So same as the short sleeve, except it just has long sleeves. One thing I will notice I did have quite a few little fuzzies on my package, so just be aware of that. All the fabric quality looks great, but there were quite a few little stray fuzzies. This one is more of a scooped neck in the back and does not have that same kind of dip down square in the back, but it does have the squared off neckline in the front, logo in the front left. This one is labeled as form-fitting and hip length, so maybe a little longer than the short sleeve. Just like the short sleeve top, we do have the built-in bra with the sewn in cup pads. All right, then we have the long sleeve top. And I'm feeling super awkward right now because they added thumb holes to this one, which I didn't notice, but the sleeves are too short to have thumb holes. Like this is where the sleeve is naturally, and it hits right at my wrist. So if you're going to add thumb holes to a top, the sleeves have to be longer so that it can cover your hands, because it's not just a sleeve length, it's like covering your hands too. Like the Serenity Nyla jacket, for example. Let's just compare those sleeve lengths actually. Yeah, okay. See, this is a problem. I have the shoulders lined up for the Lila long sleeve top, and then I have the Serenity Nyla jacket down there, and the sleeve is so much longer. Can we even see? And the sleeve ends here for the top, and way down here for the jacket. And the jacket is a comfortable sleeve length where you can use the hand pockets, you can use the thumb holes, but I just feel like they added the thumb hole here without really thinking to add the length of the sleeve. So that's kind of a bummer because I love to use a thumb hole, but just keep that in mind. It's almost like these are non-functional thumb holes. So overall, I'm just feeling a little bit less comfortable in this one. The neckline in this one is more of a wider scoop neck, and it just feels like awkward when I raise my arms. It really wants to pull the bra up. You can see that the seam here kind of flips under and it's almost wanting to expose part of the bra there, like the cup pads are kind of trying to poke up, which I did not have in the short sleeve top. So this just overall feels a little bit more uncomfortable. It's running a little bit smaller as well and just feeling a little bit tight in the armpit area. So this one is also a longer length. It covers over the legging waistband, so they call this hip length. I agree, hits right at the hips. It's not fully snug all the way to the bottom for me. It's more kind of skimming at the bottom. The bra area still fits well. I feel like the issue is here that this area is not quite long enough for me, so it's wanting to pull everything up. And we can see here the elastic that's supposed to go under the bust is kind of sitting on my bust instead. Normally I tighten straps a lot, so I just don't really feel like I have a really long décolleté, if you will. But yeah, I'm just not finding this one the most comfortable. Fabric is super nice though, very stretchy. Definitely runs a little bit small, so size up if you're in between. And then the back is full coverage. Next, we're moving on to jackets and loungewear, and they're bringing back one of my all-time favorites, the Serenity Nyla jacket. Guys, this jacket just has everything that I want in a jacket. So it is made of the Serenity fabric, but to be honest, the Serenity fabric just keeps getting better. They keep getting softer and softer, so this one is super soft. So this is a form-fitting active jacket that kind of goes right to your hips. It's not super long, but it's also not cropped. It has a full zip and a little mock neck. It does have 2 zip pockets in the front here, which I love. Some cute seam detailing down the side. And my favorite part is that the sleeves have thumb holes and also the fold over hand pockets to keep your hands warm, because I love wearing these on walks, but my hands are always cold. So you just kind of tuck your hands into the little hand pockets and you don't have to worry about putting your hands in your pockets. It's so convenient. And then the back has a little vented area as well. This jacket beats out a lot of high-end jackets that I have, and it still remains affordable. So this made it into my best activewear of 2023. I highly recommend this. All right, we have the Serenity Nyla jacket. I just want this in every color to ever exist. I love this jacket so much. So far, it's actually fitting a little bit better than the previous ones. I have a little bit of room in the sleeves here. The last version of the Serenity Nyla jacket was super tight, so I recommended sizing up if you want to layer like anything underneath. So far, this is good, but we'll see when we zip it up. But anyways, we have this little mock neck collar here. The sleeves are a great length. We do have thumb holes that fit comfortably. And then we have the hand pockets. So you just kind of tuck your little hands into that extra fold over fabric. Keeps your hands nice and warm and easy to bring them out as needed. That's just one of my favorite features in a jacket. And then we have the back with some seam detail, and then the little vented area. There's a little mesh on the inside of that. And then let's zip it up. Yeah, so definitely still a snug fit. So if you want to be layering anything underneath this, I would definitely size up, but it just feels more comfortable than the last one. Still snug in the bust area, but everything else feels pretty good. This is another hip length jacket. I don't know why I never thought to call it hip length before, but that's exactly what it is. Hip length jacket. We are not showing any skin, but it also still kind of like defines your waist without being too long. And we can zip it all the way up. We have that little mock neck collar. There's that little flap of fabric as well to kind of cover the zipper there. And then they have these hidden zippered pockets here that are mesh lined. So pretty spacious, good for keys and phones, things like that. And yeah, one last look at the back. I just love this jacket, and having this in the blue, I think the light blue top with the navy pants or reversing is just such a cute little combo. And this is definitely one of my top picks. They will also be launching the Serenity straight leg pants. I don't really have a lot of info about these. I know they're made of the Serenity fabric, and they look to have somewhat of an elastic waist and more of a flowy straight leg kind of lounge pant look, but I did not get these. I think they were slightly delayed. Hopefully I'll be getting them before the launch and can maybe do a Instagram story update or something like that. I was excited because these look cute and comfy, and I love a straight or wide leg, but honestly they probably won't be long enough for me anyway. They didn't list an inseam, but I know it's not going to be for me, so All right, let's get into some cozy tech. So we have the Cozy Tech hoodie. This one only comes in a small, medium, and a large, extra large, so it's pretty oversized. It's a cotton polyester viscose blend. The outside is a soft sweatshirt material, and the inside is this super plush fleece. So here's the outside, just a classic sweatshirt material, and the inside is this super plush fleece. I would say it's medium to thick weight, but it's not the thickest sweatshirt I've ever had. It's not like the Petula Sherpa hoodie that I have that's super, super thick, but it still has a nice weight to it and is pretty warm. It's a full zip with this little ring detail, 2 front pockets, drawstring, very large hood, and kind of a batwing shape to the arm. I got some questions to compare this to the Buff Bunny Cloud and the Petula Favorite hoodie. This is more plush than the Petula Favorite hoodie. That one is more of a lightweight kind of sweatshirt. And I would say that this is a similar thickness to the Buff Bunny Cloud, maybe a little bit more plush on the inside, but it does not have any stretch. So the Petula Favorite hoodie and Buff Bunny Cloud hoodie, or Cloud in general, those both have some elastane in them and they have some stretch. This is a cotton polyester viscose blend. There's no elastane. Teeny bit of give, but you're not getting any stretch in these. For me, if it's baggy enough, I don't really need the stretch, but if you prefer to have something with stretch, this is not the one I would go for. All right, Cozy Tech hoodie. This is the small medium. Keep in mind I am on the smaller end of this double size, so if you are more of a medium, it's going to fit not quite as oversized. So I wish they had a couple more size options here, but it is meant to kind of be an oversized cozy option. We also have that kind of batwing sleeve, so the shoulder is a little bit dropped, and then lots of room in the sleeves. This definitely reminds me of the Petula Cloud hoodie. If you've ever seen that one was even more oversized though, like definitely too much. We do have little drawstrings here for the hood. The front pockets are pretty spacious. They're also lined with that fleece, so super soft. We have the little ring zipper. The length of these is about hip length, so sits right on top of my hips. Covers up the joggers, but it's not super long over the butt, which is a preferred length for me. I just feel like when anything goes over my butt, I just lose my entire shape. Then we have quite a large hood in the back. Kind of keeps you nice and cozy there. And yeah, unzipped, we see all that cozy inside. I have loved lounging in these sets in the winter. They are nice and warm. As we transition to spring, maybe something a little bit more lightweight, but if you're still living in the cold weather right now, super cozy. Cozy Tech sweatpants are back. So same material as the Cozy Tech hoodie. We have this super stretchy elastic waistband. There's no drawstring in the waistband though, so be warned they are not adjustable. We have 2 front pockets here. Believe the inseam is decently long, and then we do have just classic jogger cuffs at the bottom. And last time I tried these on, I felt like they were a little bit too snug for me, but then if you sized up, there's no adjustability to the waistband, so we'll see how these are. All right, here are the joggers in a size small. I definitely will say that they're not crushing my waist, but they are snug on the waist, so if you are in between or just don't like a super tight waistband, I would definitely size up for these. I would say overall they have a good amount of room. They have some nice space in the front here, but still not saggy on the butt in the back, and it's not suffocating my legs. I do have a little bit of room in the legs. Because the waistband is a little tight, it makes them want to sit really high rise, and because of that I feel like the crotch can just feel a little bit tight. And not in like a legging tight, like super uncomfortable. It's not causing me any discomfort. It just is something that I notice just because I just don't feel that kind of pull in a sweatpant very often. I do really love this fabric even though there is no stretch. I just feel like it's super soft. It's got a nice cozy thickness to it. And then I actually totally forgot how tall girl friendly these are. I'll list the inseam at the end, but I think they're a 28-inch inseam. And they fit me all the way down to my ankles, which I think is great. If you're shorter, they may kind of bunch up around the ankles a little bit, but I still think that's cute. It kind of gives a little bit more of a baggy look. I do really like these sweatpants. I think having a drawstring would make them just a little bit better, but I think they did a great job with the fabrics. Then lastly, we have a new Cozy Tech item. This is the Cozy Tech crew neck. And looking at the size that I got, I don't have the full size range yet, but I will put it on the screen. I believe this will be coming in regular sizes, not just the small, medium, large, extra large that the Cozy Tech zip hoodie came in. But I did get this one in a small. So we have a classic crew neck, super soft fleece on the inside. The camo logo is embroidered into the fabric up here, which just feels really high quality. I love an embroidered logo. This does appear to be a full-length sweatshirt. It also looks like it's going to be a little bit less oversized than the zip up. So not a lot of other details. Let's try it on. All right, and here's the Cozy Tech crew neck. I think I prefer the zip. This one is less oversized and it's longer. So this one does go over my butt. We just talked about how I didn't really like that as much, just personally. If you like a longer sweatshirt, we have options now. It's got a slight oversized fit to it, but it's not too much, so I definitely think true to size is fine. If you do want it to be much more oversized, size up. The sleeves are not as baggy and loose as the zip up one, so keep that in mind. They're far from tight or anything, they just don't have that same kind of like cozy, almost blanket vibe. Crew neck here, we have the logo embroidered to the front there, and then the back is very plain. So I love that they now have a crew neck option. I still think the zip is my personal choice. This one also doesn't have any pocket, which I like to keep my hands kind of cozy, so I wish it did have a pocket there. All right guys, so that is it for the review. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I think for me, top choices, definitely the Allure V-waist leggings. I definitely think those are the best. The crosswaist just didn't really stay up the way I wanted it to. Also loved the short sleeve top. I think I'm gonna get a lot of wear out of that in the summer. The Serenity Nyla jacket is at the top of the list always. I think that is definitely the best piece launching. I love it so much. And honestly, none of the bras really were outstanding to me. They all had little things, like the Sade bra, wanted to love it, but that little poking out fabric area and the neckline's just a little bit off to me. And then the other ones weren't quite supportive enough. I love Camo's Rose sports bra. If you see that on the website, they do have some colors if it's still there. That one is a really nice, simple, basic bra that still has good support. And then the Cozy Tech always is super warm. It's kind of warming up here in Arizona, so I'm wearing less sweat sets. Overall, very happy with this collection, but I don't think it tops the Featherlight for me. I just still think the Featherlight leggings are a little bit more flattering. I loved how they stayed up. The fabric was just like hugging every curve. And I feel like these leggings weren't as good to me, but all personal preference. All right, let me know what you guys would like to see next in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
So yeah, there you go. Yes.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And you're gonna want to grab a little snack, a little drink, because we're gonna be here for a while. Today we are reviewing the Boyfriend collection from Buff Bunny, and I think this is the biggest Buff Bunny launch ever. My clothing rack is filled to the brim. I don't even want to know how long this is gonna take me to try everything on. So this collection features a lot of neutrals, kind of more cooler grayish undertone, muted colors. We got some browns, we got some muted pinks, a couple pops of maybe some blue, green, but really basic neutrals. We do have some returning items, as well as a new lounge collection, the Threads Lounge, and this is like a whole little mini capsule in and of itself. As if this video wasn't long enough, I'm probably going to regret doing this, and whenever there's a little mini capsule, generally I don't get very much time with the items, and I don't think they need like a full dedicated YouTube review. So we have two little mini capsules that have already launched that I figured we would just do a review so that they have a space on the channel so you guys can look back at them if you need to. I am wearing a piece from the Butter capsule. This is the Curve Sports Bra, which we have launched before, but we have some sizing. Anyways, this is going to be a long one. The Buff Bunny Boyfriend collection is launching on Saturday, March 2nd at 1 p.m. Central Time. As always, you can use code Kathryn at checkout. It gives you 10% off and also supports me if this review was helpful for you guys. And without further ado, let's get into it because we have a lot to cover. So before we get into the capsules, let's talk about the colors of the Boyfriend launch. You are like me, I love a neutral moment, but I'm craving some color, guys, just craving some color. So if you are a bright colors girly, this is not going to be your launch. Stay tuned for some color from Buff Bunny happening later in the year. But if you've been in your neutrals era, this collection is for you. So we have a bunch of new browns. and some old browns kind of mixed in there. We have Cold Brew, which is just a little bit more cool toned than the old Buff Bunny Journey Dark Brown. Still a great, almost black kind of shade. This is just a little bit softer. We also have Mocha Berry, which is one of my favorite colors. It's like a brownish pink. It goes really well with Berry Ice, which is like a muted baby pink. I do have Berry Ice here. I wish Berry Ice came in more things because I just didn't feel like it came in a lot of stuff. We have Chai Latte that I'm wearing here. We have Chamomile. The Dream Heather is back, so a lot of these colors come in the Dream Heather fabric as well. We have Bone, which is another off-white. We have Pistachio, which we have seen before, but just kind of a very pale pastel green. Moody Blue, which is a muted light blue. And those are kind of just the main colors, but there are more. Okay, now we are going to start off with the capsule collections before we jump into the launch. So the first one is the Butter Capsule. This little mini capsule launched a few weeks ago. There's still plenty of stock on the website. So as hinted at by the name, everything is in the butter fabric. The butter fabric from Buff Bunny is like an ultra thin, super soft, make it feel even a little bit thinner than the Nubri, which is the classic Buff Bunny fabric. I actually think they've been making some improvements to the butter fabric when I first tried it. In the curve leggings, I feel like they could have used a little bit more stretch, but in these new leggings, I did not notice any lack of stretch. So the curve bra is a returning bra. This is a super popular one, and I'm so glad they brought it back because I actually think this one is super cute. It's minimalist, it's very clean, but it still has enough room for the large cup size girlies. So I have this blue one in a small, and I have the Chai Latte in a medium, and I will do a side-by-side kind of showing those differences. A big difference for the new curve bra is that it no longer comes with cup pads. So there's still a space for cup pads. It's still in there. They just didn't come with cup pads anymore, which I just don't really get it. Like, even if you feel like it shouldn't be worn with cup pads, I just feel like I would have liked them to still be included because I think Buff Bunny has great cup pads. I have been wearing it without the padding. It's actually totally fine, but just so if you order it and suddenly there are no pads, don't be surprised. So we have this high neckline that's kind of scooped in shoulder detail. There is an under bust contour, and sometimes with these under bust contours, especially since there's no room for a real elastic under the bust, I find that there's not as much support or there's a risk of kind of falling out the bottom. That's not the case with the curve bra. This one's still very secure. And then we have this cute, delicate racer back. So I do have this in both a small and a medium because when I first got the small, it was a little bit snug. I still think if you have a larger cup size, I would consider sizing up. I think the medium's just a little bit more comfortable. I'm still supported. I'm just not quite as squeezed. So I definitely think this one runs a little bit small. The support on this one is still pretty good. It's still been a medium support. I have worn it to the gym multiple times. I don't notice any falling out. But the last thing I will say, and I will show a close-up, but I did wear a mesh top over this bra while I was on a walk. And I think the mesh kind of just rubbed against the fabric and I got a lot of pilling on the armpit area. So let me know if you guys have tried the butter fabric, if this is your experience, but that definitely was a concern for me. I definitely blame the mesh top. That does mean you have to be careful about what you're wearing with this fabric because I have not had that issue with my Nubri fabrics. So anyways, we have the curve bra. Next, we have the Bliss Butter leggings. So I actually got these in an extra small. Normally I get a small, but I was told by one of the other Buff Bunny athletes to size down. So I did, and I actually think this fits really well. So you have to be into the kind of Nike Pro waistband kind of aesthetic here. I loved these leggings. I loved how they fit, but I'm just not a huge fan of this waistband, especially paired with this bra. It just doesn't quite feel right. I feel like this is super feminine, girly, and then I always think of this type of waistband, this elastic, a little bit more athletic, you know, tomboy. So the two aesthetics don't quite match for me, if that makes sense. We will do a try on of these because they're new, but they are made of the butter fabric. Oh, guys, I have worn these quite a bit, but I am concerned by the pilling. Do we see the little pilling right there? So I just don't know about this fabric. I feel like Nubri, I just don't have this issue, so this is just a bummer. But anyways, we have no front seam, really no front details at all here. You really are not going to get any coverage of the lower tummy area. We have some cute seams that go down the side and kind of almost contour the curves. 26-inch inseam. Then we do have the silicone Buff Bunny logo in the back, as well as some contouring glute seams. And this one actually has a shorter back rise seam, so you can kind of pull it up the glutes and give a little two cheek moment. It's just a shortened back rise. There's no actual scrunch in there or anything. but let's try these on. All right, here are the leggings. This is the extra small, and I wouldn't suggest sizing down. I think you'd be okay with your true size, but just kind of depends whether you run a little bit smaller. I definitely lean a little bit more towards the smaller size of a size small when it comes to the waist. So I think the extra small works well for me. I don't get any waistband gaping, but it's also not so tight that it's really constricting me. So because there's really not much going on in the front, I definitely feel like this short waistband and nothing going on there can kind of highlight the lower tummy area. So keep that in mind if that's an area you don't want highlighted. We have these cute seams that go across the side here. It kind of gives some just a little added detail, a little bit of roundness to the glutes even. And then we have the back. We have that short rise seam. I have not yet pulled it up the glutes because sometimes I just like to show how that is done. That's kind of how I do it. I gather the fabric up, and then you can see that the seam sits between the glutes. We get a lot of glute separation. The seams sit right above the glutes on the hip bones. So these are honestly super flattering. Medium to high on the booty scale at least, maybe even a little bit higher. But yeah, super flattering. I think the addition of the logo there is super cute. And I just think these would be so much better without this waistband because like the glutes going on, so good. I love all these seam details, but I'm just not a big fan of the elastic. Not the most cellulite friendly in these, probably a little bit less than Newbury, so just keep that in mind. And then these are a 26-inch inseam. You do pull them up the glutes a little bit, so they're almost a little bit more like a 7/8 length for me. Still an okay length, they're not awkwardly short, but if you are a really tall girly, just keep in mind these may run a little bit shorter than a normal 26-inch inseam. Then to finish out the butter capsule, we have the Bliss Butter 6-inch shorts. You guys know I was excited to see a 6-inch short. So we have the elastic Buff Bunny waistband. It has Buff Bunny that is in the waistband here. The waistband itself actually has a little bit of a soft lining to it, so it's not rough against the skin. So here you can see the waistband, it has Buff Bunny on it, and then a kind of softer inner material there. It's like brushed on the inside. We do have those seams across the side of the leg to kind of round the glutes a little bit. Then the shorts do not have the same back detail that the leggings do. There are no contoured glute seams here. There's just a single back rise seam, and it's a longer back rise seam as well, so it does not give you the same glute separation as the leggings. Then of course I love a 6-inch short. All right guys, here are the shorts. So these are a high rise. They hit right about just above the belly button. And since the inside of the elastic is soft, it really doesn't cut into the skin or anything. But again, you definitely have to be into that look. I do feel like it definitely creates a kind of area that can definitely highlight the lower tummy just because you have this thin elastic and then nothing down here. And with the no front seam, it's all just very bare. 6-inch inseam is great. I think this fabric works really well for the shorts. It's nice and lightweight. This is a light compression. I sized down in the leggings, but I don't feel the need to size down in the shorts. I don't have any gaping of the waistband. I love the seam detail on the side. It kind of rounds out the hips a little bit, rounds out the glutes, and then in the back, we have a nice medium to high on the booty scale just because this fabric really doesn't squish down the glutes at all. Even though this one you don't see up in between the cheeks, I still think it's very flattering. These are definitely thick thigh friendly and cute shorts, but again, I would love them even more if they didn't have this waistband. If they just had like a classic waistband, I think that would be even better. The second of the capsule launches before we get into the main event. And this is also why I timestamp my videos, so that if you don't want to watch this whole thing, you don't have to because it's gonna be long. Anyways, we have the Boyfriend Cloud Hoodie and the Boyfriend Cloud Joggers. So this is an update to the Buff Bunny Cloud Lounge collection. The Buff Bunny Cloud has been super popular because this fabric is just amazing. There was so long where I was looking for a plush kind of cotton fleece feel to a lounge set, but that also had stretch, and this fabric is absolutely perfect. But I feel like they've gone through a couple renditions of the fit and everything, and we now have a slightly more oversized look. So this was part of the Buff Pups capsule. If you missed that, I will post some pictures of Peach and Pinto in their little Buff Pups cloud hoodies. They were meant for dogs, but Peach and Pinto, if there's something about them, they want to be included. So those also launched, which I think they're cute, but like, to be honest, Peach and Pinto didn't love them that much that they're gonna want to wear them every day. So maybe if you have a dog. Anyways, we have the Boyfriend Cloud Hoodie. I have a size small in this. The cloud fabric is super soft to the touch, but again, it has that stretch. We do have a oversized hood here. There are no drawstrings on the hood. There's a kangaroo pocket and little cuffs at the end of the sleeves. And then the bottom left sleeve has that Buff Bunny embroidered logo. One difference between this one and the last Buff Bunny Cloud Hoodie is that the logo is just a print text instead of a script. And the sizing has also definitely changed. We now have a much more oversized fit. Even compared to the first rendition of Cloud, the sweatshirt was pretty snug. Then they made it a little bit bigger, and this is even bigger. So I will do a side-by-side of this hoodie versus the last hoodie. If you liked the fit of the hoodie last time, I would recommend sizing down. Otherwise, I would stick true to size, but I love this hoodie. Got a little airport fit going. It was so cozy. And then we also have the Boyfriend Cloud Joggers. These now have an updated fit as well. So again, I will do a side-by-side of these versus the last Cloud collection, but I prefer the fit of these. So we have an elastic waistband with a drawstring on the inside, so you can kind of tuck it away. Let me know what you guys think, because I feel like I'm an inside drawstring hater sometimes, but I think maybe some people like it. We do have 2 pockets, and these are a 28-inch inseam, so my tall girlies. Honestly, pretty good length for us. We have a little elasticized cuff at the bottom, and these ones have still a good fit on the waist. Like, I still feel like the waist is true to size, but there's just a little more room in the thighs, in the calves, just so we have a slightly more baggy jogger. They're not like super baggy, but it's just right, because the last ones I do feel like kind of hugged my legs a little bit too much for a jogger. So I'm liking this kind of more oversized fit. Something that I did not notice before for the Boyfriend Cloud Joggers is the drawstring is actually not elasticated. The original Cloud Joggers, those drawstrings are stretchy. These ones are stiff, and I actually prefer the stiff drawstring. So overall, I'm much more of a fan of the new Boyfriend fit than the original fit. I just think it's more classic slouchy look, which is just more comfortable, and I always love this cold brew color. All right, we are finally moving on to the Boyfriend collection. So we are going to start out with leggings. The first pair of leggings launching is the Girlfriend leggings. So I decided to get these in the black mineral wash. You guys know, not normally big fan of black, but I wanted to try the mineral wash. So these are made of the Newbury fabric, and they have a faux wrap detail in the front. So they have this little stitching of fabric that kind of is supposed to look like a faux wrap, as opposed to a true cross waist where the fabric actually lays over each other. But because of this, they do actually have a top band in the front of the leggings. This top band does stop about halfway around, so on your side, and then the back of the leggings does not have any band at the top. That being said, I'm just not a huge fan of the faux wrap design of this. I prefer a real wrap, and I just don't like that it kind of cuts in a little bit in the front because it's almost like it has that top band. Anyways, we have those delicate Rosa style seams, a little dip down V in the front, no front seam, slightly extended gusset, 26-inch inseam, embroidered Buff Bunny logo on the back, and then just very slightly contoured glute seams in the back, nothing crazy, and just a normal back rise here. So here we can see that faux wrap style detail. I just am not a huge fan of it. I think it's pretty obvious that it is a faux wrap. It's not really giving what I wanted it to give. But then here are those seams in the back, and we can kind of see that black mineral wash. All right, the Girlfriend leggings. So these are in the Newbury fabric. We have a little dip down waistband there for a little extra lower tummy control. And then we have that faux wrap detail. I just don't really feel like it's giving faux wrap. It's almost just like a little X. And it definitely cuts in a little bit in the front here. So if you're not a fan of top bands, I would stay away from this one. This one's a high rise, hits right just about, you're seeing a little bit more belly button, but the sides are all at the natural waist. The general compression on these, I would say medium, maybe slightly more medium to high because of the pattern. Patterns tend to be a little bit more compressive than solids, so if you've got these bottoms in the chai latte, they'd probably be more medium. This one's more medium to high. Then we go to the back, and we do have the curved glute seams. I was gonna give this one a medium on the booty scale, but I think that might be too harsh. I think these still deserve medium to high. The seams go above the glutes. They're not squishing me down. You're gonna get good cellulite coverage on these because of the pattern and a little bit of extra thickness. Newbury compared to butter. Full length view of these, they're 26-inch inseam, so kind of an ankle length. And yeah, I think these these are cute overall. I'm just not a big fan of the front detail. It's just not for me. But if you like a little bit of extra hold in the front, I do feel like these are kind of giving that. And I do think that they've looked very flattering on people. They're just not for me. I just prefer like a real wrap waistband. Second pair of leggings is the Legacy leggings. These are coming back only in the Mocha Berry color, which is one of my favorite colors of the launch. I wish I got more in the Mocha Berry, but you know, with Buff Bunny, their launches are so big that not everything can come in every color, to my dismay. The Legacy leggings have an ultra high rise, so they go above the belly button. They have no top band, no front seam. The waistband does go kind of straight across in the front. There is a nice little seam detail down the side that just draws a little bit of attention to the outer leg. And then we have that triple butterfly seam detail in the back that just provides the perfect amount of glute contouring while still giving a little bit of detail. Just being overall super flattering. These are made of the Nubri fabric. I have so many pairs of Legacy leggings. I love them. They are just a classic workout to lifestyle legging. They're about a light to medium compression, 26-inch inseam, and just a classic Buff Bunny item. Another new item, we have the Rosa bootcut leggings. So you guys know I love my Buff Bunny Foxy flares. So the Foxy flares are basically the Legacy leggings turned flares. And these are basically the Rosa leggings turned boot cut. So a boot cut is slightly less dramatic than a flare, but still kind of a straight leg. So these come in black chai latte and black pinstripe. Kind of regretting not getting the pinstripe. I think that would have been super cute. But I also feel like I probably will just wear the regular black the most, so we went with that. Since these are basically the Rosa leggings in flared form, we have an ultra high rise above the belly button, no front seam, no top band, that delicate style seam detail in the front, and then a contoured glute seam in the back. These do come in 3 different lengths. I love that Buff Bunny is just sticking with the 3 lengths. You really need 3 lengths for a flare because the short girlies don't want their pants dragging on the ground. The average height girlies need their length too, and then the tall girlies can't be wearing floods, because I certainly won't be doing that. So they have a 29, 31, and 33-inch inseam. So I did get the tall, the 33-inch inseam. I am a little bit worried about the Clydesdale horsiness of these. I think we might be getting a little, we might be hearing some gallops in the distance. That's just my prediction. I have not tried these on yet. I've tried on basically everything and worn it for a workout. This is one thing I have not tried on yet though. But something I liked about these is there is a slit at the inner hem. And my favorite pair of jeans, they're a pair of Abercrombie Curve Love jeans. They are a straight leg, but they have a slit at the bottom of the pant, and it just makes it fall over your shoe so nicely and almost gives them a little bit of added flair without being too dramatic. So this kind of reminded me of those. So we have that little slit. Other than that, I just feel like the bottom of the leg is going to be a little bit narrow, but we're gonna give it a try. Let's try these on. These are also made of the Nubri fabric. All right, we have the Rosa bootcut leggings. So we can see how high the ultra high waistband sits. You can see it goes above the natural waist. So this is kind of the older style of Buff Bunny. They're going a little bit more towards a regular high rise that would sit right at the smallest point of the waist, which I'm kind of here for, especially if you don't have as long of a torso as I do. But overall, these feel great. So I will say something that's different about these than regular Rosa leggings is we do have a side seam. A pinto! We take every opportunity to have a cat appearance. Here he is. I think it's lunchtime. They want their lunch. Anyways, there's not usually a side seam on Rosa leggings, but because of the flare or bootcut style here, we do have that. We have no front seam. Overall compression is about a medium, tends to be a little bit more compressive in black. They are still flattering on the glutes in the back, medium to high on the booty scale, flattering seams. These have the classic Buff Bunny like reflective logo in the back. Since this is mostly coming in darker colors, these are also pretty cellulite friendly. So, as I feared, you know, they're not quite giving Clydesdale horse. It's almost just like the flare is so mini that it's almost like these are a straight cut legging that just have a little slit in the ankle. So, big calf girlies, you're not gonna like this one. But if you are someone who doesn't like a super dramatic flare, like the Buff Bunny Foxy flares, it's just too 70s bell bottom for you, you may like these. I do think the slit is super cute. I love a slit, but I'm tempted to like try to cut mine a little bit higher, because if I cut mine to like there, I don't know, it might look weird, but maybe it wouldn't cling to the calf so much and I'd be able to wear them. Let me know what you guys think, but yeah, definitely not the most large calf friendly here. I still think they're cute, but again, small calf girlies only. The length is perfect for me though. These are the tall length, the 33-inch inseam. I love that they come out with so many length options. These are great for lifestyle. The Dream Heathered leggings are back. These launched in the Genesis collection earlier this year. Actually, that was just the last launch. So if you missed out last time, they're back. And you guys have to let me know what you think of these because I was not a huge fan of them in the Genesis collection. I actually ended up sizing up to a medium because the smalls were super snug on me. So I do recommend sizing up in these. If you did try these in Genesis, leave a comment down below. What are your thoughts? Did you like them? Were you kind of on the same page as me? But anyways, these are made of a recycled polyester spandex heathered material. So super soft to the touch. Here is a close-up of that fabric. Compared to something like a Petula Bear, they are definitely a little bit more thick and dense. So a little bit more compression. Another thing I did not love about these is they are only a 24.5-inch inseam. So they're just too short for me. Generally, I just need at least a 26-inch inseam unless it's seamless, and seamless just has a lot of stretch. They also list these as a high rise, but they definitely hit me below the belly button as more of a mid-rise. We can see the waistband does look pretty short here. The waistband is a slight V in the front, silicone logo in the back, and then V contoured seams. And then this actually has a hidden scrunch. I don't know if I emphasized this in the last video, but there is an elastic up the back rise seam that helps separate the glutes a little bit. So these are very flattering on the glutes. I definitely got more of a medium to high compression in these just because they do feel a little bit thicker than a super naked feel kind of marled fabric. But yeah, overall, I do think these run a little bit small, so consider a size up. And I wish I loved these more because they are coming in some super cute colors. I really wanted more in the Mocha Berry and the Berry Ice, but just was not really interested in getting another pair of these just because I don't think they've made any changes since these did just launch last month. Okay, I was just gonna do a try on and no talking for these, but they're kind of better than I remembered them. Maybe because I mostly had tried on the small before. Honestly, I don't know why they're fitting differently, but it's feeling better than when I last had them on. So this is the medium, this is the size up, which is my sizing recommendation, but the medium hits me a little bit higher than the smalls did. Those hit me like below the belly button. It was just very mid-rise. I feel like I'm not getting as much crotch gathering than I was last time, so maybe my opinion on these is changing. They're definitely still a thicker legging, like you're getting quite a bit of warmth from these, so just keep that in mind. It may be a little bit warm for a gym legging unless it's very cold in your gym. And then I feel like the hidden scrunch is doing more than it was last time. Definitely separating the cheeks a little bit, medium to high on the booty scale, and we're also getting a good amount of cellulite coverage because this fabric is a little thicker and we do have the marl, but alas, they are still just awkwardly short for me. Still better for my shorter girlies, but kind of liking how they fit better than last time. So I'm not a Dream Heather leggings hater. I just think better for shorter girlies. But the bra, on the other hand, I leaned over and we just like lost an entire boob. So still not my favorite bra, but the leggings, doing okay. All right guys, we got a lot of new leggings. These are the waffle knit leggings. They are made of a jacquard waffle knit, which means the waffle is like woven into the fabric. We'll do a quick close-up on that. It's giving like base layer, long underwear kind of vibes, so very loungy. I did not workout test these because they're just not meant to be worked out in. So this is the cappuccino color, so pretty similar to the chai latte. We have a high rise on these, so right about at the belly button. Delicate rosa seam here and slight dip down in the front. Slightly extended gusset, no front seam. In the front of the waistband here has no top band, but starting around like 3/4 out from the midline, we do have a top band there to help them kind of stay up. I prefer no top bands in my leggings, but alas, we have it here. The Buff Bunny logo is embroidered into the back, curved glute seams. It's kind of like a rosa shape legging, except a little less high rise. And these are a 26-inch inseam. Here are the waffle knit leggings. And as we can see, they're pretty high rise. They were labeled as a high, but I am feeling like they're hitting me above my belly button and above my natural waist. So I would say they're kind of more of an ultra high rise. Another thing is that they are pretty snatching on the waist. So they're feeling pretty snug. So if you are in between sizes or you're wanting this as more of like a comfy, cozy lounge piece and you don't want to be super held in, I would size up. Because especially with this top band, I just feel like it's really snatching. And when I was pulling these over over my hips, I could tell they were pretty tight. Other details, you have the slight dip down in the waist for a little tummy control there. The waffle knit fabric, it's not brushed on the inside, but it's slightly softer against the skin, so it is comfortable. Definitely going to give you cellulite coverage because of the pattern, which is nice. I would say low to medium compression. I am getting a little bit held in. If you size up, you'll definitely be getting more of a light compression. The booty scale, it's honestly pretty flattering. I would say medium to high. And then we have the embroidered logo, which I think is a nice touch. But I will say, as I was trying these on, my ring doesn't snag many things, but I did get a snag in these from my ring. And as someone with pets with little claws, it is kind of inevitable if you have cats, dogs with claws, that they are going to get that on your clothing. So I don't think these are snag proof. So keep that in mind if you're going to be lounging in these at home and you have pets, you may get some snags. So if that is a deal breaker for you, you are aware. And then the full length view. These are 26-inch inseam, but they're pretty stretchy. So honestly, I can kind of pull them down to a full length and they're doing pretty good. So I think these are cute. They're fun. I personally, if I had my own choice, I would be wearing this fabric as like a wide leg lounge pant. I'm not really into like lounge leggings, but if this is more of like a base layer perhaps, I would just be a little bit worried about the snagging. Next, we have another new legging and new fabric. These are the Colorado pocket leggings. I got the color Mocha Berry here. So pretty. So these have a couple fun details. First of all, they're made in this super warm fleece lined fabric. I will say they say fleece lined, but I also did watch behind the designs and they said they're really just ultra brushed on the inside. So they have a good amount of thickness and warmth, but it's not like fleece per se. I don't know. I did a whole fleece lined legging video and it was actually hard to find any leggings that like had a true fleece lining. But if I had tried these in that fleece legging video, these would have won because I love the fabric on these. They are a sleek performance on the outside, so good for like hiking, walking type activities, also more pet fur resistant, but the inside is super soft and brushed. So here's the outside of the fabric. We have a little sleek performance. I also love the seam quality of these. And then the inside of the fabric is super soft, brushed, and plush. Okay, guys, I don't know what's going on. As I wore these for a walk this morning, we did a little hot girl walk test. I thought they performed well, and I don't know what I did, but I have pilling on these. And I just don't normally have pilling on Buff Bunny items, and I just feel like lately it's been happening, and I am not super excited about that. So if we see right here on the pocket, I don't know, I mean, maybe my like watch was like rubbing against it, maybe my sleeve was rubbing against it, I was wearing the jacket with this, but that is really disappointing because I thought this fabric would be more high impact durable. I'm not seeing any issues on the inner thighs, although there was just one wear, so that is just a bummer. Moving on, we have some more details of the leggings. Since these are kind of a heavier legging, they did put a top band on them. You know, I don't love a top band, but I will say I did load these pockets up with my phone and my keys on my walk today, and they did not slide down. So the top band must be helping. We have this super flattering V front in the waistband. We do have those side pockets, and the top of the pockets is a bonded edge seam to kind of keep those pockets laying flat. They're listed as a 26-inch inseam, but they actually have a stirrup on the bottom. And a stirrup, if you were a dancer growing up, you know the old stirrup tights. Basically, it goes over your foot and your heel goes in this little section, and it just kind of keeps the leggings on if you're taking on and off shoes, things like that. Good for if you're putting on like hiking boots and you don't want your leggings to like get scrunched up, or ski boots, things of that nature. So they're listed as a 26-inch inseam, but to the end of the stirrup, I actually measured a 29.5-inch inseam. So I do feel like these could have been a teeny bit taller for me as a tall girly, but they did have quite a bit of stretch that I actually wore them with the stirrup on my walk, and it didn't pull the leggings down at all. So I would consider these still mostly tall girl friendly. Then in the back, we have the silicone Buff Bunny logo, some tapered glute seams, and another thing that's great about this fabric is it's a little bit thicker, so I think it's going to be a little more cellulite friendly. All right, so here are the Colorado pocket leggings. I really hope the fabric thing is just a fluke because I love how these feel. But you know what? It kind of reminds me of, the outer feel kind of feels like the Loch Ness leggings. So if you remember those, very similar feel to those. So if you liked that fabric and that held up well for you, I think you would like these. And these are not the OG Loch Ness, which was energy fabric, but the secondary Loch Ness leggings. Anyways, we have a high rise. They do hit right about at the belly button. We do have that top band, but given how these performed on my walk, I'm gonna excuse the top band. I do think it can be helpful to have in some performance leggings, especially since these are so thick and heavy. Having that little band to help them stay up is good. And they didn't slide down anyway though. Sometimes with this little band, they will still slide down to like my hip area, and that didn't happen. So they stayed put really well. Overall, true to size. If you're in between, I maybe would size up just so the band isn't too tight. Little dip down in the front. We have the side pockets, and you can see the bonded seam with the side pockets helps it stay really flat there. And you even have that little fleece lining on the inside of that. I love that the seam is actually like a little bit shiny. I think that's kind of fun. Honestly, even though these are a thicker legging, they really still have a ton of stretch to them. I was actually doing some stretches after my walk, trying to keep my splits up. Because I used to dance, I would like to get back into it a little bit, and I don't want to lose my splits. So I was able to do that comfortably in these. But anyways, even though they are thicker, they are still super stretchy. So the compression actually isn't too much. I would say really medium, maybe medium to high compression. And then we have the back. The seams go above the glutes here. And again, they're not squishing down the glutes. So we're going to give them a medium to high. Definitely going to be cellulite friendly here as well because the fabric is a little bit thicker. And then we have the full length view with the stirrups. So you can see the stirrup kind of splits around the heel. That is how they're meant to be worn. Kind of keeps them on your leg. And this did not bring them down even though I am tall. So I would still consider these tall girl friendly. When I was wearing my socks, they were really comfortable. Now that I'm not wearing socks, I feel like it may be a little bit tight on the bottom of my foot, but I am on the taller side. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, overall, I really liked these. Even just the style of them. I'm not like a huge stirrup person. The last time we reviewed a stirrup on this channel, it was the Kim Kardashian. It was the Skims X Skins collection, and it's just not something that I would add intentionally. But if I would use these for hiking, maybe it could be something beneficial. I don't know. Since it's not something you really notice because it's tucked into socks or shoes, it's not a huge deal, but what do you guys think? Next pair of leggings, we have the BBL seamless leggings. These are back, and I have not tried these since they updated them. They updated them over Black Friday. They pretty significantly decreased the rise. They also made the waistband less super snug and compressive. And I'm actually loving the fit of these new ones. So the BBL seamless leggings, they're called the BBL acronym. It's supposed to be Buff Bunny Lift. So lift in the glutes. We have a thick compressive waistband that's sewn onto the leggings here with a lightweight marled seamless, and these are technically a 24-inch inseam, but seamless is a ton of stretch, so they actually fit like a full length. And we did get some more BBL seamless during the Genesis collection, and I tried the pistachio ones in the shorts, and they were quite sheer. I did wear these to the gym, and I feel like because this closely matches my skin tone, it just didn't seem like you were seeing anything through. I didn't see my underwear underneath these, but we will definitely be double squat testing these because I just feel like they have been a little bit sheer. We have those tapered glute seams in the back, and something that makes these different from a scrunch seamless legging is instead of having a scrunch, there's a shortened back rise seam. So the shortened back rise seam is meant to kind of be pulled up between the cheeks, get some glute separation, and get the scrunch effect without having that scrunch appearance. So if you are someone who is against that like shiny looking scrunch of like an Alphalete Amplify, this is kind of an alternative that I think works really well. And then we also have an under glute contour. I'm generally not a big fan of under glute contours because they can be really hard to place. And I still think that these would be better without it, but they did tone it down a little bit from the first BBL seamless where it was quite obvious. So it's kind of a little semicircle, little smile glute contour. It's giving navigation, you know? And here's a close-up of the back. The double thickness waistband, shorter back rise seam, and the little contour. And then another fun detail is on the inside of the leggings. If you flip the waistband down, it's really subtle on this color, but it does say Buff Bunny in the inner waistband. So I will do a side-by-side comparison of these versus the old BBL seamless, and you will see the rise is quite different. All right, we have the updated BBL seamless. And let me just say, I was definitely feeling myself with this outfit at the gym. I feel like it was super flattering. So my gym is full of like retired people, basically. And I had this old man come up to me and say that it was so awkward, honestly. It was so awkward. He said, "You won the best body award at the gym today." And I said, "I didn't know there was a competition," and laughed it off awkwardly. And he was like, 75. I don't know what makes people think that that's a normal thing to say, but the outfit, I guess, was working. All right, so I am definitely liking the updates to this. First of all, now the waistband actually gives you tummy control because it actually goes quite low. So last time the waistband was really like already up at the highest point of the waist and didn't do anything for the lower tummy. Now the waistband's doing things, and it's also not overly tight. I will say this is listed as a high rise. I definitely get it dipping below my belly button. You can see right here in the front here. So I wouldn't quite consider it mid-rise because most of the waistband goes to the natural point of my waist, but I would consider it more mid to high rise. So if you are like diehard ultra high rise, these are not going to be for you. I will say there's a little bit of tightness in the crotch here, but I don't think it's uncomfortable. I mean, I'm kind of used to it at this point. I wear a lot of scrunch leggings, but just be aware there is a little bit of crotch tightness. We will double squat test these, but I don't see any of my underwear through the side. And really, if a legging is super sheer, you can see a nude underwear through. It has a slight marl to the fabric. Overall compression is about a medium. And then we have the back, and I feel like this lower waistband is making them even more flattering on the glutes. We have that shorter back rise seam that I've put between the cheeks to give some glute separation, and this stays put the whole workout. It does not budge. So really flattering on the glutes, high on the booty scale. We do have that under glute contour, and I feel like they keep changing the position of it, but I think it sits in a good place right now without me having to adjust it too much. So, and it's also a lot lighter and less noticeable than before. So I prefer if it wasn't there, but overall I feel like it's not too bad. And then this is the full length view. They're a 24-inch inseam, but because they're so stretchy, you can really kind of pull them down to be a full length. And then I also feel like these could be somewhat cellulite friendly, not full cellulite friendly, just because of the marl in the fabric. So these are one of my top choice leggings. That's all if the squat tests prove to be good, but I think that I am a fan of the updates of these. One last thing I will say is that because the back rise seam is stiff, you definitely feel the tightness of the scrunch. So if you are not a fan of that wedgie feeling, I would not get these. All right guys, next category, we are moving on to shorts. So we don't have a lot of shorts in this collection, but one thing we do have are 6-inch legacy shorts. One of my favorites. I've reviewed them a bunch of times, so we're just gonna go through the breakdown. These are a high rise instead of an ultra high rise like the leggings. We have a great 6-inch short length with a slightly flared thigh opening, so these are super thick thigh friendly. These are one of my favorite shorts. We have that butterfly contour detailing in the back, about a light to medium compression, and just such a classic short. I had to get this in the chai latte color. I think this is a really nice neutral. And then we have a new short. These are the Hot Girl Run shorts. So Buff Bunny has had some of my favorite flowy shorts in the past. We've had the flow shorts, the Lifesaver shorts, but these are slightly different. I don't think I'm gonna like these as much as the Lifesaver shorts, but we'll give them a try. So I got the pistachio color, which is super cute. So we have an elastic kind of smocked style waistband. It sits a little bit flat in the front, then it has more elasticiness in the back. The waistband also has a loop drawstring that you can tighten in there. I'm not really a fan of loop drawstrings because I don't really understand them, nor have I really tried though, to be quite honest. We have some cute little mesh insert detailing in the front here. There is a zip pocket on the right side. And then there is a liner in these shorts, and something I can just tell that I'm not going to love is I don't like when I can see the liner underneath the outer short. I just prefer it not to be this way, but I did measure the inseams on these, and the outer short is a 2-inch inseam, but the inner short is a 4-inch inseam, so it does stick out quite a bit. Gives you some good cheek coverage in the back, but I just don't love the look. So these are going to be super short, and I don't know, I feel like a flowy short is really hard to do, and I liked the Lifesaver shorts a lot, and I just feel like this one's not going to be quite as good for me, but we'll give it a try. Let's try it on. All right, so here are the Hot Girl Run shorts, and immediately you see what I mean. Like, I just think it looks awkward when you see the inner short liner underneath the short, and it's just too pronounced for me in these shorts. I much prefer the Lifesaver shorts. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that there's a good inseam length because the Lifesaver shorts were super short on the inseam. So we have good cheek coverage in the back, but just not my thing. They are a little bit tight on the thighs as well. So I wouldn't say that these are the most thick thigh friendly. Right above the belly button, so these are a high rise. The Lifesaver and the flow shorts were ultra high. And I'm already getting a nice snug, but not too snug fit on the waistband, so I don't really need the drawstring, but it's there. We do have the side pocket on the right side. It goes all the way down in this little section here, actually this whole rectangle, so spacious, and I like that it's kind of hidden like the jacket pocket as well. well. We have the little mesh seam details, which is super cute. Oh, we actually have pockets on both sides. Just kidding. Both sides. Logo in the bottom left. And then almost like little contoured seams in the back. They don't really do much, but a little addition. So they're not the flowiest of flowy shorts either. I think if you're in between on these ones, I would choose the size up just because we can adjust the waistband and the thigh area is a little bit tight. These probably are still going to roll on me depending on what I'm doing. If I was just out walking in them, shouldn't be a problem. But if I was going to the gym in these, then I would get some rolling. Overall compression on the inside is a light to medium. And yeah, just not really my personal style of short, but they're not bad. They're not uncomfortable per se. Oh, actually there's a whole short pocket in here. Oh, and is there an inner pocket? No, okay, there's no inner pocket, but there's also no front seam on the inner shorts, so you're not gonna get any discomfort in the crotch there. And then, kind of in the short category, but also in a category of its own, we have the Dream Heather bodysuit. So we have the Dream Heather bra, the Dream Heather leggings, and now we have a bodysuit version. Guys, this is the first bodysuit that I've actually worn to the gym in public. And it really wasn't that bad. I got a compliment. Someone asked me where it was from. I had to say Buff Bunny, and if you've never said Buff Bunny to someone in public, it always gets like a little bit of a, what did you say? I don't really always get it, but she repeated it back to me. She understood. It's also kind of awkward when people ask me where things are from when it's not launched yet, because I'm like, I'm gonna look for it and you're not gonna find it, but then I also don't want to explain, oh, it hasn't launched yet, because I don't know, I don't really want to explain the whole life story, but hopefully she doesn't look for it until next week. Anyways, the Dream Heather bodysuit, this is the charcoal color. We just had the Buff Bunny corset bodysuit in the last launch. If you missed my review on that, I did a whole video on bodysuits. I recommend checking that out, and the corset bodysuit review is in there. But this one is a little shorty bodysuit. So we have a 5-inch inseam. Honestly, kind of similar detail to the corset bodysuit. We have this kind of V seam detail in the front, kind of defines the waist a little bit, and just draws a little bit of attention to the waist. We have a scoop neck, and then there's this band across the back to kind of give you a little bra support, and it actually really worked. I definitely felt supported in this top. We do have removable cups. There is an elastic underneath the bust. If you watch my bodysuit video, you'll hear me talk about how I prefer when the bodysuit has like a separate bra lining, but this one actually still was sitting right under my bust for me, so it still gave me that bra support. I did feel supported. This one has quite an open back. It's not quite as dipped down as the corset bodysuit, so even though the corset bodysuit, I never saw my underwear squatting or anything, this one does have a little bit more back coverage. We do have some seam details up the back, contoured glute seams, and then this one does have a shortened back rise seam, in addition to an elastic up the back rise scrunch. So super flattering on the glutes in the back. It's that same hidden scrunch detail that the Dream Heather leggings have. And yeah, I did wear this one to the gym. I have to say, I just feel like it's just didn't give the most feminine shape. I'm normally wearing a sports bra and leggings, so I'm normally used to having like some of my torso exposed, so this was just different for me, but I did kind of feel it was giving a little bit of a wrestling singlet. So it's not my personal vibe, but it actually was quite comfy. But one more thing, I did have to go to the bathroom like twice at the gym. I never go to the bathroom at the gym. But of course I had to go on the day that I had to strip down when I was wearing this. So don't drink a lot of water before going to the gym in this. All right guys, she may be giving wrestling singlet, but I still kind of love it. Like, I tried on so many bodysuits, and I do prefer shorts bodysuits to long bodysuits, just because I think that they're less overwhelming. But you know, from the front, it's giving wrestling singlet. From the back, it's giving who is she, you know? I really don't know how they keep doing this, but the little hidden scrunch, the shorter back rise is just like so flattering. This band is everything to me because it just kind of gives you that lower bra support, and I just love it. And this area is staying nice and flat against my back. It fits really well, and you're definitely not going to get any exposure of any underwear back here. Overall sizing, I would say it runs just a tiny bit small. So if you're in between sizes at all, you're at all concerned, size up. I'm actually getting decent bra support here. We have that elastic underneath with that band in the back. It's just kind of holding everything in. So honestly, I'm pretty supported. I would say medium support on the top. I would also say medium coverage for the top too. Good side boob coverage, just a little bit of scooping here. After I was doing some pull-ups at the gym, I do feel like it slid down a little bit. That's mostly a long torso issue though. The seam details here, it's almost like kind of like corset style seams. Like the corset bodysuit, I love this little V detail here. We still have no front seam. But we also have some like contoured seams on the side there. Just super flattering, just a lot going on. Honestly, I would say it's pretty long torso friendly. I was able to wear it to the gym, no problem. So, I mean, it was a little bit of a problem. I didn't have any actual issues, but it did feel a tiny bit tight. But overall, I definitely would say if you have a long torso, you could probably get away with it. Because of the shorter back rise seam, the 5-inch inseam does not really fully feel like a 5-inch inseam. So I wish it was just a little bit longer. Overall, I'm not getting any cutting in on the thighs and it's super stretchy down there. So it's still thick thigh friendly per se, but it just definitely does ride up a little bit, and these definitely rolled on me at the gym. So just keep that in mind. I also feel like I'm getting nice and snatched in the waist, some compression down here. And because I do have a longer torso, I definitely get a little bit of strain in the straps here, but because they are thicker straps, it's not like cutting into my neck. I just definitely notice that being a little bit tight there. I think that's everything. I've been trying stuff on for like 6 hours now. So is that really true? 5 hours maybe, 5.5. So I'm sorry if I missed anything. All right, next we are moving on to sports bras. So to go with the girlfriend leggings, we have the girlfriend sports bra. And this one is a super cute, minimalist, kind of almost triangle shaped bra. It has a deep plunging V in the front, some cute strappy details in the back, an embroidered logo on the back left. And this one is actually reversible. So the black mineral wash has just plain black on the inside. And they actually still included the Buff Bunny embroidered logo on the other side as well, so it's visible either way you wear it. This one does not come with any cup pads or anything because the reversible bras just never do, so that was a little bit of a bummer. And this one's also definitely for my IBTC girlies. Tried to wear this one to the gym. I had to keep my jacket on the whole time because we had several slippages, so not for my larger cup size girlies. It seems obvious, but when I tried it on, I thought, okay, like maybe this will work, but it's just so wide set. We'll see when it's on. But anyways, this one's made of the Newbury fabric. All right, here's the girlfriend sports bra, and we can see it's just so wide in the neck that unless you're really wide set, there can be some issues. So I definitely noticed myself falling out of this at the gym, unfortunately. It's just a low coverage, low support, best for small cup sizes. It also does not come with any padding or anything, and you can't put that in there, so if that's important to you, again, maybe this is not the best option. This one also is reversible, and that being said, the black mineral wash works really well for the reversibility because the strap out here is just solid black, but the chai latte and I think chamomile combo, one of those. That one, if you're wearing the chai latte one, I believe there's a little bit of the lighter color poking out on the side. So just so you're aware, again, I think it's kind of cute. I think the colors go together, so it's not a big deal, but it won't be a full 100% color on the darker side. So I just wanted this one to work for me. There's a little seam at the bottom here. I didn't have any falling out on the bottom and pretty good coverage on the side boob area. It's just mainly the main cleavage. And then in the back, it's nice and strappy, cute back day bra with a little embroidery down here. Yeah, I love this bra for my IBTC community, but for me, it's just not going to be a top pick. This one is super exciting. We have the Ivy Wrap Sports Bra. So this is another Newbury bra, and it's kind of a combination of the Ivy crop from Buff Bunny that has the super cute strappy back details and the Candy Wrap, which is one of my all-time favorite sports bras. It has this super cute wrap front detail. So this is kind of a combination of that. If you felt like the Candy Wrap Sports Bra was maybe a little bit too full coverage for you, this one is a little bit less coverage. It still did work for me. It's almost more of a bandeau shape with sewn on straps. The straps are thinner than Candy Wrap, but they are still adjustable, so I love to see that. And the crossback detail here is all elasticized Newbury fabric, so it's super soft. Silicone logo on the back. We do have removable cups, and the wrap detail is actually like a layered wrap design. Not kind of holding you in there, but so pretty. Definitely a big fan of this one. All right, we have the Ivy Wrap Sports Bra. So you can see it's pretty much a straight across shape here. I would say true to size, but it's a teeny bit snug. So if you're in between, I would size up. Overall coverage is a good medium coverage and support. It's kind of between light to medium and medium. The straps are pretty skinny, so you're not getting a ton of support there. I love the little wrap detail in the front. Just so flattering, kind of scoops underneath the bust, almost gives you a little bit of a push-up effect. And then the straps are straight up and down, but I didn't have an issue with them falling because they are adjustable. And then we have that cute little strappy area in the back. So I would say this bra is large cup size friendly. It's not as high support as the original Candy Wrap bra, but it's still enough where I'm fully contained. And then one last thing I'll mention is After wearing this for a long period of time, I did get a little bit of irritation right where the strap meets the bra right there. It's not enough that it made my skin red or anything, but you definitely just feel it a little bit. So I figured that would be worth mentioning. The Revolution sports bra is back. This is a classic Buff Bunny bra, square neckline, super strappy back, long line, good amount of coverage. I do find personally sometimes I feel the tendency to kind of fall out of this one, but I will say I've never actually had an incident. This one is another classic Newbury fabric bra, just a classic Buff Bunny bra. Then the Dream Heather sports bra is back. We did just review this one recently, so I'll make this quick, but I did size up to a medium on this one. The small was so compressive, I was being squished out in every which way, so I do recommend a size up in this one. This one is quite the dropped scoop neckline, and it's kind of a similar fit issue to the Girlfriend sports bra for me. My girls are kind of teardrop shaped, you know, more center of my chest, not super wide set. So if you are more wide set, this is going to work for you, but if you are not, then you may find yourself falling out of this one into the center, and that's definitely an issue that I had. It does have an elastic on the inside here, but it's layered underneath the fabric, so it's a very seamless look. Again, definitely would recommend more for my smaller cup sizes. We do have removable cups in here. The straps are adjustable, and then the band is nice and thin in the back with the Buff Bunny logo. To go with the waffle knit leggings, we have the waffle knit bralette. So this is made of that waffle knit lounge material. It is meant to be a lounge bra, so we're not going running in this. This is not going to be super supportive. It does have removable cups. There is a little bit of an elastic along the bottom there for a little security. Slight scooped neck. And then these straps are adjustable, but they're more of those like lingerie style shiny bra straps. So I find they can kind of cut into you over time. I have not worn this for an extended amount of time, so I can't speak to that right now. But the back also is a little bit adjustable as well. They have those same bra strap styles across the back in two straps, and they are adjustable. So here's a close-up of the back there. We do have those adjustable straps, embroidered logo on the bottom left, and then here's that waffle knit material. All right, here's the bralette. Honestly, pleasantly surprised. I thought that the straps were going to be more uncomfortable, but I've been wearing this for a little bit. I had some notes to write up, and honestly not feeling any discomfort with the straps. The coverage is, I'd say, pretty much low to medium. So is it large cup size friendly? To the extent that I fit into this, as I fit into most bralettes, but it's not supportive. So just kind of do what you will with that. Low to medium coverage, honestly still pretty good side boob coverage, just pretty scooped in the front, but the support is quite low, but it's also meant to be a lounge piece. So it has that little elastic at the bottom there that's kind of helping it stay secure. We do have removable cups, the adjustable straps, and then I love that, oh, I didn't even realize how it was sitting in the back. Okay. So we have both of those straps that can be adjusted in the back, and looks like that one can kind of shift up and down as well. So lots of adjustability here. I was able to shift that. That one does kind of slide up and down, so you can adjust it a little bit. But yeah, it's cute for lounge if you like a little lounge set, but it's definitely not a workout bra, and I do kind of feel like I could fall out of it if I was leaning forward a lot, so. We also have the Colorado crop hoodie to go with the Colorado pocket leggings. So it's made of that performance material with the fleece lining. I will say the inside of the bra, it is double thickness, so you aren't getting that soft fleece against your skin, but you do see it on the inside of the hood. So here's that close up for you guys. You can see on the inside, it's still the sleek performance, but the inside of the hood, we do have that fuzzy fleece. Since I already mentioned it, this does have a hood. And if there's something that I'm not into, it's a sports bra with a hood. I just feel like it gets in the way. I honestly just want to cut it off because I really like this top, but the hood just ruins it for me. Petula did this a couple years ago, and it's just like, why? I don't know. If you guys can let me know of a purpose for this, go ahead, but I'm not a hood person really much to begin with, so unnecessarily putting hoods on bras, not my thing. Anyways, this is kind of a crop bra length, almost like a long line. We have a full zip here with hook and eye closure at the top. I believe it is also a locking zipper. I wore it about half zipped up on my walk today and it didn't budge. We do have removable cups in here. The bottom center area is bonded, very similar to that air knit legging that we saw last launch. It just means the fabric is kind of glued together and creates a very seamless flat look. The racer back is nice and tapered here, and then there is a little band across the bottom, but it ends in the front with the bonded edge area. Again, cuffs are removable. In the zipper is a tonal Buff Bunny logo. Okay guys, here's the Colorado crop hoodie, and if this just didn't have the hood, it would be a top pick. I love it. The fabric feels great. The coverage is amazing. It's like a long line crop bra, but it's still supportive enough. It's got everything. And then we just have a hood, and it's just not my thing. It's just not my thing. Anyway, so we have a locking zipper. So if you zip it to one point, it's not going to budge. But there's also the hook and eye closure at the top. So if you wanted to do like a little like peekaboo moment, like a little cleavage moment, and have it open like this with that at the top, kind of similar to the 7C's top, you could also do that. I love the color of the zipper. It matches the rest of the bra, and you have that little Buff Bunny logo in there. And then we have the little bonded edge area. Honestly, kind of sticks out a little bit for me. It's not sitting the most flat, but it's not uncomfortable in any way. I love how this scoops around the armpit where it's actually still covering the side boob area, but it just kind of scoops out to create a little narrowed neckline that I think is very flattering. We do have cup pads in here. There's plenty of space for the girls. So definitely large cup size friendly. It's medium to high support. I'm feeling pretty held in, even though it's not overly tight. It is true to size, but you could really go either way if you're in between. It's not so snug that I feel like you'd have to size up. And I would say it is full coverage. And it really was not uncomfortable in the armpit area either, even though I feel like it goes a little close to the lats here. I didn't have any discomfort on my walk. And then we have the back. If we lift the hood up, you can see that kind of narrowed racer back. Nice and open, and here we are with the hood. No, I was gonna say, is this a vibe? I'm not a hood wearer, and I have my hair tucked in, so obviously it's not a cute look, but I'm so tempted to cut this hood off. Comment down below, do I cut the hood off or what? Because I just won't wear it with the hood. I don't know, but overall, love it, just minus hood. Next, we have the Shape Seamless Bra, and I am super excited about this one. I don't normally get excited about seamless bras, but I think this is the best seamless bra that Buff Bunny has done yet. So it's made of a polyester nylon spandex ribbed style seamless, and the angles and the details in this bra are just so beautiful. So here's an up close of that fabric. We have that ribbed matte seamless. We have this flattering V neckline in the front, and actually had a good amount of space for the girls. And then it has another inverted V at the bottom of the sports bra. So it has that little sewn underbust band, and then it has just a little bit of like an inverted V along the front that just is very flattering. We have double elasticized straps that kind of twist in the back, and then the back has even more V details, and then they have this little V insert there with the Buff Bunny logo that's just so cute and just like little details. So here's that little logo detail there. It's so cute. This one also does have removable cups, and I'm rarely impressed with a seamless bra, but I just loved this one. Okay guys, I'm honestly so shocked that my favorite bra of the launch, and yeah, I'm saying it, my favorite bra of the launch is a seamless bra. That is like never the case. I just think this one is so cute and flattering. We have that ribbed seamless material here, kind of a little V neck in the front, and then we can kind of see the effect of that inverted V now that it's on. It kind of just like highlights the upper torso area, which I feel like I find very flattering, and then kind of comes down into the back. There's still a tiny little band right under the bust here, so you still get that support, even though there's not that long line section across the whole area. So I would say overall it runs a little bit small. I do feel like I'm slightly compressed in here, but it also kind of contributes to the compression. So definitely size up if you're concerned. Overall coverage I think is a medium. We've good side boob coverage, but it is scooped in the front. I did work out in this and had no issues with falling out. The support honestly is okay. I would say it's a good medium support. The straps are skinny, but they're not uncomfortable. And then we have the back. Guys, just like take a moment for that. First of all, the straps have not come down at all on me, so they stay put really well, even though they're nice and wide. But I just think this little V detail is just so cute. I love the logo placement there, and it's just so unlike any other seamless bra that I've had. I will say if you're someone who only can have super soft fabrics, this probably isn't the one. It's not itchy, but it is a seamless, and it's not the softest seamless. For me, it's not uncomfortable, but it's not Nubri. So if you really like soft buttery fabrics, this is not the one, but I'm really a big fan of this one. I also would say it is large cup size friendly, and yeah, got good support, coverage, cute. I'm a fan. Another new bra, we have the Plunge Butter Bra. So it is made of the butter fabric. It's very much a bralette shape. It has kind of a wrapped bralette front detail. There's a seam across the bottom, a little gathering of the fabric here for a little extra space. We do have removable cups in here as well. And then the back is very delicate. The straps are straight up and down, elasticized and stretchy and adjustable. And then the back band is just one single strap, so we're not expecting much support here, but it is adjustable. So it's very much giving bralette. It's almost like the waffle knit bralette, but in the butter fabric in more of a triangle shape. I just really wanted to try something in this moody blue because it's such a nice little color. Let's try it on. All right, here is the bra. So the bottom band kind of folds under for me just because it's not super secure and it's just not giving sports bra for me. It's definitely giving more lounge bralette, which is fine, but it's just not something that I would ever work out in. In terms of coverage, it's a low coverage. We have pretty good amount of cleavage here. The support is also a low support, light support. It actually does cover the side boob area pretty well here. I do like the little slight crossover wrap detail in the front. The straps are actually super comfortable. They're just an elasticated fabric strap. Then we have that nice adjustability in the back. So super open in the back. This is something I'd really only recommend for the IBTC and also just if you're not looking for anything high impact. For me, even if I were to wear this as a lounge bra, I know I would be falling out of the sides here. So am I contained when I'm not moving? Yes, but overall I would say it's not the most large cup size friendly. All right guys, we have the last bra top. This is the Air Knit Bandeau, and I don't think Buff Bunny's launched a bandeau before, at least not in my 5 years of reviewing Buff Bunny. So this is made of the Air Knit fabric. This is a fabric that we've seen in a few tops from them. I got the white because I thought it was just a good versatile color because I honestly probably won't be wearing this. First of all, she's tiny. But I'm hopeful, you know, if anyone's gonna do a bandeau, maybe Buff Bunny will do it right. So we do have removable cups on the inside, and the top has a 1/4 inch elastic to really keep it nice and secure up there. And then the bottom has a 1/2 inch elastic to keep it secure below the bust. There's no silicone or anything, but sometimes silicone just doesn't really do much anyway. So I'm hoping the elastic kind of locks me in. And then the back is just the double thickness fabric. It still has that elastic in there. Very basic, very plain. Let's try it on. All right guys, I had high hopes. And honestly, I think maybe if I sized up to a medium, this would be better, but this is tiny. You guys saw when I was holding it up, that did not look like a small. So keep that in mind. I would recommend sizing up. Even if you're not a large cup size, it's really small. So that being said, I honestly feel like the cup pads are trying to stick out of the top a little bit. So just because the bandeau is so small and they use their normal cup pads, I don't know. I just don't really feel like there's quite enough room. I do like that they have that elastic at the top to kind of keep it secure, but listen, I just don't look good in a bandeau. There's just no lift. My girls don't support themselves. They need some lift, and this just like kind of squishes them down. It's just not a cute look. I really think this is a smaller cup size, girlies only kind of trend. If you want to wear a bandeau and you are a large cup size, more power to you, but it's just not for me. And then the little band at the bottom is kind of riding up for me as well, just because there's not quite enough bust space. We can see the white is pretty sheer, but luckily in the front it's not an issue because we do have the cup pads and double layers. And we have the embroidered logo down here, and then it's a little bit narrower in the back. So I wanted to give this a try. If I have one valuable thing to say, it would be to size up, but I think I knew that this wouldn't be my favorite look. It's not the worst bandeau I've tried. It's more secure than the Alphalete one for sure. But yeah, if we had to rate the coverage, low to medium coverage, and I'm not even gonna jump because I know it's a low support. All right, next we move on to tops and outerwear. So we have the Air Knit Bolero Shrug. We have seen a bolero from Buff Bunny, and if you are unfamiliar with a bolero, it's basically just sleeves. And you may ask, what is the point? The point is a small amount of warmth. I still definitely feel, you know, with my arms covered, a little bit of extra warmth there, but also just for fashion, you know, just for the vibes. So instead of having the Air Knit Bolero, which we had before, that had the strap across the front, you had to put it on over your head, this is the Bolero Shrug. So you just put it on like a little shrug, just sleeves, you don't have to put it on over your head. It's made of that super lightweight Air Knit fabric. We do have thumb holes on this one. We have the coin logo in the back, and I just think that having this is such a cute layering piece. This is the chai latte, goes really well with the chamomile bone. If you want to wear a darker color underneath, the cold brew just all goes really well. All right, here we have the shrug. I think this color combo is super cute together. This is chai latte and chamomile. All of the browns in this collection are very cool toned, so they all go really well together. So this is the same material as the last Bolero shrug, but it doesn't have that top area. So I kind of like the top area sometimes, but you do have to be a little bit more mindful about which sports bra you're pairing with it. So with just the regular shrug, we don't really have to worry about that. It just kind of goes with any top. It does cover the armpits a little bit here, or for the most part, so keep in mind if you're a pit sweater, you might show. Peach! Peach! What? Your dad is not here to bother, so you're gonna bother me. Look at her face. She literally has the most human-like expressions. Like, I know exactly. You're looking so sassy right now. She's literally like furrowing her brows at me. Like, look at this little sass queen. Okay, go do your thing, girl. Go do your thing. Anyways, it's a good fit. This is a size small. I would recommend sticking true to size. The sleeves are snug, but they're not tight. And then we have classic little thumb holes here. They're sewn in and kind of sits over the hands. So yeah, not much to say about these. Here's the back coverage, still peeping a little bit of the sports bra out of the bottom. And yeah, I've just been in my little Bolero shrug era. I love this style. What do you guys think? Then we have a very new style of piece from Buff Bunny. We have the boyfriend button-up shirt. So this is a 100% cotton shirt, and it is meant to be oversized. So it's not your classic dress shirt that's going to be form-fitted. This is meant to be kind of worn open as like a layering piece. To be honest, I'm not sure how much this one is, but I probably wouldn't pay too much for it just because it is such a basic piece. But I do like wearing little shirt tops like this over my regular clothes as like a little like light layer. So it's a 100% cotton, just a classic dress shirt material. It's a little scalloped hem at the side. It has buttoned cuffs on the side as well. We do have a collar. This is a size small, and you can see it's definitely going to be an oversized fit. It's going to be pretty long as well. We do have a front pocket on the left side. Something that I find really cute is that on the inside of the cuff, if you're rolling up the cuffs, it has the Buff Bunny collection embroidered into the inside. So if you're looking at the inside of the cuff here, we have that embroidered logo. Let's try it on. All right, here is the shirt. It's super oversized. One button, so we can see. I would not wear this buttoned up personally, but we can see tons of room at the sides, and then also it's super long. Goes well over the butt in the back. If you want more of a classic style fit, I would size down probably 2 sizes, but this is also not really meant to be worn as like a shirt that you would button up and tuck in. It's really more of a like styling layering piece. I don't really see myself wearing this with activewear as much as my regular clothes, but even then I prefer things that aren't quite this long, so I'm not sure this would be my top pick. We have the collar here. It does feel like a pretty nice shirt, but I also don't have a lot of shirts like this, and it's a little bit more on the stiff side. I have some more like silky flowy work type shirts, and this is not that. So we have the buttons on the front, we have the pocket here. I know there's like a way to cuff the sleeve where you still see the Buff Bunny detail here, but I'm not super good at cuffing them, but you should still be able to cuff it so you see the Buff Bunny collection embroidered logo, and that's actually on both sides, but this is the full length view. So yeah, this definitely is a cool girl vibe, kind of rolling up the sleeves, wearing it open like this, but I don't have the pricing info yet, so I honestly can't tell you if this is something I would buy myself, but it's probably not something I would wear a lot. And if you guys know me, you know that I'm gonna love this jacket. We have the Colorado zip jacket. So same Colorado fleece material, sleek on the outside, fleece lined on the inside, but in jacket form. And this one is about a hip length jacket. It's not super long, but it's also not cropped. We have zip pockets, which you guys know, I love a zip pocket on a jacket. I love storing things in my jacket pockets, but I want them to be secure. So I love that this is zipped. We have a kind of stand up mock neck collar here. There's also a little pocket on the left sleeve as well. I don't really know what people put in here, but it's there. The inside of the inner pockets as well, you can also tuck things in there. There's some cute seam details that we'll see better when it's on. And then the best part, not only do we have thumb holes, but guys, I've been asking for this for so long. We have cuff-ins, okay? These are my favorite thing that an active jacket can have because my hands are always cold, specifically my fingers. And this little fold over detail on the sleeve is like a built-in little mitten. So you don't have to put your hands in your pockets if they're cold on like a walk or a hike. You just tuck them into the little cuff-ins and then you're good to go. Your hands are warm, but you still have full range of motion with your arms. So I'm super excited about that. Let's try this on. All right, guys, the jacket. So I'm wearing it with the hoodie underneath it, the hoodie top, but honestly, all of these pieces together, this is like pretty warm. So I think this is one of the best jackets that they've come out with in a while, so I'm super excited about this. So first of all, this is the jacket open. The sleeves are snug, but they're not too tight. I think I would struggle to pair a long sleeve under this, so if you want to layer anything, size up. The thumb holes are really nice quality. They are nice and sewn in there. And then we have the cuffins, the hand pockets. So you just kind of take that little extra layer of fabric there and you pull it right over your hands and you have a little mitten. And then I kind of just grab the other one with my finger in there. Look, my hands are so warm. So cold hand girlies, we are covered, especially because this fabric is extra warm. So I love that little detail. We also have a pocket on the arm here. It's actually pretty spacious. It goes like all the way around the arm. A key, a card, something small could go in there. And then let's zip her up. So this doesn't feel quite as long as, I don't know, it's pretty long. My hips are here, so it does go slightly over the hips. So I would definitely consider this a full length jacket. It's not cropped. We have some curving seam details up in the front here, so it's nice and flattering. We also have those seam details in the back, and then the hood kind of pops out in the back. So if you want to wear it, it's almost like there's the hood on the jacket, so that's why there's no hood on this one, but I actually prefer not to have a hood anyway. So we just have the mock neck collar under this. And then it's pretty snug on the bust area for me, but I do have a little room at the bottom. This is kind of typical for Buff Bunny jackets for me. So I would still say it's true to size, but if you're in between, I would size up just mostly for arm space because the arms are pretty snug. And then I love how they hid the zip pockets in that little contour stitch line. So they're super hidden, tiny little pockets, but they're actually pretty spacious once you're in there, and they are also lined with that fleece, so they're nice and soft. So this one's definitely a top pick for me. I love a good jacket like this. I love the cuffins. Super excited about this one. And we have a peach appearance. She's getting to the point of the day where she wants something. Like, it's not quite lunchtime. We already hung out outside a little bit, but she wants something. Isn't that right? You can just sit on my lap if you want. That would be nice. Or are you gonna like do your own thing? Whatever she does is please ignore her or pay attention to her instead of me. That's also fine. So there are two tops that I did not get. I did not get the Finder long sleeve tee. This is a 100% cotton long sleeve classic tee fit. So it's just going to be your classic t-shirt long sleeve, and it has some wording on the back that says find something worth finding. Very hand in hand. Oh. And there she is. It's very hand in hand with the message of the boyfriend collection, which we actually didn't even talk about yet, but basically that you don't need to have someone in your life to have a fulfilling life. You can find that fulfillment in yourself and just fully invest in yourself. It's a good message. I really loved the campaign video. Basically, ladies, you don't need a man, okay? So if you like graphic tees, this one is super cute. Then we have the Cool Girl crop. I also did not get this one, but kind of regretting it because this one is super cute. So this is another 100% cotton top. So it's a relaxed crop. So it's kind of got a dropped shoulder type detail. It has long sleeves. It's cropped. It's just a nice little kind of like boxy oversized layering piece. And guys, we are nearing the end. We have finally reached the Threads Lounge capsule portion of the launch. So as you can see, this whole side right here is the Threads Lounge, and I just wanted to talk about the fabric really quickly. So if you're expecting a stretchy plush fleece like the Cloud, this is not quite the same. This is more of a spring lounge. So it's on the thinner side. And as someone who lives in a hot climate, I don't always equate a thinner fleece to be a bad thing. Sometimes it's nice to not be in a super, super thick item. But if you like a super thick sweatshirt, this is not going to be for you. This is very much light to mid-weight kind of feel. And it is a 76% cotton, 24% polyester blend. So it is not stretchy like the Cloud. So again, if you're looking for stretch and you're looking for plush, cozy fleece, go for the Cloud. This is more classic lightweight sweatshirt material. So as you can see, it's got a nice amount of flow to it. It's got a classic sweatshirt look. And then the inside is lined with a more lightweight plush fleece. So here is the outer fabric, just kind of classic sweatshirt material. And then we can see the inner fleece. And in kind of holding this together, we can see that it's not super thick. So honestly, holding this up, it just doesn't feel as luxurious as the Cloud, but I could still see myself liking it for a lightweight use. It just doesn't feel quite as high end as the Cloud or the Luxe. Anyways, we're starting out with the Threads hoodie. This does have kind of a unisex vibe and it is a little bit oversized. So keep in mind with your sizing, this is a size small, but it looks pretty big. Classic hoodie shape. Honestly, it's very similar to the cloud hoodie shape. We have the kangaroo pocket. We have the oversized sleeves with little cuffs at the bottom. We have the hood with no drawstring. We have that same embroidered Buff Bunny collection on the left sleeve in the just classic print text. And then the Buff Bunny logo is also embroidered onto the hood, which is super cute. Let's try this on. All right, here is the Threads hoodie. So first of all, it's a very similar structure to the Boyfriend Cloud hoodie. We have that same embroidered logo detail on the left sleeve, and it's a pretty similar oversized fit. So if I pull this all the way down, it is going over my butt. Personally, I prefer a more hip length sweatshirt. I just feel like this altogether is just a little slouchy, and I don't mean to ask for too much, but like a crop, a hip length, and a full length would be nice. I don't know, I feel like I never really like intentionally reach for sweatshirts this long, but that's just me. But you can kind of tuck it under a little bit to kind of lay over the sweatpants. We do have that front pocket here. We have the hood and nice long sleeves, and it's definitely an oversized fit, much more oversized than the bottoms. So I would say you can size down and still have an oversized fit. So my sizing recommendation would be true to size if you like super baggy, but size down if you just want it a little less baggy. And then here's the back. The hood just kind of rests back there. I think I'm actually liking the crop one just a little bit better. I also got the Threads zip hoodie. So very similar structure to the regular Threads hoodie, except we have a full zip. We do still have the two pockets here, kind of a bisected kangaroo pocket, if you will. Embroidered logo on the left sleeve, oversized hood, and you can really see how in the way the hood falls that this fabric is very lightweight. And I just figured this would be a good kind of cozy piece to throw on my way to the gym or just lounging, and I just kind of wanted a neutral color for that. So this is the bone color. All right, and here's the zip up. I think that the bone color is super cute. And honestly, both of the jackets, they're pretty oversized. Like I would say this feels like the equivalent of wearing like a men's medium, not quite a men's large, which is like Ian's normal size. That would definitely be bigger. Like if that helps you with sizing, this feels like unisex sizing and it's oversized sizing as well. The only thing that's a little bit more snug is the bottom, but I'm just kind of pulling it over to show you. It can go over the hips. I personally would have it kind of bunched up a little bit around the hip area here. Sleeve length is good. We also have a little bit of space in the sleeves. Two front pockets. It has a full zip, and I would kind of wear it open like this. And then here is the back. So I would recommend true to size if you want it to be really oversized, but you can size down and still have a relaxed fit. There's also a Threads shacket. A shacket is a shirt jacket. So this is that same cotton polyester fleece fabric, but it's in like a men's shirt jacket form. So another little layering piece. We have a little collar, full button down, two front pockets, Buff Bunny logo on the bottom left, cuffed sleeves that are more sweatshirt than shirt jacket, then a classic little tuck in the back, and again, very oversized. All right, here we are with the shacket. I think that this color combo is super cute. I just think the cold brew goes with so many things. So if we were to just do a button here, we would see that it is pretty oversized. So I did not line up the buttons right. I apologize. Sometimes I do that. All right, if we do one button, we can see that it is pretty oversized. It's honestly not too much. It's not as oversized as the Boyfriend button-up shirt. So I would stick true to size on this one. And honestly, as a jacket, I think the weight of this fleece is really good. It's still cozy and warm, but it's just not too much. But again, all just depends if you like a thicker fleece. The length of this is over the butt, so definitely long. I will say I have a shacket from Petula, and I just don't really reach for it all that much. Maybe because of the color, I just don't layer gray all that much. I think that the brown goes well with a lot of the browns I have, so maybe I would wear this more as like a lifestyle piece. You can even kind of like tie this up. I don't know, do people still do that? I don't know if they do. I think it could be kind of cute. The sleeves have a good amount of room to them. It's not too much. We have little knit cuffs at the end. Then we have the collar, and then the back just has that little pleat detail that just gives it a little bit of extra space back there. And one thing I said that I wanted this year in 2024 was more straight and wide leg sweatpants. Already February of this year, we have some Buff Bunny straight leg sweatpants. Tall girlies. We can rejoice because the inseam of these pants is 33 inches. And that's the only inseam they're coming in. So Buff Bunny really said, tall girlies, we're handing this right to you. So I am so excited about these. We have a classic elastic waistband with the internal drawstring, and the drawstring strings are not stretchy, which I like because sometimes the stretchy ones, it's too much. Two front pockets, Buff Bunny embroidered logo on the left. They say it's kind of an oversized fit, so we'll see how these fit in the size small, but we have a wide leg, and sometimes I just don't want a jogger cramping up my ankles. there. I just want to flow free. So super excited to try these. Okay, tall girlies. I don't know what we did to deserve this, but these are like the longest straight leg joggers that I have, and I am so impressed. Anyways, let's start with the top. These hit a little bit above the belly button. They do have that internal drawstring, but even without tightening it, it's a pretty good fit for me. Not too snug, but definitely not sliding down. We do have the 2 front pockets. There's the embroidered logo on the left near the pocket. And I would say that these are true to size, very slightly relaxed. So if you want a really oversized fit, I definitely would size up, but these are fitting me perfectly. Honestly, I might have to get these in more colors because these fit me so well. Anyways, the back, you can see kind of skims over the glutes, but still not tight, and same with the thighs. I would say that these fit a little bit more snug than the joggers, just in terms of room in the thighs. But even though this fabric doesn't have stretch to it, it just has a little bit of extra give, so I'm not feeling any tightness. And then we get to the length. And guys, these are like so long. I don't understand. They're literally like hitting the floor for me. And I'm so impressed. So tall girlies, we have been given a gift. And that is the Threads straight leg pants. I'm so excited about this. I will say these are definitely more of a straight leg than like a wide flowy sweatpant, which that is in the name of them. They are the straight leg pants, but sometimes they say straight leg and they're more of a wide leg. So like compared to the Alpha Elite Origins, those were a little bit more wide leg. These are still kind of straight, but they're not clinging to the calves or anything. So I still think it's good for me. And again, if you really want a super baggy, oversized look, I would size up. Another note on the length, I did hear from the design team that this fabric can be cut to the length that you want, like for the pants. We do have a raw cut on the quarter zip, so I think that it's fine for this fabric to have a raw cut. Honestly, I think these should have come in multiple lengths. That's just me, you know, I always like to have multiple lengths. But if you are a shorter girly, they did say that you could kind of cut them to the size. They also said that the length does not change no matter what size you get. So even if it's like an XL versus an extra small, it's still going to be that 33-inch inseam. So these are turning into a top pick for me. They're so soft and comfy. Then we have the Threads joggers. And again, for my tall girlies, these are a 28-inch inseam. Very pleased about this. I feel like part of this is playing to them being kind of more unisex. And the buff pups with the unisex, the boyfriend cloud hoodie, boyfriend cloud joggers, a lot of men were trying them on as well. I would bring Ian in here to try them on for you, but he's out of town. And by the time this video is posted, he's back in town. So creeps. You know, I never tell people that he's out of town when he's actually out of town, but he's super excited to match with his little cloud set with Pinto. They're gonna be so cute because Pinto has a little buff pups hoodie. Anyways, on the Thread joggers, we have this elastic waistband and the drawstring is on the outside instead of the inside. We still have the 2 side pockets, 28-inch inseam, and just very basic classic sweats. These I feel like are going to be a nice oversized fit to the point where you can like put them on over like your shorts on the way to the gym in the winter. Honestly, okay, this is my first year living in Arizona. The weather is so beautiful, guys. Every day I sit outside for at least an hour in short sleeves or my bra or whatever I'm wearing, and Peach has a fun time playing outside. I read my book and I just enjoy literally the 75 degrees, slight breeze, the sun. It's just so nice. So I'm not needing any pants to layer over my items at this point because the weather's beautiful, but if you live somewhere cold, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm actually loving the fit of the joggers. So they're a high rise. They go right about over my belly button without me even needing to pull them up at all. And even without tightening the waistband, the elastic is comfortable yet snug. So I still have, you know, some space here, but it's the perfect fit. So these are very true to size. I also love to see the external drawstring, so you can kind of tie that up. I don't know, I just think seeing the drawstring is kind of cute. We have the 2 pockets here and just the perfect amount of looseness. It's a little less oversized compared to the Cloud Boyfriend joggers, but you can see it's still not tight on my thighs here. I have some space. We have some space in the crotch area and then a little bit of space in the butt, but without being saggy. So I feel like for me, this is the perfect amount of oversized. I do think since the waist is just about a perfect fit in my true size, if you're in between, I probably would size up just because these don't have any stretch to them. And then I did measure a 28-inch inseam, but when I'm wearing them, it doesn't quite feel as long, so they're more of an ankle length for me. I don't have a lot of new joggers that I love, but I like the rise on these. I like that it's kind of the perfect amount of space. I feel like when I did my old sweatpants video in the past, things would still be kind of tight on my thighs, or I'd feel discomfort when moving, and I'm not feeling any discomfort or tightness in these. And I also think this would be a good layering piece, you know, over your bottoms to the gym. Lastly, we have the Threads quarter zip crop. This one, I'm seeing the vibes, but feeling it, I'm not so sure about it. So we do have a little mock neck. I wouldn't really call this a quarter quarter zip. It's almost entirely zipped. I love that they've been doing the tonal zipper colors. The area in the front here is a ribbed material, so we can kind of see the ribbing going on here, that tonal logo. And then the edge is actually a raw cut hem. If I had to compare this material to anything, it's similar to the Alphalete Origins material. So if you've tried that, kind of a similar vibe. But anyways, this is one of the more cropped pieces. Let's try it on. All right, here's this one. So first of all, sizing. It's definitely oversized. So we can see we got kind of like a drop shoulder, almost bat wing situation here. Sorry, I was just sitting with peach on me. So we have some pet fur, but that's why the light colors can be good because I can't see the peach fur on it. And definitely a boxy shape. So I would say true to size, but if you stick true to size, you will be getting a relaxed fit. So kind of keep in mind, you can size up if you want it super baggy, size down if you want it a little bit less oversized. And the zip goes down pretty far. You can zip it all the way down. I would say it's like a 3/4 zip. I've been wearing it kind of right around here, and then we have a little collar. We have this ribbed area, and then the edge is a raw cut hem. This is the only piece that has that raw cut. I've been lounging in this set, and honestly, I find it pretty comfortable and a pretty good weight for the springtime, but just keep in mind, you're not getting quite as thick of a fabric as the Cloud, but personally I still like it. Sleeves are plenty long for me, and then we have a little bit more of that ribbed detail in the back. So I think this one's good if you don't mind a crop, but the other pieces are full length. So I like that they have multiple options too. They have the crops and the full length because not everyone's on the same page about that. All right guys, we are finally moving on to accessories, which means we are almost wrapping up this video. At this point, we're gonna guess how long the video is. I'm gonna say an hour and 15. First of all, we got some socks. So these are not Scrunch socks. We have the 3-pack full crew socks. So they are a 6-inch crew sock. So they're a pretty tall sock. They come in a 3-pack that either has the white, berry ice, and mocha berry, or there's also an option of white, bone, and chai latte if you're going for more of the browns. These socks are super cute. I don't even know if they come in multiple sizes, but they have a 6-inch ribbed length. The sizing must be pretty flexible because they fit me very well. There's a little ribbed section along the arch to kind of hold your arch a little bit there too. Then the Buff Bunny embroidered logo is on both sides of the socks, so you don't have to worry about which side's on the outside, which is an underrated little detail, I feel like. So the berry ice has a white bee. The white has, it's almost like a chamomile colored bee. Hey. And then the mocha berry has a bee that looks like it's in the cold brew color. Peach. Now she wants to sit on my lap. I had a feeling. So I've definitely been getting into the crew socks, and if the Scrunch socks weren't quite for you, this is definitely a less bulky look. We also have Newbury scrunchies coming in a lot of the colors. I love the Newbury scrunchies. They're super big, soft, nice to your hair. Then we have a new accessory, which is a claw clip. And if you guys know me, if you've ever seen me in real life, I wear a claw clip every single day. And these are my current go-to claw clips. And if we compare the Buff Bunny one, the current ones that I wear are about 1/2 inch bigger. So I will test these out to see if they hold my hair. I feel like I use every inch of this huge clip. I will link these down below. You get a pack of 4 for like $10. Honestly, if this is more than like $4 for a single clip, really all you're paying for is the Buff Bunny logo on it. Do I think it's cute? Absolutely. But honestly, I just got a pack that was like muted blush colors anyway, and it's a little bit bigger if you have a lot of hair like me. So I will show you how I put these on. But this is the Buff Bunny clip. It's actually a nice little size if you just want to do half up, half down, or if you don't have quite as much hair. And then it has the Buff Bunny logo there. So it's a very subtle branding. You won't really see that there's branding on it. You know, if it's too expensive, I'll just get the Amazon ones. Anyway, they also have the dad hats. These are coming in kind of vintagey washed colors. They have the embroidered Buff Bunny logo right in the front of the dad hat. The back is adjustable, and they changed it so it's no longer the faux leather in the back. It's just the same fabric from the hat, so a little bit more seamless of a look. I'm not a hat girly. My head itches when I wear hats, and I just can't wear them. So I did not get one, but good for the vibes. Definitely fits with this collection. And finally, we have the Breakthrough belt bag. I love wearing belt bags. I wear them normally for hikes. For my casual purse needs, I'm always wearing a belt bag. This launched in the 7 by Karakori collection, and I did not get to try it then, but I'm super excited to try it now. So first of all, it's a nice size. It's not super square. It's almost like a rounded square at the top. So it's a nylon exterior that's kind of, it's similar to the Buff Bunny backpack, so probably water resistant, with a polyester lining. A large main pocket. We have a little mesh pocket on the back, mesh pocket on the front, and then space in the middle. There is a zip pocket across the back as well, which I tend to put like my keys, a card, anything I may need there. There's a D-ring on the left side of this, which is good if you want to like clip anything onto that. The Buff Bunny logo is metal in tonal colors on the bottom left. And something I think is really nice about this, which I did not know, is that it actually comes with an extender. So you can unhook this area of the extender, and the extender itself also has an adjustable length so that if you are wearing this crossbody, it is inclusive to multiple sizes, because honestly I wear my crossbody at the full extended length and I am pretty small, so to have that extender is really nice. And then it also makes it so if you do have a small waist, you still can wear this in the casual belt bag style. So I love that they have that little insert. All right guys, I think we finally did it. We got through everything. This is my longest video that I've ever filmed. So I'm going to get myself some crumble after this as a reward because I need it. Anyways, let's do some top picks. Top pick sports bra. It's going to be between the Shape Seamless sports bra. So flattering. Love the little V detail in the back. And the Ivy Wrap sports bra. If you take a component of the Candy Wrap sports bra, it's going to immediately be a favorite for me. So I love both of those. And they're both generally large cup size friendly. As for tops, I'm gonna say the Airknit Bolero Shrug. Definitely, I love adding a little bolero to my outfits, as well as the Colorado Zip Jacket. The cuffings, they just do it for me. As for bottoms, I honestly feel like the bottoms didn't quite slay as much as I wanted them to this launch. Like, I didn't really like the Girlfriend leggings. The Dream Heather leggings don't fit me quite right. Rosa boot cut, gonna be clinging to the calves. I think we're gonna have to go with BBL Seamless as my favorite for the bottoms. And then of course, I love a wide leg sweatpant, so the Threads wide leg sweatpants. Again, I'm slowly building my collection of wide leg pants so that I never have to wear tight pants at any time. So those would be my favorites. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you are still here by some miracle, please give the video a thumbs up, and if you are not yet subscribed, make sure to do so. Again, this is all launching on Saturday, March 2nd at 1 p.m. Central Time, and you can use code Kathryn for 10% off. I always appreciate when you guys use my codes, and always make sure to enter my monthly giveaways. The link is on my website. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
He does so, and I guess he ran out of time to actually show it in action because we just stayed in the park ranger around.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today I am so excited because look at all of these colors. We have been living in sad beige era, and it is time for some color. Spring is right around the corner. So today we are reviewing the Paragon Candyland launch. So I have every color that is going to launch. We have some beautiful hot pinks, yellow, every color of the rainbow. We got you covered. This is launching on March 7th at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but I believe if you sign up for Paragon's emails, they send out an early access code an hour before the launch, so be sure to do that. And they did also give me a discount code for you guys. You can use code Kathryn for 10% off. This launch does have some items that are new to me for reviewing. We have the Ultra Luxe fabric, which I had not tried before, and then we do have a return of the Rec Stretch, which is my favorite Paragon fabric so far. There are pros and cons to both, so I'm going to kind of compare the two fabrics, the two different legging styles for you guys to help you decide which one is better for you. Also, I continue to get questions even though I've addressed this in like 3 different videos, and I kind of thought it was just overkill at this point, but apparently not. But if you guys are not new to the channel, you guys know I did talk about Paragon several years ago where their items could be found on AliExpress. That is no longer the case. If you are ever curious if something can be found on AliExpress, take a screenshot, reverse image search it, and if it does not show up with like the same image or something very similar, it's likely not something that is dropshipped or white labeled from AliExpress. Anyways, these items are unique to Paragon. I hope that you guys would think that I wouldn't be reviewing stuff and suggesting it to you if you could find it somewhere else, the exact same product for a lot cheaper. But just to clear the air, yet again, I'll just have to do this every Paragon video. These are unique to Paragon. That is why I'm reviewing them. And I have really grown to be a big fan of a lot of their stuff because you guys know I love a hidden scrunch, and they have been working on their sculpt seam for like 2 to 3 years now, maybe just 2, I don't know. And it just gives the perfect amount of glute separation without being too in your face. So let's go over all of the colors first. First of all, and I think my personal favorite, we have Bubblegum, which is this beautiful, just bubblegum pink. that's what it is. This is definitely one of my top colors. And I believe everything comes in the Rec Stretch, but not everything comes in the Ultralux fabric. Cotton Candy is a slightly more corally, more baby pink. We have Orange Sickle, Lemon Drop. I love a bright yellow like this. Mint Chip, which I'm wearing the bra right now. We got some blues. We have Sugar Rush, which is a lighter teal, and Taffy, which is just like a true bright blue. I think this is also one of my favorite colors. And lastly, we have Lollipop, which is actually probably my least favorite of the colors, just because it's such a pale lilac that it just doesn't really work that well with my skin tone. It almost just kind of washes me out. They've had some recent light purples that I think I liked a little bit better. Now we'll be inserting all of the squat tests. So there are definitely going to be some questionable colors in this just because we are dealing with brights and pastels. There's not going to be a yellow legging that is 100% squat proof with darker colored underwear. Something about me is I will wear every single color of these to the gym. I am not super picky about my squat proofness. If I can wear nude underwear and not see that, then I'm okay wearing them to the gym. You guys know in my squat test, I usually have a descriptor that says it's safe for leg day, or I say stick to nude underwear. There's also a descriptor that we'll occasionally see which says not even like stand proof or something like that. Those are the kind of leggings that I do not wear at all because you can't even like bend over in them. It's just way too visible. So I honestly don't expect any of them to be so bad. Maybe the yellow, but we will do a double squat test with a nude thong and patterned cheeky underwear and give my full breakdown. But for me, as long as you're not seeing that nude underwear under it, I'll wear them.
Looking good, Barbie.
Another thing to note about the squat proofness is that the Ultralux will be a little bit more squat proof than the Rec Stretch just because it is a thicker, more dense fabric. Okay, let's start off with the leggings. We have the Ultralux Curve Contour Sculpt Seam leggings. So just a quick breakdown of the Ultralux fabric. It's a thicker, more dense brushed material. So you can see the fabric has a lot more structure and thickness compared to the Rec Stretch. So when I compare the two fabrics, I think if you want a little bit more compression, a little bit more hold, a little bit more durability, it's going to be the Ultralux. If you want a lot of stretch, something super, super lightweight and naked feel, and ultra flattering on the glutes, then we're gonna go with the Rec Stretch. So there's pros and cons to each one. I personally felt like the Ultralux didn't hug my curves like in every way that I wanted to. Just could have been a little bit more flattering, and I did just have some general fit issues with these leggings. And the Rec Stretch is nearly perfect in every single way. I love how these look on me. I love how they perform at the gym, but this fabric will snag. So you have to wash them inside out in the wash. You have to be careful if you ever have any like Velcro or anything at the gym. I do wear lifting gloves on my pull days, and I did get some snags in these. It doesn't snag with something as simple as like my ring, but with something like Velcro or like if you're washing them with like jeans that have like a zipper, they are going to snag. So it's not the most durable fabric, which is my main critique of the Rec Stretch. I just wish the Rec Stretch was slightly thicker, so it did have a little bit more durability. And then let's do a little side by side of the two different leggings. First of all, the fabrics, we can see that the Ultralux is slightly brushed, a little bit on the thicker, more dense side. The Rec Stretch is super thin, lightweight, and Sleek Performance does not have that fuzzy brush texture, so it's also going to be a little better with pet fur. And then we have the backs of the leggings. So these are the curved contours. You can see just very slightly contoured glute seams at the top, and you can't tell that there's a scrunch going on. And then if we look at the Rec Stretch, you can see the glute contour seams are a little bit more enhanced, and then you have more scrunching going on in the back. Even though it looks like there is a lot of scrunching going on, it does flatten out when you put them on. But let's show inside out. So these are the curve contour sculpt seams. You can see this is an elastic that goes up the back rise seam, but it's not super scrunched, so it gives you a little bit more of a subtle glute contour. And then we can see the inside of the Sculpt Seam Plus. The whole back rise is elasticated and much more scrunched together. So the glute separation is much more enhanced. But those are kind of our main differences. Anyways, let's talk about the curve contour leggings. We have a double thickness waistband. We have a little triangle crotch gusset here. And the rise on these ones, while both of the leggings actually measure a 9-inch rise in a size small, the rec stretch sit at a true high rise for me, and these ones definitely slid down to more of a mid to high rise. I was seeing a little bit of belly button. So for that reason, if you are a little bit shorter and you don't like a really super high rise, the Ultralux is a little better. These measure at a 27-inch inseam, but because they don't have that much stretch to them, I felt like they were kind of hitting me at a 7/8. And then the curve contours aren't as in your face of a glute separation. We do have that hidden scrunch up the back rise seam, the sculpt seam, but because the fabric is a little bit thicker, it doesn't quite sit up in the glutes as much as the rec stretch. So we get more of a medium to high on the booty scale on these, which we will see. We do have the Paragon logo in tonal colors in the back. Very simple, very clean, slightly contoured seams in the back. All right, let's try on the Ultralux curve contour. Okay, here we are. And you can see immediately these are hitting more of a mid to high rise. I'm seeing my belly button here. They don't stay up. If I pull them up to here and I walk around and kind of just do my thing a little bit, we're back to here or even lower. I was wearing these around the house after I wore them to the gym, and every time I bent over, I felt like these glute seams were getting lower and lower and lower. So these don't have that same waistband hold that the rec stretch do. That being said, if you are a shorter torso, these aren't going up as high, so that can be a plus. For me, I don't even mind this length of a waistband, but I feel like it's because the sides aren't going up quite high enough. I don't know. This is where I feel like they should be, but they don't want to stay there. Double thickness waistband here. Overall compression on these is a good medium, maybe even medium to high in the leggings. The shorts didn't feel quite the same, but they definitely do have a limit to their stretch. I feel some tightness in the knees. It's just a more compressive fabric with more hold. You will also get a little bit more opacity in these, a little bit more smoothing of an effect as well. And then in the back, we do have those seams that go above the glutes, but because they kind of slide down a little bit, I feel like they could just be a little bit higher. The Rec Stretch Sculpt Seam Plus, they do sit a little bit higher than these. Because we have that sculpt seam in here, it does help with the glute separation, so we're still getting medium to high on the booty scale. It's just not quite as flattering as the Sculpt Seam Plus. We are getting more cellulite coverage on these. I wouldn't say it's full cellulite coverage because these colors are so light, but it's definitely better than the Rec Stretch. So these are actually a longer inseam than the Rec Stretch, but they don't sit at a very long length on me. I had to pull up so much fabric just to make these like slightly more comfortable up in the waist and glute area that we ended up just losing a lot of the length, and these definitely fit me more like a 7/8. So even though the inseam is listed as longer, these don't fit me like a very long legging. So overall, this is just not a fabric that I tend to reach for. I don't like that I feel a little bit restricted. I don't like that it's not really staying up. It's kind of not tight enough in the waistband and then a little bit too tight along the thigh area. It's just not fitting me how I would like it to. One pro of these is that the fabric is very durable. I even did a little test where I took my Velcro lifting strap at the gym and ran it over the fabric, and these did not snag. So that's definitely a plus. But unless you're someone who really likes compression and you have a shorter torso and you don't like a super high rise, I would be choosing the Rec Stretch. All right, we already talked about these a little bit, but these are the Rec Stretch Original Sculpt Seam Plus leggings. I've tried quite a few different fabrics, styles from Paragon at this point, and the Sculpt Seam Plus just continues to be a favorite. There have been a couple slightly different styles of the Sculpt Seam Plus, but just having the Plus makes a difference to me. So these are a double thickness waistband with no top band. We have that triangle gusset in the front here, curved glute seams in the Sculpt Seam Plus in the back, which does stretch out so you don't see that kind of scrunched when you're wearing it. These are a 25-inch inseam, which is shorter than the curve contour leggings, but they have a lot of vertical stretch. These almost fit kind of like a seamless legging in that they just have stretch every which way and are just so flattering on the glutes. Anyways, I find that they actually are a pretty good length on me because of all that vertical stretch. Okay guys, we have the Rec Stretch leggings, and these just feel so good on. They just feel like you're wearing nothing, but you still got a little waistband hold. I just love how these feel So first of all, we do have a high rise here. We do get a little bit of compression in the waistband, which is nice. And this is what keeps the leggings up. We have more vertical stretch, so you're able to get them to sit high rise. And this is not me even pulling them up. This is just how they naturally sit. But the extra layer of the waistband, which most leggings have, it just really works in this fabric, just really keeps these leggings up. So I am never adjusting these during my workout. They are staying put. They're not sliding down, which can be rare for a seamed legging. The waistband's also nice and thick, so it does give a little bit of lower tummy control here. No front seam. We have that triangle gusset there, which is not visible from the front. So much stretch. These are true to size. If you're in between, you can really go either way. If you want a little bit more compression, size down. If you're worried about the waistband being too snug, size up. These are definitely a light compression. This fabric is very thin and stretchy. And then we have the back. The seams sit above the glutes. That scrunch sits perfectly between the cheeks and it doesn't fall out when you walk around. Like I work out, I can walk around in these, and that seam stays right where it's supposed to be. It does not fall down like the other leggings. So that is something I love about these. These are high on the booty scale, so flattering. The one drawback is because these are thin, especially in these light colors, you're not going to get cellulite coverage here. And then we go to the full length view, and you can see these are a 25-inch inseam, but they're fitting nearly like a full length legging because they have so much vertical stretch. I just feel like these leggings combine my favorite things about like a seamless legging, being like super flattering on the glutes, having all of that stretch, but they have the look of a regular non-seamless legging, which I just feel like it's giving the best of both worlds. So again, the only thing I am not a fan of with these is the snagability of them. So again, just be aware of that. But these are definitely the top pick of the launch for me. All right, next let's talk about the shorts. Let's start out with the Ultralux Curve Contour Sculpt Seam Short. So these are the same structure as the leggings, but they do have a 5-inch inseam. Personally, I wish it was a 6-inch inseam because these do go up the glutes a little bit, like any scrunch legging does, which means you get a little bit less length than you're expecting. So I have been using my Peloton quite a bit, and I do like to wear shorts when I'm on my Peloton. So I have been using these. They do roll, which again doesn't really bother me with certain activity, but wearing these to the gym, I do prefer to have a slightly longer legging. Anyways, let's try these on. All right, here they are. So compared to the Rec Stretch shorts, these do feel like the length is fitting a little bit longer just because the scrunch doesn't pull as much fabric in, but the rise also isn't as high. So we are seeing some belly button here, so I'd really consider these more of a mid to high rise. I definitely can pull these up and then pull them up the glutes. And for the shorts, it will stay like this. For the leggings, it won't. But when I do this, I do get extra fabric in the waistband. So I just don't feel like this fabric really hugs all the curves in the right way. It's just not my favorite fabric. It provides a little bit more compression. It's very durable as well, so that's nice. But I think this fabric does better for tops than bottoms. And the seam is a little bit more snug on these than it is on the Rec Stretch shorts. So it's not cutting into my thighs, but if they were too small, it definitely would. So I would say overall true to size. If you're in between for thighs, I would consider a size up. And then we have the back. We have the slightly curved seams, the Sculpt Seam here, and you can see it doesn't sit quite as much between the glutes as the Sculpt Seam Plus, but it still gives you some glute separation without being super obvious. Because I know that these slide down, I'm only going to give them a medium to high on the booty scale. I don't think they deserve to be the same as the Rec Stretch. Overall compression on these, in this color, I'm getting more of like a light medium, but in the leggings, I was getting more of like a medium compression. But if you like a little bit more opaque and smoothing in your fabric, a little bit more durability, then I would go with this fabric. Then we have the Rec Stretch Original Sculpt Seam Shorts. Again, these are a 5-inch inseam. Same structure as the Sculpt Seam leggings, and they're just super lightweight and stretchy. I feel like these colors go really well in shorts just because they're so springy, summery. All right, here are the Rec Stretch shorts. You can see these just hit higher on the waist just because this fabric has so much more stretch. And we do get a good amount of hold in the waistband with the double thickness here, but it's still nice and stretchy, so it's not cutting in. So I'm getting a true high rise. The waistband's also pretty thick too, so it does go down slightly into the lower tummy area. These are 5-inch inseam, but they fit. These are They almost fit kind of more like a 4-inch with what I talked about before. The fabric gathers up the glutes a little bit, so you get a little bit less. So since these don't go over the bulk part of my thighs, they do roll on me. This is something I'd wear for like my Peloton classes though, and I would be comfortable in that. There's no side seam here, and these are a true high on the booty scale. You guys know I only reserve that for the best of the best. So we have those curved glute seams. They do sit above the glutes, and that Sculpt Seam Plus sits right between the cheeks and gives some good glute separation, so it's ultra flattering on the glutes. This fabric also does not squish the glutes down at all. Even though these are a little bit short for me and they do roll, I still would consider them thick thigh friendly overall because they are so stretchy. So it just depends if you like a shorter short or not. I definitely prefer the leggings, and I would like a longer length in the shorts, but I still do find myself wearing these for my Peloton classes. Quickly touching on sizing here, I think for the shorts, the waistband is feeling a little bit more snatched than the leggings, but they're still very true to size. So normal size, but if you're in between, I think I would go with a size up. And overall compression is about a light to medium. With the rec stretch, it's just super stretchy. So it still gives you a little bit of hold, but it's not compressive. Next, we're moving on to sports bras. We have the Ultralux Dual Fit Bra. And I've been a little bit disappointed with Paragon sports bras in the past. I just didn't really feel like they were really a sports bra or had enough coverage, but I feel like the bras in this collection are definitely better. So this one's just kind of a classic thicker spaghetti strap shape, almost more of a bandeau structure here. There is an elastic on the inside of the bottom, so you still get that seamless look, but you do get the support of having the elastic there. We have these thicker straps here that help kind of distribute the weight on the shoulders a little bit so that they're not super tiny straps cutting in, but the straps are also adjustable in the back, which I love. And then since this is the dual fit bra, the straps actually do disconnect in the back, so you can crisscross them if that's something you prefer. All right, here's the dual fit bra. And I think this fabric just works really well as a bra because the extra structure of it just gives it a little bit more support. So it's a very basic bra, but I do like the fit of it. It's definitely true to size. If you're in between, I would size up. We have that bottom band that sits nicely below the bust, but you still get that seamless look. Almost kind of a straight across bandeau shape. The coverage here, I would say slightly less than the other bra. I do feel like I get a little bit more cleavage popping out here, not a ton, but I would give this a medium coverage. No issues falling out of it at the gym. It's still very secure. We have the straight up and down straps, and I like that these are thicker than the rec stretch because this fabric isn't quite as soft as that one. So having that thicker strap prevents it from cutting in as much. I am wearing it with the straps straight up and down right now. And the support, honestly, it's pretty good. I'm gonna give it a medium, but if you have a small bust, it's really more medium to high. It does really hold you in. So right now I have the straps on straight up and down, but they can be crossed in the back and they can also be adjusted. I can't tell which bra I like better in this collection. I think I might like this one a little bit more just because it has a little bit more support, but I like the strappiness of the Radiate bra. But yeah, finally happy to see some better bras from them. The cup pads, they feel better in this bra because the fabric has more structure. And again, they're looking a little bit better. I don't have any crinkled cup pads this launch, which is good, but I still wish that they were more of an oval cup pad, a little bit more structure to it rather than the pointy ends, which can be easily crinkled. And here we have the bra with the crisscross straps. I do loosen them up to be crisscrossed. I think I generally prefer to wear my straps crisscrossed because then they don't slide down at all. And then here's the view from the front, obviously coming up a little bit more. Pinto Bean appearance, number 1. You've been very elusive, but the people want to see you. The people want to see you. He was on his way to sitting on his little flower cat tree. Yep, that's his favorite spot. Then we have the Rec Stretch Radiant Bra. I find that Rec Stretch in bras tends to not be super supportive because the fabric is just so lightweight and stretchy. It just doesn't have as much hold to it. So the Ultralux is definitely better for a more supportive bra. We have a little scooped neckline here. Similar structure to the last bra. We do have that elastic on the inside of the bra there, so you still get that seamless look, but you get the support. We do have 2 straps that go up and then they kind of crisscross. Some of them go in, and then the Paragon logo on the back, the kind of seamless look there. All right, here's the sports bra. So you can see that bottom band that kind of still gives that sleek look, still sits nicely below the bust and gives some good security there. Overall coverage is pretty good. I would say it's a solid medium, maybe even medium to full coverage. I definitely did not have any issues falling out of this at the gym. Teeny bit of side boob, but really just more scooping around the armpits. This bra is super comfortable, even though the straps are a little bit thinner. The straps are so stretchy and soft that they just don't cut in. Even though the coverage is good, This bra is really more of a light to medium support because the fabric is so stretchy. It just doesn't have that same hold to it. So I would definitely consider it more of a low impact bra. And then we have the back. I like the little strap design here. It's very simple, but the straps still stay on well. The back is nice and secure there. This one is definitely true to size. If you're in between, I would consider sizing down just because it's so stretchy. If you sized up, you might just not get enough hold with it. But I think this bra is good. Again, cup pads could probably be improved here, but it makes for a good matching set with the bottoms. And then we have two tops. This is the Rec Stretch Classic Crop. I believe I have tried this one before. So it's made of the ultra stretchy Rec Stretch. We have a high neckline, kind of scooped shoulder detail, full coverage in the back. And this one actually does have a full bra on the inside with cup pads. So you're still getting the support of a bra without having to layer anything underneath it. And I've been definitely a critic of the Paragon cup pads in the past. And while I do feel like mine weren't crinkled this launch, sometimes they come in crinkled, they still could be a little bit better. So I don't know if they've changed them. They do feel a little bit better to me. Again, no crinkling, which means they maybe are a little bit more structured, but I would love to see like a rounder oval cup pad. I just feel like that tends to be my preferred cup pad shape. It has a little bit more structure to it. These little pointy ends just can be a little bit hard to deal with. Okay, here we have the crop, and I really like this one. I think in the yellow, you can see where we have that underlayer and then the overlay on top. It doesn't bother me, it's not too bad, but I would just be aware of that with these super pale colors. So this one fits really well. It's true to size, obviously full coverage. The support is about a medium support. You get a little bit more having that extra layer over top. It's still a cropped length. It's only a little bit below the normal sports bra space, so it's not a ton of coverage in the length. A little bit of scooping around the armpits here, so we get a tiny bit of side boob, but not too bad. The internal bra fits great, so I would go with your normal sports bra size. If you're in between, you could kind of do either way. I think I would probably recommend a size up just because it feels a little bit snug here. And then the back is full coverage. I like this one because even though it's still a tank and it's a little bit more coverage than I go for at the gym, it's still super lightweight because this fabric is so breathable. And last item, we have the Rec Stretch Short Sleeve Crop. So super stretchy Rec Stretch fabric. We have a crew neck, short sleeves, and it is a cropped length with full coverage in the back, logo on the top of the back, those same tonal colors. And this is just a top, it's just a layering piece. It does not have a built-in bra on the inside. So you're not getting really any extra support from this, it's just a top. All right, here we are with the top. So it feels a little bit longer than the Rec Stretch Classic Crop. It's going down a little bit below the sports bra area. Super stretchy, and it's a very snug fit in a small, so it's not tight anywhere because this fabric has so much stretch, but if you're in between sizes, you probably could size up and still have it be snug on you. We have the mock neck here, it's snug across the bust, kind of almost shorter cap sleeves here, and then full coverage in the back. It stays put pretty well when I lift my arms up here, and yeah, just a good little layering piece. It's super lightweight. It will show sweat, just be aware. I mean, really, most shirts do, but it's thin and sweat wicking, but the sweat marks will still be there. Lastly, they are launching a little graphic pump cover that just says Candyland on it that I did not get, but that's also cute if you prefer like an oversized tee vibe. All right guys, that is everything launching. I hope you guys enjoyed, and make sure to give this video a thumbs up if you did. As for top picks, for me, it's the Sculpt Seam Plus leggings. Honestly, those have my heart. I do wish they were a little bit more durable. Again, this is all launching on March 7th. If you guys do want 10% off, you can use code Kathryn, and please be sure to put your comments and questions down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
And this is we're winning some battles and we're losing some. We're winning for normies. Normies are finally waking up and shedding light on this, and they're going, what's going on?
We have been long overdue to check in with Amazon to see what they've been serving up recently in terms of activewear. When I first started this channel, Amazon was just kind of starting to make really good quality leggings for affordable prices, but the Amazon brands, they have not been sleeping because they have been coming out with some super flattering, super cute leggings. And today we are trying all of the best leggings that are flattering on the glutes, but still affordable. We do have an AliExpress mention in here as well, so it's not just Amazon, but just generally affordable leggings that are flattering flattering for the glutes. If you guys know me, you know that one of my highest priorities in leggings is that it's not bringing my glutes down. I don't want to be wearing activewear that is making my glutes look worse than they are. So all of the leggings today will be at least a medium to high, if not a high on the booty scale, which is my rating system for how leggings flatter the glutes. All of these leggings today are new to me. I have tried a lot of these brands before, so I know I love these brands. Amazon can still definitely be hit or miss, but all of the brands we're talking about today consistently are bringing out pretty good quality stuff. If you're new here, my name is Kathryn. We do a lot of activewear reviews on this channel. If you haven't already subscribed, please be sure to do so down below and give this video a thumbs up if you like affordable activewear videos, and let's get into it. So we are starting out with one of the most popular Amazon leggings I have ever reviewed. I tried these probably 2 to 3 years ago at this point, and on Amazon I can see which items people are buying the most, like my top sellers, if you will. And I have not talked about these leggings in like over a year, and they are still every month the top seller. I haven't even like linked them in like so long. These were the OG seamless scrunch leggings on Amazon. These are the Success scrunch leggings. Okay, I thought I would pop on the original Success seamless leggings just so we have a baseline. First of all, these leggings are made of this durable knit seamless material. Like if you're used to something like an Athlete Amplify, which can honestly pretty easily snag on things, this is not going to be the case. This fabric is very densely knit. These are a very high rise. They go pretty well above the belly button. You can even roll them down, and that's someone who has a long torso. So very high rise. The waistband is nice and thick and has a good amount of compression. Overall compression is about a medium to high. They still have a good amount of stretch to them, but it is a thicker fabric, and I do occasionally feel some tightness in the knees. So it's not the most lightweight stretchy material to exist, but it has enough stretch to get a workout in. And then we go to the back. I think that these are a high on the booty scale. We have that scrunch that goes up the middle. I would say it's decently visible. The seams kind of curve around the glutes. They sit above the glutes as well. And there's also this kind of almost shadow of a contour that kind of curves around the glutes. So you have a lot of features that are making these flattering on the glutes, high on the booty scale. Also, because of the density of this fabric, I would also say these are very cellulite friendly as well. Let's do a full length view. These are about an ankle length on me. So I believe they only come in one length. It would be nice to see multiple lengths. A lot of seamless leggings, you can kind of make them a little bit longer. I would say these have a little bit of vertical stretch, but not as much as something like an Athlete Amplify or some of the other seamless leggings coming up. Honestly, these are a classic, very durable seamless legging, and they've just stood the test of time. I've had these for a long time now. And I will say, though, we are adding a rating to each of the leggings on how invasive the scrunch is, and I have not squatted in these in a while, and you really feel that scrunch when you squat. So I've never felt like they're going to rip or anything, but definitely some tightness there. Success now has flare scrunch leggings. And listen, I think that this is going to be a thing this year. Also this pink, I'm all about the pink activewear this year. When I color coordinated all of my activewear recently, I realized that almost every single brand is slacking on the pink. And as a girly girl, we gotta have our pink. So all of the sizes that I'm wearing will be listed on the screen at the beginning of each item, but I believe I have a small in everything, just to make it easy. I generally find all of the brands today true to size. So the Success leggings, these have a scrunch up the back rise, and it's a pretty stiff scrunch. It's just a collection of seams. It doesn't have any elasticity to it. It's definitely going to give you a little bit of a wedgie feeling. So you've been warned, if you don't like the wedgie feeling, don't try these. But I love these Success leggings, not only because the scrunch is super flattering, but the fabric is also really opaque and durable, but it still has a good amount of stretch to it. So these are actually slightly updated from the original leggings. We can see the new leggings actually have 2 tiers of compression in the waistband. The old leggings just had one single layer of compression. You can see the scrunch has a little bit of space before it reaches the gusset. The old scrunch just went straight down all the way to the gusset. So when we first started seeing scrunch leggings, they usually went all the way to the gusset, and that made the scrunch a little bit more delicate. Like people were having issues of the scrunch like popping off. And by popping off, I mean like the seam breaking and having a wardrobe malfunction in the gym. And as a girl who wears a lot of scrunch leggings, I personally have not had that happen in any of my scrunch leggings, affordable or high-end, but it has been known to happen. So I believe they probably made this a little further from the gusset just to give it a little bit more strength. The waistband is also sewn onto the leggings in a slightly tapered fashion here to be a little extra flattering towards the glutes. And then we have a pretty wide flare going on. So these do come in 2 lengths. So they come in a 29-inch inseam and a 31-inch inseam. Unfortunately, neither of those are long enough for me. As a tall girly, I really need a 33 to 34-inch for my inseam. So keep that in mind when I'm trying these on. These will definitely be too short for me, but for my average to shorter girlies, you do have length options. Here are the flares. So first of all, it looks like they lowered the rise slightly, which does make sense. They did change the waistband a little bit. So the waistband is actually not quite as tall now. It's been a little bit shortened, and it hits right just a little bit above the belly button for me, and I'm really liking it. I'm also liking the 2 densities of the ribbing on the waistband. I feel like it's giving a good amount of hold here. Still have no front seam. The fabric overall feels very similar, feels durable, it feels nice and dense, but it does have a good amount of stretch to it still. And the back, I feel like, and you guys will have to let me know what your thoughts are, but I don't think it's doing quite as much as the original Success leggings. I'm not really able to get the scrunch to sit quite between the glutes, and I do think because they didn't bring it all the way to the gusset down there, it's honestly not tight enough to sit between the cheeks how it should. I honestly would not give these the same high booty scale rating. I think that these are maybe medium to high, and the scrunch is very visible. So far, I'm definitely preferring the original Success seamless leggings and not the flares. I definitely don't think they look bad at the back, but that scrunch is definitely visible. Still definitely cellulite friendly, and overall compression on these, I would say the fabric feels actually a teeny bit stretchier, so maybe more of a medium compression. And then the full length view. These are a 31-inch inseam, so they are too short on me, but they definitely went ham with the flares. We have quite the bell-bottom shape here. They are flaring kind of right at the knee for me, so it's going to be thick calf friendly. You're not going to cling to your calves. I would love to see them come out with one more inseam length, just because for my tall girlies, this is not really going to work for us. But if you're like 5'6", 5'7", and below, you should be able to get away with this. So let me know what you guys think of the scrunch flares. I think the scrunch on this one could definitely be better, but I think the concept I could be here for. And lastly, scrunch invasiveness. These are actually really not very invasive at all because that scrunch is not really sitting up between the cheeks. So a light to medium on scrunch invasiveness. This video is not just seamless scrunch leggings. I know in the past that's a lot of what Amazon has had, but these affordable brands have now kind of stepped their way into the hidden scrunch realm, which is a realm I love to be in. A hidden scrunch is a regular non-seamless style legging that has an elastic up the back rise seam so that back rise seam kind of sits between the glutes and gives you glute separation and is super flattering, but without that super scrunched appearance. So these leggings are actually from AliExpress. We have not talked about AliExpress leggings in a hot minute, but I used to review so much AliExpress stuff. The AliExpress seller is Shinbean, which is one of my favorite AliExpress sellers. They always have really high quality stuff. They tend to be a little on the pricier side, but the shipping was also super fast. It got here in like less than a week, which when I used to order AliExpress, it would take like 2 months. So they improved. These are the Shinbean Sculpt Peach Hidden Scrunch leggings, size small, and they were $25.79. And the first thing that we are going to notice about these is that this scrunch is a very similar style to the Paragon Sculpt Seam Plus leggings. We know that Paragon and AliExpress, are they still crossing over? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. You guys can weigh in the comments. I kind of don't think so because all of the Paragon leggings I've tried recently, the fabric is very different from what this fabric is, but the actual style of the Sculpt Seam looks pretty similar. These are a pair of Paragon Sculpt Seam Plus leggings I got last summer, and these are the AliExpress. And we can see that the seam style and the scrunch are both looking very similar, but I will say the fabrics are very, very different. The Paragon fabric's a little bit more sleek performance, super lightweight and stretchy, and the AliExpress feels more like a slightly thicker brush material. It may not have quite as much contouring around the curves, but we will see when it's on. Anyways, I think these are going to be good. We have a double thickness waistband with no top seam, no front seam as well, triangle crotch gusset here, curved glute seams in the back, and we do have that back rise scrunch detail that has elastic in it to sit up between the glutes. And these only did come in one length and they're looking a little bit short, so let's try these on. It has been a while since I've tried AliExpress leggings, but I used to never really have an issue with the sizing. These were quite a struggle to get on though, so I got a size 6, which is what they said was their size small, but I definitely think they run a little bit on the small side because feeling a little bit compressed, so I would definitely say consider a size up. Overall, I am liking the structure of these. So we have a double thickness waistband, and this one I would say is more of a mid to high rise. It wants to sit just about right at the belly button, if not showing just a teeny bit of belly button, and that's after me pulling them up. We also have no front seam. The fabric is nice, but you can definitely tell that it's not quite as high quality as some of the other fabrics we're going to try today. It just lacks a little bit of stretch, and it has some softness to it, but I've tried a lot of leggings over my years, leggings, and this definitely feels like 2019, 2020 style fabric, you know? Like not quite as brushed and buttery soft as the fabrics we are seeing more modernly. I act like this is legging history class, but anyways, they just feel a little bit old in the fabric. And the back, so I'm going to give these a medium to high on the booty scale, not a high, because I feel like this fabric could do better at kind of contouring the curves. So it's not bad, like definitely these are still objectively a flattering legging, but I know we're about to try one that's going to be even better, so we're reserving the high on the booty scale for that one. Anyways, the seams do go above the glutes and are slightly curved. This scrunch, you could see, was a little scrunchy when we were holding it up before, but all of that little fabric gathering has evened out, so they look just like a normal legging. They sit between the cheeks a little bit so you get some glute separation. So medium to high on the booty scale. You should honestly get some cellulite coverage with these because the fabric is a little more thick, a little more dense, but not quite as good as the Success leggings that are just a little bit thicker. These do just come in one length, and they are definitely a little bit short for me. I prefer just a little longer or just like a little bit of extra stretch. Scrunch invasiveness. Honestly, I really don't feel the scrunch too much. With this style of hidden scrunch legging, the scrunch is so elastic that it gives you that glute separation, but it doesn't feel like a rope going up your cheeks, you know? Still very comfortable, and overall compression, honestly, medium to high because these are just running a little bit small. Overall, love the shape and the style of these, but the fabric is not my favorite. I would say if you like a brushed fabric that is not super naked feel and does have a little bit more thickness to it, you will like these. Next, let's try the Arola Dream Scrunch leggings. These are $36.99. So Arola, I feel like tends to be a little bit pricier, but their fabric quality I feel like is always really nice. So Arola does a lot of seamless scrunch leggings. They do have a few different collections. I'm not entirely sure what the differences are, but the Dream collection feels a little bit thicker and more opaque than some of their older collections that I've tried. Have a ribbed waistband with 2 different levels of ribbing, an embroidered logo, a little widow's peak detail into a seamless scrunch in the back. This one does have a little bit of stretch to it, and the fabric is very solid with very minimal marl and has quite a bit of vertical stretch, so the length should be pretty flexible as well. I'm a huge fan of these. I know Arola has been working on their seamless leggings for a while, but this fabric, it's so soft, yet it's a little bit more dense than a lot of super stretchy seamless. So I just feel like it's kind of like the best of both worlds. We still have that super naked feel stretch, but also just a little bit more opacity, and squat proofness can often be an issue with seamless leggings like this. So far, loving these. The waistband is kind of perfect height, just goes right above the belly button. Feels like it's going to stay nice and secure. The waistband's giving a good medium to high compression. You can see it's holding me in, but it's not compressing me too much. No front seam. This fabric is just so soft and super stretchy. It's also very pet fur resistant. I've just been wiping the pet fur right off. In the back, we have that logo. The seams sit above the glutes, and the scrunch sits right between the glutes. Definitely high on the booty scale. I would say you might get a little bit of cellulite coverage because this fabric is just a teeny bit thicker, but it doesn't have any marl to it or any texture to kind of hide the skin texture underneath, so I wouldn't expect full coverage. Overall compression, I'm feeling about a light to medium, and since these are so stretchy, we're getting a lot of vertical stretch, so I can make them basically a full length on me. And even though these do have a scrunch, they are still pretty stretchy. I still feel a little bit of tightness in my squat, but I would say only about a medium scrunch invasiveness overall. In terms of the seamless, so far, these are definitely my favorite. I'm a big fan of the fabric, and they're super flattering. I will say my one pet peeve with these affordable brands is they're coming out with these great leggings, but then they just don't make any sports bras, and I love to have a matching set. When I go to pick out my workout outfit, I want to pick a matching set, and none of these brands have matching sets, or they're like just starting to come out with a sports bra, and it's like just okay, or it's like the coverage isn't great for me. So I would love to see better sports bras to match all these leggings. I would be wearing these all the time if they were doing that. And if we didn't already rate the booty scale, definitely going with a high. Next we have the Iorio V-Waist Scrunch Seamless Leggings. So I believe I've tried Iorio before, but I have not seen their V-Waist Scrunch Leggings, and we rarely see a scrunch legging with this kind of crossover waistband. Actually, we did have one from Buff Bunny last year, but we all know that scrunch leggings are super popular, and so is this little crossover V-Waist. So we have a little dip down in the front. The fabric does kind of lay over each other here. It is a ribbed waistband. We have the logo embroidered embroidered into the fabric as well. And we also have some curved glute seams and a seamless scrunch in the back with a little bit of stretch. This fabric does have some marl to it and feels like it has a good amount of stretch. Kind of impressed with these. And I was thinking, we actually have tried 2 other pairs of seamless leggings with a cross waist on this channel. One was the Buff Bunny, I believe it was the snatched seamless. Those had a much higher rise, but were also super flattering. And the Pop Flex seamless that we most recently tried, where the waistband was just not quite sitting right. And I gotta say, these did a really good job. So definitely not the highest rise, but I think for most torso heights, this is actually going to be really good. It does peak down a little bit below the belly button. But it comes up right to my natural waist on the sides. So these are still a really good waist rise for me. I love that we have this dip down V in the front. It's super flattering, gives you a little extra lower tummy control. And in the Pop Flex leggings, we noticed that the waistband wasn't quite sitting right here, but the waistband on these is sitting really flat against the skin and just overall fitting really well. So these, I would definitely say true to size. They do have a little extra stretch to them, so I would say size down if you're in between. We have no front seam here. The fabric is a marled seamless. So it's very stretchy. It has a little bit of a sleek feel to it. And this is the only seamless so far that I would say it leans a teeny bit towards itchy style seamless. It's not like as thick as like a Gymshark seamless, but not quite as smooth and soft as like the Arola seamless. These are still definitely okay for the gym for me, but if I were to be sitting in these for a long period of time, you might get some little butt itches, if you know what I'm saying. If you've ever been in school in a pair of leggings before rush leggings came out, you'll know what I'm talking about. Where you're just sitting in like a school chair all day in your leggings and your butt just itches, like the cheeks. I can't be the only one who's experienced this. I used to hate leggings because of this. Like I would prefer to wear jeans than leggings, which is insane to say. So glad we have better fabrics now. We also have a little bit of a shading detail down the side of the leg, just kind of goes to the bottom of the outer thigh. And then we go to the back. And honestly, I wasn't sure these were going to be a high on the booty scale, but the scrunch is sitting really well between the cheeks. Like I would still say definitely high on the booty scale. It's really not like that invasive. Like I would honestly say like a low to medium on the invasive scale. So still comfortable, but still flattering. And we have those seams that kind of contour around the glutes here. They do sit above the glutes. Embroidered logo into the waistband. The fabric is not the thickest, but it does have some marl to it. So we'll say kind of medium cellulite friendly. These are nice and stretchy, so I was able to kind of pull them down with their vertical stretch to get a good length for me. And then one last squat. They're just really not bothering me in my squat, so I think they would be very comfortable for the gym. And compression, while I do feel like these are holding me in, they do have a lot of stretch to them, so really more of a light to medium compression. Honestly, I've tried some Yorio before, and I feel like I wasn't super impressed, but I feel like they did a good job on these. The only thing I could see with these is that I feel like I do just get a little more crotch gathering than I am in some of the others, and it's almost like a little bit of extra fabric, so it's really the only place where I'm getting some kind of unusual looking things. Everything else is fitting really well. We have a Pinto appearance. Pinto, say hi to everyone. You haven't made an appearance in a video in a long time. You're so cute. We all love you. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Next up, we have another non-seamless option. These are from the brand Sunzel. And Sunzel, I think, has become my favorite Amazon brand. Their fabrics are really nice, and they're always delivering the no front seam options, which you guys know I'm a fan of. So these are the Sunzel Butterfly Lycra Hidden Scrunch leggings. So this is my first time trying their Butterfly Lycra, and I'm a fan. It's a very lightweight, thin, and stretchy brushed fabric, but I just feel like I'm gonna love the way this fits on. It's almost kind of reminding me like a Buff Bunny butter fabric, maybe kind of more like Nubri, but very soft. So these leggings are pretty basic in the front. We just have a double thickness waistband, no top band, no front seam, triangle gusset. I believe these did have multiple lengths. So these are pretty similar to the AliExpress leggings, but I think they come in more color, size, and length options. And then we have the back. We have those tapered glute seams into a hidden scrunch. And the hidden scrunch, again, kind of resembles the Paragon Sculpt Seam Plus. So it is also very similar to those AliExpress leggings. I will say I prefer the fabric of these much more. Here's an up close of the fabric in the scrunch. The fabric is lightly brushed, super soft, and the scrunch does have the elastic, so it is very stretchy. And again, the scrunch style is pretty close to the Paragon Sculpt Seam. Okay, this fabric is the best fabric I've ever tried from an affordable brand. Like, I swear this feels so soft and hugging and like just luxurious. Like, I wish you could feel this through the screen because this is so soft. It just hugs every curve. If I didn't know that these were only $28, I would never guess. Very impressed with the butterfly lycra. I knew that Sunzel had good fabrics, but this is a new fabric to me and it's even better than I imagined. Highly recommend this fabric. Overall, the legging, I feel like the sizing is a little bit off. The waist does feel just like not quite as compressive as I would like. It's not really loose, but I could tell that if I wore this in a workout, it may slide down just because the waist isn't really compressing me as much as it should. So I would definitely say that these run just a teeny bit big and to consider a size down, especially if you're in between. Other than that, I would say the waistband is more of a mid to high. It's a very similar fit to the AliExpress leggings, except these ones feel like at least a size bigger. So more of a mid to high rise, which is good for my shorter torso girlies. I've also been into a rise like this if it stays up, but I could tell, like, I just feel like these are gonna slide down a little bit, unfortunately. No front seam, very seamless here. There are also no side seams down the side. And then we have the hidden scrunch in the back. I'm going to give these a medium to high because I feel like if these were a size smaller, I would be getting more glute separation. Like, I'm definitely getting some glute separation right now, but it's not as much as it could be if this was a little bit more snug of a fit. So I would say if I had an extra small, which maybe I'll order an extra small after this so we can see, then I would be getting a high on the booty scale, but they still are very flattering. We have that scrunch back there. You can see really no gathering of the fabric. The seams go above the glutes. Overall, very low compression and probably not the most cellulite coverage on these either, just because they are on the thinner side. I would say if you're looking for cellulite coverage, you're really going to want to stick to darker colors. And these come in a 28-inch and a 25-inch inseam, and these are the 28-inch. So I love that Sunzel also is coming out with multiple lengths of leggings. This pink color is so cute. We don't often get to see pinks, like I was saying. I love that we have a pink here. So yeah, I think that if I had the correct size, these would be an incredible legging. So I'm definitely gonna order an extra small and see how they go. But I highly recommend this fabric. It is unreal. And scrunch invasiveness, especially because this is an elastic scrunch and it's a little bit too big for me, I would say a low on the scrunch invasiveness. Just showing how similar all of these leggings are. We have the Sunzel, we have the AliExpress, and we have the Paragon, and then we have an updated Paragon legging. Honestly, all of the seams have a very similar structure where they're kind of this like double thicker style seam, and then the more elasticized scrunch area. You can see it's nearly identical on the Paragon as well. The updated Paragons, they do have newer styles with different details that I have not seen on AliExpress or anything. But yeah, what's interesting is all of these are very, very different fabrics and very different feels, but the seams are all very similar. And then I didn't mean to save all of the Sunzel for last, but we have the Sunzel seamless scrunch leggings. These are $28.99, and I have yet to try anything from Sunzel that is seamless, so I was excited to try these. So these have a 3-tiered waistband, similar to an Alphalete Amplify. We have the embroidered logo in the back, widow's peak detailing, and a seamless scrunch. So here is the up close. The fabric is definitely a little bit on the shiny side. The fabric is overall very solid, very minimal marl, and the fabric also transitions seamlessly from the waistband to the body of the legging, just like the Arola scrunch. And those are the only 2 leggings that do have this seamless transition. The other ones do have a seam that connects the waistband to the body of the leggings. Okay, so again, very impressed with how these feel. And I have never experienced this with Sunzel. I have multiple size smalls in Sunzel, and they fit me much better, even maybe a little bit snug, but these are just fitting like a little bit loose. Like, I just feel like I have a little bit too much space. So I would definitely consider a size down in these. I think an extra small would actually fit me really well. We have that 3-tiered compressive waistband. Right now, because these just feel a little bit loose, I'm really only getting like a low to medium compression on the waistband, when realistically probably should be more medium to high. The body of the leggings, these are almost in between the Arola Dream Seamless and the Yoreos. Like, they're not quite as soft as the Dream Seamless, but they're not itchy, and they have a ton of stretch. I'm liking the material here. It could definitely be a little bit more sheer in lighter colors, but this color should be totally fine. We do have a little side panel detail here, just a little bit of shading, not too much gathering or anything in the front. And in the back, I would definitely say high on the booty scale. The scrunch is sitting right between the cheeks, flattering seam detail, and these I would say kind of medium cellulite friendly. We do have a little bit of texture going on, but they still are a little bit on the thin side, so I wouldn't expect full coverage. Overall compression is a light. I would say if I sized down, maybe they'd be light to medium. Because these are so stretchy and have so much vertical stretch, we're getting a nice full length, so the length is very flexible on these as well. And again, super comfy. I know that Sunzel right now only has one sports bra, so I would love to see them come out with more bras because they definitely have been kind of killing it with the leggings lately. And the invasiveness is a very low on the Scrunch right now. It may be more low to medium if I size down, but because the fabric is so stretchy, I'm really not feeling much invasiveness at all in the back. So I would say if you're deciding between these and the Arollas, I really like both of them, but if you're looking for a slightly thinner material, I would go with the Sunzels, but honestly, I don't think you can go wrong with either one. Another detail that these have that the Sunzels don't is they do have that little side panel detail, but again, it's not very noticeable. Okay guys, that is it for the video. Overall, I'd say that all of them did a really great job. Really the only ones that I'm not so sure of are those Success Flare leggings, but I kind of feel like there's an option for everybody, and overall I was very happy with all of the leggings. If I had to pick favorites, I would definitely say maybe the Sunzel Butterfly Lycra if I get those in a better size, and then maybe the Arolla Dream Seamless, but I was also happy with the Success and the Sunzel Seamless. So again, I would love to see all of these brands come out with more sports bras so we can wear all of these with matching sets. I do have another affordable activewear video coming up for you guys with more non-scrunch leggings, tops, sports bras, basically everything else that we didn't cover in this video, so stay tuned. Give this video a thumbs up if you haven't already. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And recently we did a review of a bunch of affordable scrunch leggings because there were just too many good ones to not have their own video. But now we are doing affordable activewear in general. So we have regular leggings with no scrunches for my girls who just like aren't into the scrunch. We have some new styles with some new fabrics that I'm super excited to try. We have affordable shrugs and boleros if you've been wanting to get onto that bolero trend, but the more pricey brands are just kind of keeping you away from it. And some cute bras, tops, sweatpants. We got a good little mix today. So I believe all of these are from Amazon. I just think Amazon has a good collection of high quality brands. You really have to be careful which brands you are buying from on Amazon. I am trying a new brand today, but mostly new items from brands that I already know and trust from Amazon. So without further ado, let's get into it. So first legging that I'm super excited to try is the Sunzel No Front Seam Pocket Legging. Honestly, one of my most highly requested items to review for you guys is no front seam pocket leggings, or just pocket leggings in general, but for me it's not going to be a favorite unless it has no front seam. And affordable brands often either have a front seam or don't have pockets, or the leggings just aren't what they should be. But I really feel like Sunzel has been hitting the mark lately. So these are made of their new Naked fabric, which is a stretchy nylon spandex that is super soft to the touch and just has a great feel when it's on. These are the same material as those pink scrunch leggings we tried from Sunzel in the last affordable activewear video, and these just look so good that I had to try them. Everything I believe today is in a size small. The last Sunzel leggings I tried felt like they ran a little bit big, so I hope that these are okay. But anyways, we have a double thickness waistband, no top band, and no front seam. Finally, we have a thin seam detail that just kind of gently curves around the glutes in the back, so they're not a scrunch or anything, but they still should be flattering on the glutes. We have two side pockets, kind of slightly curved shape, and another thing that I love about Sunzel is that they have multiple inseams. So these come in a 26 and 28 inch inseam, which honestly, it's really hard to find 28 inch inseams as a tall girly out there unless you're like buying from Lululemon or like a really high-end expensive brand. So I'm so excited to see that these are coming in two lengths. We also have this really cute brown color, which has just been very in right now. So let's try these on. The fabric of these leggings, the seam construction, the height options, all of this is just not something I normally see in a more affordable brand. So I'm very impressed with these leggings, and I'm so glad to finally find some affordable pocket leggings that actually are really nice. Let's just do a quick phone test here. It's not the biggest pocket, but it does fit my phone just fine. It's not peeping out the top or anything. Normally I'm used to a pocket that maybe goes a little bit deeper, but I still think we have plenty of space. So we have a pretty high rise. It goes a little bit above the natural waist here. Slight dip down in the front. No front seam, and I'd say the gusset is slightly extended, but it's not very visible from the front. Again, we have the pockets on the side and a seam that goes all the way down the leg. And then we have the back. We have those slightly curved seams that do sit above the glutes. This fabric is nice and contouring to the curves, so I would give it a medium to high on the booty scale. It's flattering, but it's not a scrunch. It's not super in your face. Good for everyday wear. This material is probably not going to be the most cellulite friendly, so I would stick to darker colors. I'd say it's medium cellulite friendly. It is pretty brushed, so it should have a little bit of coverage there. But again, the sizing just is a little bit off for me. We see that there's a little bit of extra fabric here. We've been getting a lot more pinto appearances in our videos lately. I just tried to feed you lunch and you didn't eat anything. He's a very picky eater. And it was your favorite too. He's just too tired. You need a nappy. Anyways, normally the waistband should be pretty snug against the skin here, but it's just a little bit loose, especially if I bend over. You can see it does gape out just a little bit, and we have a little bit of wrinkling of the fabric here. And I can just tell that if I would be walking around a lot, it just wouldn't stay up quite like it should. So again, I would recommend sizing down in these. I do have my extra smalls on the way so that I can try them. But even if you've been a certain size in Sunzel in the past, these are just feeling like they're running a little bit bigger, and you should have quite a bit of flexibility in the sizing because they are so stretchy. Looking at the full length, these are a 28-inch inseam, so super excited that they have those length options. You know, pull these down a little bit more here. So for my tall girlies, we've got everything covered. We get the length, the no front seam, the pockets, they just got everything. Overall compression is definitely a light medium. This is a very naked feel brush type fabric. If I had to compare it to something, honestly, it feels a lot like a Buff Bunny Newbury. Like, this is very close. So super excited about these. Then if pocket leggings are not your thing, I just wanted to try the classic Sunzel New Naked leggings. So same material as the last leggings. This material is honestly so soft. Like, this is the best material I've felt from an affordable brand. Here's an up close of the fabric. It's just so soft. The seams are a really delicate style seam, but they seem very high quality as well. We do have a slightly extended crotch gusset here. These do feel like they're gonna be a little bit big. I'm just wondering what happened with their sizing because I have a bunch of stuff from Sunzel in the past and I was always a small. Sizing is just so confusing, guys. Some brands I'm like, okay, am I a medium now? Some brands I'm like, I'm an extra small. I just don't feel like I'm an extra small. But anyways, these have similar seams to the pocket leggings, except no pockets on the side, just very basic, very simple. And these also come in 2 lengths. All right, and here they are. Very similar shape and everything to the New Naked pocket leggings, but these ones are much more simple design. There's no side seam. We still have that delicate kind of dipped down waistband, no top band. This one does have a hidden pocket in the waistband here, so that's a nice little bonus if you like that. We still have the seams that curve around the glutes in the back, still giving us a nice medium to high on the booty scale back here. A little more cellulite coverage in this darker color. Also in this darker color, I'm feeling more of a light to medium compression, especially in the legs, but the top part of the waistband is still not quite compressive enough for me. I definitely have a larger hip and thigh measurement and a smaller waist measurement, so I prefer leggings that have a slight tapered shape that can still give me a little bit of hold and compression in the waist to make sure the leggings stay up, but they're not too compressive in the hips and thighs. So if you're someone who has a little less of a difference in your waist and your hip measurement, a legging like this could be good because the waist is not super snatched. So it totally just depends on your body type, your preferences. For me, who prefers something a little bit more tapered, I would probably need a size down, and then I would just hope that I have enough stretch in the legs because these ones do feel a little bit tighter in the knees. So the lighter brown of the pocket leggings, those fit a little bit better for me. Still loving this fabric though. It's so soft and I'm honestly really impressed with the fabric. And then we have the full length view of these. I guess they might be a 28-inch as well, but I love the dark brown. I love this as an alternative to black to just have like a nice neutral, but not be so harsh. And then that little crotch gusset here is not visible from the front. So these are a great basic legging. Like if I had to recommend a basic legging on Amazon, this would be the one if you want a super soft fabric. But definitely sizing and body shape are something to think about with this one. All right, let's test out our first bolero. This is from the brand Yorio, which I have tried before. Their items are kind of hit or miss, but I did like their leggings in the last video. So this is the Shrug Bolero. It was $26.99. I honestly couldn't really find one for under $20. I know it seems like, you know, okay, we're paying $25 for just some sleeves, but it's a style thing. You know, and honestly, I just haven't seen them for that cheap. This fabric feels super lightweight, super stretchy. It is double lined in the body part here, and then the sleeves are single lined. They also have thumb holes. These are looking pretty good, honestly. If you look at the reviews for some of these boleros, it's really funny because the brands have had to make it so clear that they do not come with a sports bra. These items just like don't have good reviews, because if you look at the reviews, they're all like, it only came with the shrug part. It didn't come with the bra. I don't know why people don't read before they buy things, but it says in the title that it's a shrug, not a top. Anyways, this is made of a very lightweight material, almost slightly brushed, but a little more leaning towards performance. Let's try it on. All right, our first little bolero. So overall the fabric is very soft, very lightweight. I like the shape of the bolero. It's close to the neck, but not too close, and it's pretty small in the front, so you still get a nice view of the sports bra. I also like that my armpits are exposed and not covered up, because just gives you that little breeze, you know? Also, it doesn't just like show armpit sweat as easily, so that is something I like to see in a bolero. The thumb holes are actually quite nice. It's a little sewn down slit here, and I have plenty of length over my wrists. And then the back also is a pretty minimal coverage, which I also like. When you're wearing this, it's really just to be some sleeves, you know, a little bit fashion, a little bit of a warm-up piece, but we're still showing all of the sports bra in the back. So I think coverage and style of this I'm really liking. I will say the material is really just okay. We can see here that even though this is a double layer, it's quite thin. You can see part of this tag through. It doesn't feel quite as nice as some of my other boleros. And you can definitely see the transition from the double layered fabric to the single layer of the sleeves. This may mostly be an issue in the white, and I don't see any true quality issues so far. I don't see any snags, I don't see any seams coming undone, but I definitely feel a quality difference between this and my other ones. I know it's tough with a white fabric to make sure that everything is nice and opaque, but like it's still something I would wear. Again, it doesn't really need to be 100% opaque because it's just a layering piece. It's not actually covering anything, but let me know what you guys think. All right, I thought I would branch out and try a new Amazon brand to see if there's anything good hiding out there. So these are the Enter Bloom no front seam full-length leggings. I got a size small, and they were $28.99, which seems pretty on par with most Amazon brands at this point. And these looked interesting to me. There are still a lot of Amazon brands that still have front seams, so I liked that this one had no front seam. We have a double thickness waistband. The material is nice. It feels very lightweight, stretchy, but it does not feel brushed. We have an extended crotch gusset that's going down the leg here. I don't think these had multiple inseams. Then I thought the back of the waistband on this one was interesting. From the back, one disappointing feature of these is that the waistband is just kind of straight across, and that's where I see like Sunzel and Oxjocks like setting themselves apart from other Amazon brands, is that they do have some flattering seams in the back. So these just are flat across, but if you like that, that's a thing here. But the whole back waistband has like a separate little section. So it has this huge kind of back pocket area, and then it has a bonded edge seam right to kind of hold that in. So there's two little smaller areas of the pocket, and then there's one big area. I think that it always just kind of looks a little weird when you put stuff in these pockets because it's sitting on the small of your back, which is like not a very cushioned area, rather than like the outer thigh, which, you know, has some more like muscle and fat out there. So it's not right up against your bones, you know? So this is just not a comfortable area for me to really put things. But if you are someone who really likes a hidden pocket, it's got it. Okay, these leggings are actually better than I thought. Now that I have them on, I can see that they're a nice, stretchy, sleek performance material. I think my favorite thing about these leggings is the fabric. It's super stretchy, but not very shiny. Just a nice, quality performance material. These hit right about at my natural waist, so at the smallest point of my waist. We have a double thickness waistband with no top band, nice and secure in the waist too. And I would say the waistband's pretty thick. It's giving some good tummy control in this area. No front seam. And here's issue number one. This does sit pretty far forward. I could try to pull it back, but in my experience, just kind of like creeps back up to the same position. So just a little bit more visible in the front than I would want. And then issue number two is that the seams are just kind of flat across the back. I don't need, you know, super curved seams all the time, but generally I like, you know, a little something to create a slightly more flattering shape. I just feel like this really kind of flattens out the back, but they are still stretchy enough that they're not squishing my glutes down, so we'll give them a medium on the booty scale. Very slightly cellulite friendly, really not a lot of coverage especially since this is a thinner performance material. We do have that waistband pocket in the back. I'm not really sure we would put in there, maybe some keys, maybe a credit card, something like that. A phone would not be the most comfortable thing to put in there, but it does fit. Overall compression is low to medium compression, and these are actually listed at a 28-inch inseam, definitely longer than I had expected, but good for my tall girlies. I think the fabric is really nice. If that little straight waistband is not an issue to you, I think that these are still a good legging. The quality is actually better than expected. Next, we are trying some Colorful Koala. Colorful Koala used to be one of my all-time favorite Amazon brands. They just have really good quality stuff, and they're affordable, and they just came out with some flare leggings and a sports bra. Again, Amazon brands are usually slacking on the sports bras. They're getting the leggings down, but where are the bras? So this is the Colorful Koala Dream Luxe Strappy Back Bra. I got a size small and it was $32.99, which I feel like is getting a little bit up there for the Amazon brands. I feel like these affordable brands need to kind of like keep the sports bras, maybe 25 to 30. But anyways, this is their Dream Luxe fabric, which is a soft brushed material. So here's an up close of the fabric. We have little strappy details that kind of connect in the back here. The logo on the back left, there is an elastic. The front just has a little seam at the bottom, a little elasticized seam, but the back has a full elastic. And the reason I really wanted to try this bra is that the padding is actually molded into the bra. They're not removable cut pads. It's a molded padding that kind of contours your bust there, provides a little support shaping without having that annoying removable cup. Listen, I don't mind a removable cup as long as the cup pads are good quality, but it can be hard to find really good quality cup pads. So love to see this. So let's try this one on. Okay, it is not every day that we see a bra with molded cup pads, so I'm honestly excited to see it. We have this little seam at the bottom to kind of keep it nice and secure under the bust. It's not providing a lot of containment and support down there, but I'm confident that I wouldn't be slipping out the bottom. Those molded cups are providing a nice seamless contour of the bust area, and because they are molded into a specific way, it's kind of giving the girls a little bit of a lift here. So super flattering. It's kind of all scooping everything together and keeping things contained, but also a little bit of a lift. I am slightly spilling out of it, just a little bit. I would say it can work as a larger cup size. You might have a little bit of spillage though. The straps are really nice and soft. I love that they are just kind of an elasticized version of the fabric here. And then we have the back, little strappy detail. We do have that elastic band in the back. I think they did a nice job of making it a pretty good transition from that seam to the elastic, and it's giving like expensive sports bra. It looks really nice. So I haven't tried very many Colorful Koala bras. I have a few other ones, but they're honestly just okay. I would say this one is the best I've tried. The coverage, I would say low to medium. I do get a little bit of armpit spillage, a little bit of cleavage here. The support is also like a light to medium. It's honestly better than I would expect out of a spaghetti strap bra. I am feeling pretty held in, and I'm confident that I would stay secure in this bra in my whole workout. Definitely good for medium range cup sizes. Should be perfect. Even smaller because the cup pad space isn't like super huge. But yeah, I'm impressed with this one. And I wish I got the leggings in a matching color, but I don't think they came in this exact color. And then we have the Colorful Koala Dream Luxe flare leggings. Listen, I wanted to be super excited about these and they look cute, but I just need Colorful Koala to like keep up with the times a little bit because we're still doing front seams. Still have a front seam. Listen, I know some people like front seams. I just can't do it, but we'll move past that for a second. So this is the Dream Luxe material. In terms of Colorful Koala fabrics, it feels more similar to one of their older, thicker brush fabrics. So still has good stretch to it, but it's not super lightweight. We do have no top band at least. The seams in the back are pretty much flat across. I would say it's similar to like a Lululemon Align where it just very slightly tapers up, but not really like a contoured seam. These ones are really cool because they do have these hidden zippered side pockets, which keeps your stuff nice and secure. I don't often see a legging with a zip side pocket, so I liked that. They have that on both sides. They are a flare, and seeing people wear these, they look more of like a boot cut flare, so they're not a super skinny bell bottom type. And another reason why it took me so long to try these is because they do come in two lengths, but they only come in a 29.5 and a 31.5. I need like a 33 to 34 inch inseam, so unfortunately these are not long enough for me, but if you are someone who is either a short or regular length usually, these should fit. So let's give them a try. All right, here they are. First of all, we have an ultra high rise. They go above the natural port of my waist, and that's not even pulling them up too much because I'm not even getting very many camel problems because I'm not pulling them up at all. They're already super high. That being said, the waistband is pretty thick thick as well, so it goes kind of into the lower tummy area. Again, the front seam's actually not causing me too many problems, so I would say it's pretty minimally invasive. I absolutely love how hidden these side pockets are. It just kind of hides in the seam at the side. It's this nice little mesh. So the pockets actually are sewn onto this inner seam so that they don't bunch up on the inside, which I think is really smart. I'll show them inside out, but I think that was a really great feature. Let's just check the size of the pocket. I can fit my full phone in there, nice and secure. Again, not the most comfortable place to have a pocket because it's kind of poking right into my hip, but you do have that as an option. Moving on to the back. The seams are very slightly tapered, but again, I'm just not feeling any really enhancements to the back, but they're not squishing down. So we'll just go with a nice neutral medium on the booty scale. This fabric, overall, I'm feeling a low to medium compression. I think they run the tiniest bit on the big side, so they're true to size, but if you're in between, I would choose the size down. The fabric is a decent thickness and density, so I would actually say these are pretty cellulite friendly. And now onto the full length view. So the length actually doesn't look too bad on me right now. These are 31.5, so I'm kind of impressed because they feel longer than I would expect. But for me, a flare kind of needs to be more close to touching the ground when I'm not wearing shoes, just so it falls over the shoes nicely when you're out and about. I would say actually not too bad in terms of the length. It could definitely be worse, but still just the tiniest bit short for me. Probably something I could still work with, but could use one more length. And the flare shape, we can see these flare kind of right at the knee, and they're not a super bell-bottomy shape. They're more of a boot cut style. Just depends on your flare preferences. I would say I generally prefer a slightly more flared shape, but also to flare kind of mid-calf, and that's just kind of the most flattering flare shape for me. But I feel like overall these are really nice. The addition of the pockets is really unique and very functional. So here is the leggings inside out, and you can see this is the pocket, but the fabric kind of extends into the middle seam as well as the inner crotch seam, which allows the pockets to really stay put and not bunch up underneath the leggings. So I think that was a really smart move of them. I've not seen this before. Next, let's get into a few sports bras and tops. This one is from the brand Oxjox, and they have been coming out with some super cute, unique designs lately. So this is the Emma sports bra, and I like that the front of this one, it has this kind of squared neckline, which is super flattering. Just a little seam across the bottom. The cup pads are removable here, and they do feel pretty. Large and pretty good quality. I hate just having like a tiny little flimsy cup pad. And then the back has this really cute crisscross design with a strap across the back for some support. Some good coverage in the front, but still a cute little back design. Let's try it on. All right, here's the sports bra. A couple things that concern me. First of all, I think this fabric works really well for sports bras because it's still soft and brushed, but it just provides a little bit of extra hold. I love the square neckline. I also think the coverage is really good. It goes nice into the armpits without being too tight, causing any chafing in there. We do have the cup pads, and I feel like this white is opaque enough that you can't see them. Overall, a medium coverage and a low to medium support. So still not a super supportive bra. And there is a tiny little band around the bottom. But if we were gonna lose coverage anywhere, it would be under boob. I definitely had to position myself in this bra in a way that I was not going to fall out the bottom. So I'm just not sure that this is the most secure bra because all we have in the back is this little strap, which is really more for show than for security. Just be careful. I think given how I'm feeling in it right now, I shouldn't have any wardrobe malfunctions wearing this to the gym, but it's just the way that this design is. It's not the most secure in the bottom band. Then we go to the back. I love the crisscross detail. Nice thick straps, so they're really comfortable. And then this little strap down here is not super tight or anything, so really provides just a little bit of hold to it, but more of a decoration. It does go over the lats here, but because the strap is nice and thick, it's not cutting in or causing any discomfort. So definitely appreciate them kind of experimenting with the bras. I think this is a super cute style. I love the square neck, and I definitely think it's maybe a little bit more towards a smaller bust, but I'm still completely covered in it. Next Next, we have the Oxjox Brook tank. This one just looks so cute. I wore it in a video recently and you guys really liked it. First of all, I love that the Amazon affordable brands are doing these kind of trendy browns. We have a kind of curved V neckline. We have a pretty good amount of bust space here. Whenever we have these little under bust details, it's always a question of, is there actually going to be enough space for the girls, or is it going to be more of a, you know, IBTC friendly top? And then this one's kind of in between a tank and a bra. It does have this long line portion here that's pretty long. It also does have removable cup pads, but there's no elastic under the bust. I have already worn this one and I know it actually does fit well without that elastic, but it does bring it down a little bit in support. And then the back is just kind of a classic tank, no details back there. One benefit of not having that elastic is that you never get that kind of show through when you're wearing the top where it can kind of cut into you in the back. Personally, I don't really care. I am happy to have support and show a little elastic. It doesn't really matter to me. But if you are conscious of those details, this one does not have that. All right, so this top definitely surprised me. For something to not have that internal elastic, usually it doesn't work for me, but this one really does. First of all, that it's a long tank. It's obviously a cropped tank, but it's longer than a long line sports bra. So quite a bit of coverage. If you have a shorter torso than me, which most people do, you should go just about right to the legging waistband there. I love the removable cups in here. They're a nice size, a nice shape. They're not flimsy. And this bust space that's kind of defined by this little contoured seam has enough space for me. So a little pop of cleavage here, but I'm not falling out. This definitely leans a little bit more lifestyle for me. You could absolutely wear it to the gym. The material is definitely gym friendly, but for me it would be more lifestyle just because I prefer sports bras for the gym. Overall coverage, pretty good side boob coverage, just a little bit of cleavage in the front here. So I would go with overall medium. Nice thick tank straps, and then a scooped back. And you can see since we don't have that elastic there, it's a very seamless look in the back. Again, it doesn't bother me to have that elastic, but if you prefer a more sleek look, this has that. And although I wouldn't wear it to the gym, the support, it's a low to medium, pretty, you know, low impact. But I think this one's super cute for lifestyle. I love this brown that it comes in. Again, I kind of wish maybe they do have this exact brown. This is both Oxjox. They probably have the leggings in this brown, but I don't have it. But yeah, I think this one is a super fun way to kind of incorporate that little contour detail without being a super, you know, low coverage bra. Next, we have the Oxjox Metamorph leggings. So I'm interested to see how these compare to the Sunzells because I feel like the shape is pretty similar. I haven't been a huge fan of Oxjox leggings in the past. I feel like their seamless leggings were better, and their non-seamless leggings, the fabric always had a little bit to work on for me and the fit was never quite right, but these looked really good online. So this is the Metamorph legging. We have a slight V to the waistband in the front, no front seam. We do have a double thickness waistband with no top band. The fabric doesn't have quite as much softness to it as the Sunzell New Naked fabric. You can definitely see it's not quite as brushed, but it still is pretty soft. It feels like it has a good amount of stretch to it as well. We do have some tapered seams in the back. Compared to the Sunzell ones, these are definitely more prominent seams. Not necessarily a bad thing, just something to note. So here is an up close of the fabric in those seams. You can see they nicely curve around the glutes there. Holding this up, the gusset does seem to sit a little bit far forward here, so I hope that when we try it on, the gusset kind of hides back where it's not visible, but it is a slightly extended gusset that goes kind of mid-thigh here, and these are a 27-inch inseam. Okay, here are the leggings. First of all, ultra high rise, again, pretty good amount above the belly button. We have this nice little dip down in the waist, no front seam here. Crotch gusset is not very visible. I think they did a good job of kind of keeping that further back once this is on. This material is definitely different than the material they make the tops out of that I was saying could be a little bit too thick for leggings. This is a much more lightweight, stretchy material. That being said, it just doesn't feel like the best material. I definitely prefer the Sunzell fabric. This one almost feels a little bit too thin in a way, and I love a thin fabric, but it just doesn't have the same high quality, luxurious feel. So I definitely feel like, again, working with their legging fabrics is still a thing that Oxjox could be doing. Other than that, there's no side seams. The curved seams do go above the glutes in the back, so we're getting a nice medium to high on the booty scale. This fabric is definitely not squishing the glutes down. This is a pretty thin fabric, so really not much cellulite coverage there, unfortunately. Very light compression, very naked feel. It's just not in the height hugging kind of way where it's still soft and stretchy, but still kind of hugs you in all the curves. And these are a 27-inch inseam, so pretty good length, a nice kind of intermediate length for people. I think the shape of these is really nice. I've been leaning a little bit more towards kind of right above the belly button as a good height for me, so these are a little bit high, and I think the fabric could be worked on, but I think they're going in the right direction. These are definitely better than some of the other leggings I've tried from them in the past, so we're getting there. We're getting there. We're just keeping it going with the Ox Jocks. We have the Ox Jocks Bolero. So this one is $26.99, and this one is more of a shrug style bolero. So it doesn't have any piece that is in the front. It is just the sleeves, so it's easy to get on and off. You don't have to pull it over your head. Just kind of depends which one you like better. I think that this style pairs better with more necklines. You have to be a little conscious of what kind of neckline sports bra you're wearing underneath the other style of bolero, but they both have a time and a place for me. This fabric is definitely thicker than the Iorio Bolero fabric. It's got a little more structure to it. We do not have any thumb holes in this one. Looks like this area is going to kind of curve slightly around the front of the shoulder. And this kind of feels like the older typical Ox Jocks fabric that I never quite loved for the bottoms. They kind of made everything in this fabric. It's just a little too thick for me. I think that this could be a little bit thinner of a fabric, but also for a top like this, it's not super critical for me. And then a good amount of coverage in the back, more coverage than the other top. All right, here is the shrug. So you can see this one is just something you kind of throw on over the shoulders, just simply sleeves, no little strap detail up here. I would say this one is a much more dense, thick material compared to the Iorio one, so something to consider. I do wish this one was like a little bit more naked feel. The fabric is a little bit more dense than I'd like, but I think it's still a good option. Obviously this is black, but I would know that even the white would be more opaque than the other one. Kind of to my shoulder area here, but it's not too much. I would say true to size. If you're in between, you could really go either way, but I wouldn't be sizing down too much just because this fabric is pretty dense. The sleeves, they go right about to my wrists. No thumb holes with this one, unfortunately. That would be something that I think would be a nice addition. But yeah, I like the style of this. I like how easy it is to get on and off, just like a simple little layering piece for the gym. I think it's cute. And then because the bandeau and shrug combo is a thing, Ox Jocks also has a new bandeau. This is a strapless mesh bandeau. I got a size small and it was $26.99. You guys know I'm never really gonna be a bandeau girly. You'll never catch me comfortable in the gym in a strapless piece. I just don't have enough trust for that. But I was happy to see the amount of coverage of this one. It looked pretty solid. First of all, it has a slight rounded curve when you're actually wearing it. It kind of all flattens out. We have a little mesh insert in the front, as well as a little V mesh insert in the back. We do have removable cups. There is a silicone piece on the top of the bra to kind of keep it from sliding down, and a nice thick elastic at the base. So compared to many bandeaus I've seen, I feel like this one is a little bit more large cup size friendly, albeit there will be no support because there are no straps to support, but the coverage should be better. All right, here is the bandeau, and I would say as far as bandeaus go, this one has a pretty good amount of coverage. So coverage is good. I would honestly say medium to full coverage. I'm pretty much covered everywhere. The support though is definitely a light. So you're just not getting support in this style of bra. That should really come as no surprise. We have that silicone lining on the top of the bra to keep it in place a little bit, that mesh insert detail, and you kind of can't see that elastic at the bottom there just because the girls are not very lifted in this. So still not a bandeau girly. It's just not for me, but this one does have a good amount of coverage. And then we go to the back, and you have that little mesh insert down there. So overall, I think it's cute. I don't think this is the most flattering style for me just because I just feel like I don't get any lift, you know, gravity's doing its thing. Cute, but just, again, probably for smaller cup sizes. Overall sizing though, I would say runs a tiny bit big. If you are in between or you have a smaller bust, I would size down. And lastly, I wanted to give the Ox Jocks Cloud Lounge joggers a try. First of all, just hold these up. These are a heavy jogger. So if you like a nice dense fabric, a super cozy, warm, thick fleece, these are for you. So these are $39.99, so definitely a little bit pricier, but I think it's because this fabric is just probably more expensive than some of their other fabrics because it's so thick and dense. So the outside of the fabric is just a classic sweatpants style material, a little bit of give to it, but not really any stretch. So for that reason, I wouldn't compare them to like the Buff Bunny Cloud, but honestly, some sweatpants don't need any stretch. And I'm trying to think what the inside of these these remind me of, because the inside of these feels super soft. I think this reminds me of the Pop Flex oversized hoodies. Did they also call those a cloud hoodie? Everyone uses cloud and butter and everything, and it's just kind of tiring because it gets a little confusing in my mind. Everyone calls everything the same thing. Like, I get it. I get the thing we're going for. Soft as a cloud, smooth like butter, you know. But here's the inside of the fabric. Nice and thick, dense, soft material. And the outside is also soft, almost a little bit brushed to the touch. Nice hand feel here. We have a nice elasticized waistband, internal drawstring, which is kind of growing on me just because everyone's doing it. And then a classic elasticized cuff at the bottom. These look like they're gonna be kind of nice and oversized. They're feeling pretty good. I'm kind of excited about these. Let's try them on. I remember when I was trying to review sweatpants like 2 years ago, and there was just nothing good out there that wasn't incredibly expensive, and even the incredibly expensive things I didn't love. And now brands have just really stepped it up. We have better fabrics, better fit options, just my comfy self is just so glad. All right, here are the joggers. So it's a nice high rise, just about a little bit over my belly button. The fabric is a nice, like really thick fabric. So if you are looking for like a warm, cozy sweatpant, these are your sweats. If you're looking for more of like a spring sweatpant, this one might be a little bit thick. So it just depends what you're going for. Pockets are pretty spacious in here. They're nice and thick. They're lined with that same fabric. We do have the internal drawstring, but the scrunched waistband is enough that I don't really feel like it's necessary. We have a nice relaxed fit. I like that it's still snug enough in the waist that it's staying up, but it's not skin tight on the thighs and the glutes. We just have a little bit of space. So I would say true to size for a relaxed fit. The full length view, I still have not measured the inseam, so that will be at the end of the screen, but it's actually a really good length for me. The only thing that these sweats are missing is stretch. They really don't have any stretch to them. They just have a little bit of give, but I've come to see that that's not always an essential factor in sweats because these do have enough room that I'm able to move around in them. But if you are looking for something with stretch, these are probably not going to be the ones. But honestly, the shape of these, the fabric, everything feels really, really nice. So I'm definitely impressed with these. I believe there's a matching sweatshirt that I might have to test out. Yeah, if you're looking for a nice, cozy, warm sweatpant, these are nice. All right, guys, that is everything. I hope you enjoyed the review. If you liked this video, make sure to give the video a thumbs up and subscribe for more. As always, leave your comments and requests down below. I'd say we had a lot of good pieces here. I definitely think the shining pieces are definitely the Ox Jocks bras and tops, and then those Sunzel leggings. Again, some slight modifications with the sizing for me, but I'm glad to see that affordable activewear is still getting better and better every day. Hopefully the prices continue to kind of stay the same, you know? Affordable leggings used to be like $15, and now the norm is like 25 to 30. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye! Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we are revisiting a brand that I have not reviewed in a while. We are reviewing Lazuli label. So Lazuli is well known for their Scrunch Sculpt seamless leggings. These leggings are a seamless legging with a scrunch and then a compressive area below the glutes to really just like lift up. They're like the ultimate BBL leggings. I have reviewed those before in my best scrunch leggings for the glutes video. I did that review last year, so I will link that down below. But today we have some different leggings from them. With the Sculpt leggings, I just felt like the ribbed area below the glutes could slide down easily and was really hard to get in exactly the right place. Like any underglute contour, everyone's body is a little bit different, so it's hard to get it exactly in the right place, and then when you do get it in the right place, it's hard to make it stay. So today we are trying their new Scrunch seamless leggings that do not have a under booty sculpt area, as well as a non-seamless legging from them. I feel like everything from them is like very basically named. Like it's hard for me to even keep track because it all kind of sounds the same. So we have these Scrunch seamless essential leggings. That's the new Scrunch legging without the under booty compression area. And then we have the minimal V-seam basic leggings. I also have some bras, a jacket, shorts, and a dress. They recently launched dresses as well. I personally have not had the best luck with Lazuli pieces fitting me very well in the past. Usually the body of their leggings is pretty compressive and then the waist is a little bit loose. So in the past they have not been my favorite for that reason. but we're gonna give these a try today, see if anything's changed. All of the Seamless is launching on March 21st. Another thing that annoys me about the brand is that I should be able to go to your Instagram and find the launch date and time. And I go to their Instagram, it just says next launch 21st of March. I go to all of these posts. Quick reminder for the 21st. No date, see you the 21st of March. Where's the time? They're based in the UK, so the 21st might not even be the 21st for me. And yet I don't see a single time. And I don't know if they even sent me a time before. So your guess is as good as mine. And without further ado, let's get into it. One thing I do like about Lazuli is that they are always coming out with more innovative designs. Like that under booty contour of the Sculpt Seamless is very unique. I don't see that anywhere else. And there are so many activewear brands recently that you guys will ask me to review some, and then I go on the website and it's just the same stuff you see literally everywhere, and I just don't think the world needs that many new activewear brands unless you're going to be bringing me something either especially unique or especially affordable. Like, you know, don't waste my time. So they did actually send these to me. They occasionally send me stuff. I don't even think I have a code with them. They sent me some of the last stuff and I hadn't even talked about it yet, so I just figured it was a good time. But this should be said that this is not sponsored. All opinions are my own, as always. So these Scrunch seamless leggings are coming in a bunch of colors. So this is powder blue and carbon gray, mineral gray, which is a lighter taupe, and then dusty olive. So they definitely focus mostly on the neutrals, and I definitely see them bringing back this powder blue quite a lot, which I love a nice blue, but you know, we're kind of in sad beige era right now and I would love to see more color from them. I do have a hot pink set from the Sculpt Seamless though. All right, first up, we have the Scrunch Seamless Essential Leggings. So I have a size small in everything today. So these have a ribbed waistband with 2 levels of compression. The body of the legging is a seamless, but it's a little bit more of a durable seamless. It's almost like a performance. So it has that sleek performance feel, but it also has some marl. It's just a little bit thicker than something like an Alphalete Amplify seamless. I like that it has that marl in the fabric as well though. I just think it adds a little bit of texture without being too in your face. Definitely need to measure the inseam on these, but they do have a good amount of vertical stretch, so I didn't find the length to be an issue. And then we have the scrunch in the back. So there's a little bit of a ribbed section that goes down into a little widow's peak detail. And then the scrunch is quite small and delicate, so it's not super in your face. But I did wear these to the gym today, and we'll get into it in the try on, but I just don't feel like their fabrics are stretchy enough. And then we have the crotch gusset. So let's do a close up. So here is the double thickness waistband. You can see the scrunch is just a collection of little stitches here, and it's a little bit thinner. And then from launch one, they have had amazing logos. They have the tonal silicone logo in the front left, so subtle, and I love a subtle logo. Nothing ruins a pair of leggings like a giant in-your-face logo that no one asks for. So I love that they do this subtle branding. Let's try these on. So I wore these leggings to the gym today, and I literally have like little, what is it called? Like wear marks on my hands from struggling to pull these up so much. So I would just like to show you how difficult these are to get on. And then they still aren't too small. I'll show you. It's similar to the Sculpt Seamless. So this is where we're at so far. And just inching them up the legs, you can just see they just like don't have enough stretch. So I'm just trying to inch these up, and it's just not as easy as a normal seamless that has a good amount of stretch. And literally like my hands are getting sore from this. And then in the back, you have to have enough fabric to be able to pull these up the glutes. So it's really important to get a lot of fabric up the legs. You can see it's getting harder and harder to get that up. So I just don't really need the act of getting my leggings on to be harder than my workout, you know? So give me a second while I catch my breath. We're back in business. Here are the leggings. They sit a little bit lower for me than the shorts did. And I just feel so much tightness in the knees here that it just gets a little bit uncomfortable almost. So this fabric just really needs more stretch to me. I love that it's durable. It's sleek performance. You're not going to get any snags, any catches on this fabric. Like, it's a really nice performance material. But if you're going to do a scrunch legging or a seamless legging, I just feel like it needs a little bit more stretch so that you can really get that fabric around the glutes. I also feel like having extra stretch allows the scrunch to stay in place better. I did feel like these didn't stay super wedged up the cheeks throughout my workout, and this is a scrunch, so that's where it's meant to be. Anyways, I still think they deserve a high on the booty scale. It's still flattering. I really like that they experimented with getting rid of that thigh compression area that can be really hard to place. These aren't going to be as flattering on the glutes as the Sculpt Seamless, but if you're looking for something a little bit less in your face, I think these are still good. I like that the scrunch is very thin and delicate. It still gives you that separation, but it's, again, not as in your face, not as obvious. The waistband does sit above the glutes. I do feel like it just is a little bit low in the back, like it keeps wanting to slide down a little bit because I can't get quite enough fabric around the glutes because of the lack of stretch. So overall, they definitely did perform during my workout, but I just wish there was a little bit more stretch. Compression, honestly, is medium to high because of the lack of stretch for these. And it's not like I could size up, because if I did size up, I already have a little bit of opening at the top of the waistband here, so that would be even worse if I did size up. Even though these have vertical stretch, they honestly don't have that much, so I wouldn't say they're like the most tall girl friendly. Also, I literally just almost fell out of the bra. So we haven't gotten to the bra yet, but that's definitely a problem with the bra. I think the structure of these, the design of these is really, really good, but the fabric is just not quite doing it for me. In terms of cellulite though, this fabric is a little bit more on the thicker side. It has that marl to it, so we are going to get some cellulite coverage. So let me know what you guys think. Did you guys experience the same kind of tightness in the Sculpt Seamless? I think it's a slightly different material. I don't know. These are the Sculpt Seamless. You can see they have little out pouching for the cheeks there. Okay, that's the issue with tearaway tags, is that I throw away the tag and then I don't know what the material is. Alright, I decided I wanted to do a little side-by-side comparison of the Sculpt Seamless and the new Basic Seamless. So I'll insert a side-by-side on the screen. First of all, talking about the waistbands, this is the Sculpt Seamless. They just have one level of ribbing in the waistband, and the new Basic Seamless has 2 levels of ribbing. Honestly, I never feel much of a difference from these kind of multi-levels of ribbing, but if you do, it's there. The Sculpt Seamless has more of a softer seamless feel. The new Basic Seamless is more of a sleek performance. They both feel pretty durable. I think that the new Basic Seamless is a little bit thicker. The base material of the Sculpt Seamless is a little bit more stretchy than the base material of the new Seamless, but they both have that same difficulty getting on because of the compressive area of the Sculpt Seamless. And then obviously the Sculpt Seamless have the under booty contour. They're just going to be a little bit more flattering on the glutes. And then the last thing, the back rise and the scrunch is a lot longer on the Sculpt Seamless. We can see how long that scrunch is. And you can also see where it sits on me in the side-by-side comparison, but the scrunch is much shorter on the new Seamless. So sometimes I find the waistband of the Sculpt Seamless sits almost a little bit too high up on my glutes, like it goes like well over the hip bones. And the new one, the waistband sits right at the top of the hip bones, which is kind of the like ideal place for a waistband to sit for me. So it kind of just depends what you're going for. For both of these, I prefer the shorts over the leggings, but you're definitely going to get a more prominent look with the Sculpt Seamless. In addition to the Scrunch leggings, they also have biker shorts. One thing about Lazuli is they're always doing biker shorts. I haven't even seen them come out with short shorts. They love the bikers, so I appreciate them for that, because I just can't really wear the super short shorts. So these are basically the same structure as the leggings. We have that 2 layers of compression on the waist. The leggings do blend seamlessly from waistband to the body of the legging. It's not sewn separately. We have that scrunch in the back, and then I measured about an 8.5 inch inseam. So these definitely are a true biker length. Okay, we're gonna get these on together because I showed you the struggles of getting on the leggings. And in general, I find this with the Sculpt Seamless shorts as well, as compared to the Sculpt Seamless leggings. They're just easier to get on because there's less of that like fabric stretch issue impeding your ability to get them on. So pull these up the glutes as they are meant to go, and yeah, the shorts just feel so much better. They just don't fit right for me. I'm definitely much happier with the fit of these. So we're getting a ultra high rise above the belly button. I still feel like the waistband, and this could be a good thing, the waistband is not overly snug, so it's not Alpha Elite Amplify, like snatch your waist tight. It's feeling better than the leggings though, and I don't think I'm getting any gaping. So actually, I take it back. I was gonna say I didn't like the waistband, but it's feeling better on these shorts. We have the logo on the front here. They have a little extra length so that you can pull them up the glutes, but then they are still nice and long. So for my thick thigh girlies, my girlies who just like a little more length in their shorts, these got you here. And I'm actually pretty impressed. There is a little tightness at the end of the seam here, but they kept the leg opening big enough that I'm not getting any sausage thighs or really any thigh squishing, so I would definitely say thick thigh friendly. And here's the scrunch in the back. I still don't think the scrunch sits up between the glutes as much as an Amplify. I just feel like we have so much more stretch with the Amplify that you can get that scrunch where it needs to be more. And I still feel like this one almost doesn't sit quite where it should, but it's much better than the leggings. And I would still wear these and I would still recommend them. So I think the shorts are definitely going to be my #1 pick. I also like that this seamless material, although I wish it had more stretch, I like the marl to it and I like that it's performance. It's very durable. I did wear these to the gym. I wore the leggings with a glute band and there was no damage to them. And it's not something that can snag. Like I can rub my ring across this and no snags at all. So durable material. We've not done booty scale yet, but definitely high on the booty scale. And in terms of compression, honestly, the shorts don't feel quite as compressive as the leggings. I would give these like a medium compression. Really nothing crazy, but definitely holding you in a little bit. And then I don't know if we mentioned the logo here, but just love how subtle that is. I do think it would be nice if they offered multiple lengths of the shorts, but the long short girlies are always left out, so I'm not mad about having just some long shorts. I love that they're always doing the bikers. So yeah, let me know what you guys think, but I think they did a good job on the shorts. And lastly, we have the Y-back bra top. Again, I just don't love the names. It's too many words for me. So these are made of the same seamless material. It blends seamlessly from the body of the sports bra to the under bust area that is a little bit of a vertical ribbing. We do have removable cups. Okay, could be better with the cup pads. Again, sometimes I just feel like there's not enough thought going into the cup pad because this is more of a rounded bra shape. It's not triangle shape, it's not a plunging neckline. So why are we using a triangle cup pad? You know, something oval would work best, maybe round, but I just don't really get the triangle. And then we're also having some folding in of the edges. So really just not loving the cup pads. Wearing it, it's not a huge problem, but I did notice myself adjusting them a little bit at the gym. The straps are a spaghetti strap that converge in the back, and then they're sewn together. Then we have that same tonal branding with the Lazuli logo in the back. All the seamless is an 89% polyamide, 11% elastane. Okay, here's the sports bra, and I just never find their sports bras to be quite enough for me. We can see here I'm getting some spillage on the side, and this is almost fitting like their halter bra was, except it's not a halter. So I was wearing this during the seated portion and I have not adjusted it since, but we can see that the bottom band is kind of tucked up under my bust, and then it just kind of falls in the back a little bit. So to be where it really needs to be, which would be like this, it just doesn't stay like that for me. The straps just feel too long and they're not adjustable, and I'll never understand this because I am tall with a long torso, but straps just tend to be too long for me. Like, how are my short girlies doing? Are you guys like, do you just have to get your straps adjusted? Like, what are you possibly doing? Because if I'm struggling, I feel bad for everyone else. Anyways, I do like the material of the bra. The straps definitely are getting a little bit uncomfortable with time. They're just that kind of thin spaghetti strap that doesn't have any stretch to it that can definitely cause some issues around the traps there. The coverage, I want to say low to medium. At the gym today, I did have to pull it up pretty constantly. I was kind of getting close to a little nip slip just because I kept wanting to fall out the top here. I didn't have any actual issues, and I still think it is something I could wear, but it's not something that I would really reach for. And the support is pretty light support just because I'm not getting a lot of lift from the straps. Again, the bottom band, you can see it went right back to being tucked under like that. The cup pads are looking nice and smooth now that they're in the bra. And then here's the back. The straps just come together and we have that logo in the back as well. So seamless bras can definitely be a challenge. This one's just not quite fitting me right. I would mostly recommend it for smaller cup sizes. And if you do have a long shoulder torso area to take up these straps, but I think this could be much better if the straps were adjustable. It's also very much like a scooped bandeau style shape, so if that's something that works with you for sports bras, generally I prefer something a little bit more of a V-neck shape, just because that fits my bust shape best. We have a Peach appearance. She really wants to go outside. It is getting sunny out. All she does now that we've started enjoying the backyard together is she just begs to go outside. That's all you want. That's all you want, isn't it? Okay, I can't let you out right now. I'm busy. I'm busy. Okay, next we're getting into the pieces from the Essentials launch. So this all launched back in, I think, January. And I got these pieces back then as well. And I just wasn't really enticed to try them on. Like I was saying in the beginning, I like when brands are doing things that are unique, innovative, you know, something that gets me excited. And when I saw these leggings, I was not excited. They are basically a basic legging with no front seam. They call these the V-seam leggings. The seams in the back are honestly pretty flat across. I can't imagine these are even going to be very flattering. And they're just so basic. And if I'm going to have a basic legging, which I have basic leggings that I like, they have to like really do it for me. And this is almost kind of just giving AliExpress basics. Like what makes this different than a legging I could find on Amazon? Maybe I'll be knocking myself when I try these on and they fit me incredibly. Who knows? But those are my first impressions when holding these up. So anyways, we have a tapered waistband, double thickness waistband, no top band. It's flat across in the front. We have a slightly extended crotch gusset. The fabric is very, very slightly brushed, but it's almost kind of leaning towards a sleek feeling. And then we have the back. These have a pretty short rise back seam, which makes me think these are going to be a legging that you pull up the glutes, or if you just have a very short torso or short hips, honestly. This could be good, but for me, I hope that this seam sits high enough for me. If a seam in the back hits below your hip bones, it generally is not very flattering on the glutes, just because it kind of cuts off the shape of your glutes. And then no side seams, no details down the side. Let's try these on. Okay, as expected, these just aren't special to me. The fabric doesn't feel super unique or high quality. It feels very Amazon, AliExpress. I'm not saying that's where these are from. I don't think that they are, but that's just like, it has a certain fabric feel, and that's what these are giving. These are a high rise, but they hit right at the belly button because the rise in the front and back is so short. I do think that these would slide down over time. I'm not confident in these staying up. They are true to size. They do have a good amount of stretch to them, but even when I move my legs like this, I can feel this waistband pulling down. And you can see in the back here that I had pulled these up the glutes. The seam is sitting, this is where my hip bone is. The seam is sitting in the middle of my glutes, and it's just way too low for me. Like, my entire lower back is out, and that is not something that I'm used to. Even with the rises of leggings decreasing a little bit, this is definitely too short, and when I'm squatting, it gets even lower. So yeah, just because these have the shorter back rise seam, there's nothing to keep them there. There's no hidden scrunch. There's no extra waistband hold to really keep them up at the waist. So they just slide right down. And they're a little bit on the sleek side as well, so that also doesn't help with that. So this is where they're kind of meant to be, up high like this, which looks great for a photo, but you move a little bit and boom, they're right back down. So honestly, on the booty scale, I would just give them a medium, just because they have the potential to be high, but you walk around a little bit, and boom, they're right back to where they were. These are just kind of a flop to me, unless you are someone with a really short hip back rise here, then these are good for you. And you know, things are good for different body types, so that's why I still review things, even though they may not fit my body. This may fit you, because otherwise the leggings really aren't bad. Cellulite will probably not be a whole lot of coverage, just because these are a little bit on the thinner side here. Overall compression is about a light to medium. These are pretty lightweight. They have a good amount of stretch. The waistband in the front does go a little bit into the lower tummy area, so you do get a little lower tummy control there. I'll put the inseam on the screen at the end, but they're definitely a little bit awkwardly short on me, so probably like a 24-25 inch inseam if I had to guess. And then we have a seam down the middle, but not down the sides. So this is why I just never gotten around to trying these, because I just had a feeling they wouldn't be for me. But let me know what you guys think if you tried these. I always like to get more opinions. Then we have the Minimal V Front Sports Bra. This again to me is very basic, and something about the seams, I don't know, it just is not giving expensive to me. It just seems a little bit basic, which I know it's supposed to be basic, but even your basics you should be excited about, I feel like. So we do have a V-neck here. There is an elastic that is on the inside of the sports bra, so it gives a nice seamless look. Straight up and down straps that are a little bit on the thicker side, which I like, and they're also adjustable. Very, very subtle logo in the back. Did the leggings even have a logo? The leggings don't even have a logo. I literally don't even see a logo on the leggings. Isn't that kind of weird? That's kind of weird for like a non-Amazon brand. I feel like Amazon brands, they don't really do the logos, but regular brands usually do something. Anyways, to my dismay, holding this up, there were no cup pads in the sports bra. I don't know what it is about brands not including the cup pads, because other brands are doing this too. Because we have room for a cup pad on the side here, but there's actually no pad that they included. Unless I like missed them in some way. I don't know. I don't think I did. But that's kind of a bummer. I did recently order some cup pads on Amazon because brands have been doing this, so maybe I'll try some of those in. We'll see how it goes. Let's try this on. Okay, here's the sports bra. I'm actually pleased with the coverage of this one, but it does run a little bit snug. So you can see I'm being a little bit squished out on the top here. It's just pretty snug throughout the bra, so I would definitely recommend sizing up if you're in between. We have this snug bottom band here, but it's not cutting in. I like that it's giving that seamless look. I like the V-neck as well, and I also like that compared to the other sports bra, these straps are thicker, so they're a little bit softer on the skin. They're not cutting into the traps. And then of course it's always nice to have the straps being adjustable. We have that subtle logo here. And honestly, if there were cup pads in here, I don't think I would be able to fit in. So if you do have a larger bust, I would suggest sizing up. Overall coverage, I would actually say is medium, and the support is medium as well because I'm being pretty held in. Again, I just don't really think it's worth it to get the sports bra just because it's not, there's nothing about it that I'm truly over the moon about, not super excited about it, and it's not super unique or well-fitting. So it's really just okay for me, but it's definitely not bad. And then we have the jacket. This is called the long sleeve zip front jacket. Again, I just feel like we could be doing, and I'm really nitpicking, but I just feel like we could be doing more with the names. Like, are you never going to come out with another jacket that has a zip front that's long sleeves? Because then it's gonna be a little confusing which one this is. Anyways, we have a BBL jacket here. We have these contouring seams. Looks like it's gonna hit right about at the hips, which I think is a really good length for a jacket. I am definitely excited about this one. We do have long sleeves, we have thumb holes as well, and we have a little mock collar. Unfortunately, there are no zip pockets. I love having a zip pocket in my jacket. That is kind of a deal breaker for me, just because then I can't put anything in my jacket pocket, and I don't always like wearing a legging with pockets. Like, this is like if I'm doing errands or going out for a walk or something. So I would have liked to see a pocket. Very subtle logo on the top here, and then plain in the back. Here's an up close of the logo here. It's very, very subtle, like you won't even see it in some lighting. And then this is also the fabric. The fabric on the jacket is feeling more of a sleek performance. Let's try this on. All right, these sleeves are snug. Like, oh wow, and that's a tiny little thumb hole. Oh my gosh. I'm actually like, my thin art eminence right now is being pressed out. Okay, these are super tight. So, I don't have like the skinniest arms in the world. Like, your girl works out, like I have some muscle, but I would expect a workout brand to accommodate for some muscle in the arms. So that's a little bit concerning. Oh, and it's just snug all around. Okay, I mean, I guess it's a BBL jacket, right? It's supposed to like really snatch you, but definitely size up. This is actually quite uncomfortable. And I was kind of excited about this one, so I'm bummed. But anyways, we have that little mock collar, so I'm glad that at least is not super snug on the neck. And given that these leggings are continuing to slide down on me, it's hitting right where the leggings are ending. I'm actually even showing a tiny bit of skin in the back here. With a regular high-waisted legging, it should fit right at the top of the hip bones. So I actually would consider this very slightly cropped. Occasionally we get a jacket that hits at the hip bones or slightly over, and that I would still consider to be a full length, but this one is almost a tiny bit cropped. The thickness of this is actually more of a shirt than a jacket, so it's not going to be a ton of warmth. We do have that full zip. We have those contouring seam lines. We have no front pockets. And then I'll show you my poor little thumb here. Like, do we see how much my thumb is being constricted by this thumb hole? Like, the thumb hole's not big enough. I just think that these are things that could be easily fixed, you know? Like, this is just super uncomfortable. So unfortunately, I will not be able to wear the thumb holes. At least the sleeves are long enough to accommodate thumb holes. Sometimes that's not the case, but the sleeves are super tight. So anyways, sizing, runs very small. Size up. I think the little neutral moment is super cute. And if you like a more lightweight jacket, like you don't live somewhere super cold, you don't need a lot of thickness, it is nice to have lightweight options. And then the back is just very simple. But again, I would definitely be more suited for a medium. It's also very snug along the bust here. I like the length that it's cropped, but not like super, super cropped. Like you can still wear leggings with it. You're not showing any skin. I think that's nice. But yeah, just the fit is a little bit off for me. And they also came out with some dresses. This is the, I believe it's the square neck midi dress. Again, it's just like not really giving me anything special. I feel like these activewear brands are always trying to come out with bodycon dresses, and I'm like, are people wearing bodycon dresses that much? Because personally, I just don't always feel comfortable in a bodycon dress. I like something a little more fit and flare, a little more loose. I don't know, but I just don't really see the point in coming out with something so basic. If like what is the selling point, you know? And this is not just to Lazuli, this is for brands in general, but like I get having basics, but it has to be special in some way, you know, like really long lasting, really high quality, really great fabric, great colors, and I just am not getting that. We have a little square neck in the front here, we have a racer back, clearly a lot of room for hips here, and it's a midi length. And I just feel like, and this is a little up close here, I don't know, something about it, and let me know in the comments if you agree, but something about it is just not giving expensive. And this is like $47, you know, for a piece of fabric. And I'm just not sure I'm sold, but again, let me try them on. I'm being a little negative in this video. I apologize, but this is how I feel. This is how I feel. Okay, let's try it on. Okay, here's the dress. And I like that the fabric is a little bit on the softer side and stretchy, but it's very much like a cotton stretch material. It's not like a legging material. Like this is not a material you would see in their leggings, which I feel like is what a lot of the brands do when they do a bodycon dress. But I just don't really think it's doing very much for me. We have the square neckline. I'm just wearing the sports bra underneath, so it's not giving me, you know, any added shape up there. The midi length for me, it's really more knee length, but I am tall, so that's kind of to be expected. I would say that they got the shape down pretty well. I have a little bit of extra fabric in the hip area. I mean, I'm no Kim Kardashian. I don't have the most hourglass figure, so that kind of makes sense. But you know, if you are more hourglass shaped, this does have the room for that, as well as a lot of stretch. I just have a little tiny bit of extra fabric in the back, but I honestly wouldn't even consider it to be a problem. It's not like super loose or anything. And then we just have the racer back, so it's like a little bit more sporty. But yeah, it's not the kind of bodycon dress that's really gonna smooth everything out and hold you in or anything. I definitely feel like the lighter colors, like are that many people wearing bodycon dresses all the time? Because as soon as I eat, like, your girl develops quite the food baby, and that is totally normal, but like, it's just not something I always want to be highlighting when I'm wearing clothes. And like, on the one hand, it's like, okay, normalize, you know, bodies looking normal. Like, my stomach area here is never completely flat, but it's just not the kind of dress I really reach for on a day-to-day basis. I don't know. What do you guys think about bodycon dresses? Are you with me, or do you like them? But I just think for $50, it's just really, it's just not great. It's just not great. Okay, guys, that's it for the review. I think Lazuli is doing a lot of things right with their kind of more innovation, with their seamless leggings. I like that they're trying different things, but I still think that they're not that new of a brand anymore. This feels like some of the fit issues, fabric issues that a brand should figure out kind of like early on. And since I have reviewed a lot of brands that have started out and improved, I just feel like they should be a little bit further at this point. Like, my thumbs should not be squeezing out of thumb holes. My leggings shouldn't be sliding down this much. And normally, if a legging is sliding down, that's not something you really notice until you wear it to the gym. The fact that I'm noticing this just like sitting and moving around a little bit is just not a good sign. And I still feel like the seamless fabric just could have used a little bit of stretch. If there's one thing I really liked from this review, I really liked the seamless Scrunch biker shorts. I thought those were really great. I didn't experience a lot of the issues that I was experiencing with the leggings with those, so I still would recommend those, but I think that would really be the only thing. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. I just think that there's still some kinks to work out with Lazuli, but I really am hopeful for them. Oh, buddy. And we finally have a Pinto appearance. He just had his lunch, and then now he's coming right back up to sit on his little flower couch. You just love your little couch. He's such a sleepy boy. You're such a sleepy boy. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't already, make sure to give this video a thumbs up, and if you are not already subscribed, please be sure to do so. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye! If someone very politely and casually brought up gay and trans issues in an intimate conversation with them, just as Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. And today we have a very highly requested review. I am reviewing YoungLA For Her. YoungLA is the main brand. The For Her is the women's line of it because they also have men's. You guys have been asking me to review YoungLA for quite some time now, at least a year. And whenever you guys are requesting brands, I always have my eyes out on these brands to see what they're coming out with. Sometimes I'll even get very close to ordering for a review and then changing my mind because there are certain things that just put me off. And for a while, YoungLA was one of those brands. I just wasn't really impressed with anything they had on the website. It all looked very basic, and we've talked about this in previous videos, but I just think there are too many activewear brands to just be buying more basics if they aren't standing out in some sort of way. So we gave them some time, and I feel like they're finally coming out with some more unique pieces. I definitely think they're still a little bit on the basic side, leaving me a little bit more to be desired, but enough for me to want to give them a try. Initially, I just don't know, it was giving a lot of like AliExpress, Amazon, like, you know, not really super intriguing. They actually have reached out to me to send me some items, and at the time I still wasn't super sure about them, so I actually did purchase all of this myself. Even if they're sending me things no strings attached, sometimes it just feels better for me to choose what I want and to not feel honestly bad if I don't like it, because I'm going to share my opinion, good or bad, either way, so it just feels better sometimes to buy it myself. A little bit more about YoungLA. I feel like their price point is on the mid to high range, but maybe a little bit more mid-range, almost like Gymshark pricing. Not quite like Alphalete, Buff Bunny, Petula. Those I would consider a high price point, although we even have higher like Aloe Yoga, Lululemon, Vitality, like those are even higher, but you know what I mean. For example, I will share all of the prices of everything I bought today, but the bras were in the $30 range, and the leggings were like $40 to $50, so I definitely think that's more mid-price point. I also know that someone who used to work at Alphalete also works at YoungLA now, and she's designing a lot of the pieces, so that's a little connection there. They definitely have some seamless leggings that look like they are resembling Amplify. I also always like to mention if there are any shipping or return issues when I am doing these like initial brand reviews. So I placed this big order and I checked on their website. They said almost all of their orders are shipped within 2 days, except for when orders are placed near big launches. I did not place this at the time of a launch. And then 9 days passed, checking my email, still had not received a shipping confirmation. So I was like, okay, I'm kind of tired of waiting. So I emailed and I was like, hey, why haven't I received a shipping confirmation? They were like, oh, looks like there was a technical difficulty. We'll get that shipped out right away. I just don't feel like they are that new of a brand that I should have to remind them to ship my item. So I didn't like that. At least they did ship it after that. But if you ever order from YoungLA and nothing's happening, I guess you just have to remind them. Another thing is that every time I go on their website, so when I was initially placing my order, I added everything to my cart and waited like a day. I don't know how they got my cell phone information, but I was getting texts that were like, oh, looks like you were looking at some of our items. Like, let me even see what they said. Yep. Hey there, we noticed you eyeing something on our site. Come back and shop now. And I've gotten like 4 of these texts. I was grabbing all the links for every item for you guys for my description yesterday. And like 2 hours after, they're like, hey, we noticed you looking at some items. I'm like, please don't overwhelm me with texts. I have never seen that as a positive thing for a brand to be like all up in my texts like that. So I don't like that. I know you can opt out, but it's still kind of weird. It's giving like HelloFresh desperate. You know how HelloFresh like just will never leave you alone. Anyways, truly not a big deal, but just something annoying that I wanted to mention. Anyways, enough chatting. I ordered a bunch of pieces from a bunch of different collections. I wanted to try some seamless, some non-seamless, some sweatpants, etc. They definitely had some pieces that were sold out on the website, so I kind of didn't get my choice of colors, but I don't really care. I'm just trying this stuff for review for you guys. So without further ado, let's try everything on. Okay, starting off with the seamless curve bra. I got everything in a size small, which is kind of where their size chart put me at. This top was $35. They do also have discount codes as well. So we have a ribbed bra band. We have the YoungLA embroidered logo. I do like an embroidered logo with seamless. I do prefer it on the back though. And this is something that Alphalete does too, where they just put the logos like front and center. I just prefer it in the back, but it's not a total deal breaker for me. We do have a little ribbed detailing that kind of contours the bust here. Looks like a scoop neckline. We do have removable cup pads. Let's see how these are. Okay, we have the triangle ones, which sometimes I like the triangle ones. And fortunately, they look like they have enough sturdiness that they aren't going to be crinkling, so that's good. And then the back has a little strappiness, so definitely going to be an open, strappy back. We have skinny straps. They are not adjustable. And this is made of a polyamide polyester elastane blend. Let's try it on. Okay, here we have the bra. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised with the coverage on this one. I thought it was going to be pretty minimal, but even though it's clearly not a super high support bra, I'm still pretty covered. I was going to give a low to medium coverage, but I think this is actually more of a medium coverage. I'm fully covered in the side boob. We have a little scoop neck here, but I don't feel like I'm going to fall out of it. We have the little bra band here. For me, honestly, the logo kind of disappears, so kind of solves my problem with not really liking a front logo, but we still do have that there. We do have those cup pads. The straps, they feel okay. They do feel like they could kind of irritate over time. They are made of that kind of stiff material that doesn't really have a lot of stretch to it. So if this bra is a little bit too snug, that could get uncomfortable on the traps. I think overall I would say size down if in between though, because the bra band is pretty loose, honestly. It's not really snug snatching. Support is a low support. It's just not really giving a lot. But honestly, I don't need high impact for most of my gym days personally, so it's not necessarily a deal breaker. And then we have the back, cute little strappy detail, very minimalist, open for those back days. So yeah, I definitely feel like there's a little bit of a sizing discrepancy with the straps here being a little tight, this area being a little loose. But I'd say overall it's a comfortable bra, good coverage, and I like the strappy back detail. Another thing about YoungLA, it seems like their sizing is either extra small to extra large, and they come out with what seems like a lot of launches. So I would like to see them like expand their size range a little bit, just because it's nice to have at least a 2 to 3XL, as well as some lengths, which we will talk about later too. Just because, I don't know, I don't feel like they are a small brand. I feel like they are doing a lot of stuff. They have a lot of influencers promoting the brand. They have a pretty significant following. You think that they would have the capabilities to expand that size range. Anyways, next we have the seamless curve leggings. These are also a size small. These are $52, so these are a little bit more expensive than some of their other leggings. And these are interesting. We'll see another pair of their seamless that I think were an earlier seamless launch that are definitely just like Amplify dupes, but these seem like they're trying to do something a little bit different. I always like to see a brand, if you're going to do a seamless, try to make it your own a little bit, make it a little bit unique. So these do look unique to YoungLA, which is nice to see. So we have a nice stretchy seamless. It is very much giving the same type of very slightly marled stretchy seamless material that is similar to an Amplify, which I do like this kind of seamless. The waistband is sewn on to the leggings, and we can see the waistband is quite small. She's short. So this will kind of give you a combination of maybe not so much tummy control, but also like a lower rise. So if that's something that you like, if you are not someone who really likes a high rise, this may appeal to you. Personally, I hope that this at least goes to my belly button. So we have a vertical rib detail, and then in the back we do have that embroidered YoungLA logo. Again, I don't mind an embroidered logo like this if it's in the back. They have curved seams in the back, which should be flattering, and they also have a shorter back rise seam. So this kind of reminds me of the Buff Bunny BBL seamless. This shortened back rise seam goes up the glutes to give you kind of the same effect of having a scrunch, but you don't have that scrunch look. And here's a close-up here. There is a little bit of a difference in the rib texture of the waist waistband at the top here. You can see where this is sewn on in the back and that shorter back rise seam. I feel like these could be pretty promising if they're not super low rise. These are also a 24-inch inseam, which is pretty standard for seamless leggings. They have a lot of vertical stretch, so I don't see length being an issue. So let's give them a try. All right, here we are with the leggings, and so far they're feeling good. They definitely feel like a thicker, a little bit more dense seamless, but they still have a lot of stretch. So I'm liking the seamless material, not feeling any tightness in the knees or tightness bending down. I definitely feel like the waistband is very short. So if you are someone who's looking for lower tummy control, this is really not going to offer it. I also feel like after kind of letting these settle to where they want, I am showing a teeny bit of belly button, so I'm actually gonna put these as kind of, I don't know, would you guys consider this mid-rise or mid to high rise? I'm so picky about rises, I feel like this is about as low as I would let it go. So just keep in mind, if you are a shorter torso, this could be a good height on you, but if you are someone who is like a die-hard high rise, don't go for these. I do like the waistband. I have to say I don't mind when the waistband is sewn on. I think that offers a couple fun features for them to do, like to do those curved seams in the back. The waistband is probably more of a medium to high compression, and overall I get about a medium compression. This fabric is slightly marled, and I honestly feel like you probably get a little bit of cellulite coverage in these because of the marl and because the fabric is a little bit thicker. And then we go to the back, so we have that logo. I think the waistband does dip down a tiny bit in the back. That might kind of disappear throughout the workout though. Then we have those curved seams, super flattering. That short back rise seam goes right up the glutes, and these do not feel like they're going anywhere. So I definitely feel like they're super flattering in the back, high on the booty scale, but they still leave a lot of stretch for the glutes. You are going to feel a little bit of tightness up the back rise, a little bit of scrunch invasiveness, if you will, so just keep that in mind. We don't have any details on the side of the leg, and this fabric is kind of similar to an Alphalete Amplify. So with super light colors, you will probably experience some degree of sheerness. This color does look pretty good though. All right, and here's the full length. These are a 24-inch inseam, but they have a lot of vertical stretch. So I'm able to basically get a full length on these. Really no other details on them. They're pretty simple. I'd say overall true to size. If you're in between, I would size up just because I was just getting a little bit of tightness putting these on. But yeah, overall I think these are a kind of more unique seamless legging. They're cute, they're flattering, something a little bit different than just an amplified dupe, which I like to see brands doing. You know, make yourself a little bit unique. I don't like to see the same stuff. So I'm liking these, but I think I would have liked just like a tiny bit higher of a waistband. While we're doing the seamless curve, let's just move on to the seamless curve shorts. So very similar structure to the leggings. We have that short little waistband. Let's check the inseam. We have a 5-inch inseam, but keep in mind this is a style of short that you are supposed to kind of pull up the glutes, so you do lose a lot of that fabric to that, so it'll probably end up feeling more like a 3-inch inseam for me. So I always like to see like a 6 or 7-inch, maybe like a biker or something like that, but these do look pretty cute. They have this bright green color. Let's try it on. All right, here are the shorts, and I wish this tag was not there, because that is awkward. We're just gonna tuck it in right there for now. But anyways, we still have that same kind of like mid to high rise, kind of just hitting around the belly button for me. I will say putting these on immediately, they are feeling snug. So something that I always look for in shorts is if we have a nice spacious thigh opening, and if we look around the back here, I'm getting major cutting in into the upper thighs. So if you're a thick thigh girly, definitely would recommend sizing up, or just honestly skipping these. I can't say how a medium would fit me, but I'm definitely feeling it compressed in the thigh area, unfortunately, and this is just not a comfortable or flattering look. The front, honestly, it looks fine, but you can definitely see a little bit of indenting there. Overall compression, partially because of thigh tightness, is giving like medium to high. And I will say you are kind of seeing my nude underwear underneath these shorts. So if you are a stickler for squat proofness, I would avoid this light green. For me, I still feel like it's something that I would be okay wearing to the gym just because you probably wouldn't see a ton, but definitely no dark colored underwear. Then we have those curved glute seams, the seam up the back, still a high on the booty scale. They definitely do a good job of making them nice and flattering on the glutes, but the thigh area just really gets me. And you can also see these are a 5-inch inseam, but they're fitting quite short because of the fabric that goes up the back rise. So they're fitting more like I said before, a 3-inch inseam. So just keep that in mind whenever something lists an inseam. That doesn't necessarily mean how it will appear on your leg. But yeah, definitely prefer the leggings. For shorts, I would like if they loosened up the thigh opening a little bit, because I definitely do get a stopping tight point here. And also just a little bit longer to accommodate for a little bit more thigh space, just so I don't get rolling, because I know as soon as I squat or do anything in these, they're going to roll up. We also have the seamless curve compression tee. This is kind of going with that seamless collection. This is made of a slightly thinner, more lightweight seamless. We have a raised silicone YoungLA logo in the front, some kind of embossed contour detailings down the side, and looks like it's going to be almost kind of like baby tee length, like maybe hit right about at the waistband, and then pretty simple in the back. So here you can see that raised silicone logo. Kind of interesting since we didn't see this on any of the leggings, but I like a tonal logo. All right, here is the compression tee. It's actually really nice to see them coming out with a quote-unquote full-length top. I personally consider this full length. It's kind of like top of the hip bones. I'm not showing any skin, so I consider it full length. It's not going over the hips though, so kind of keep that in mind. If I raise up my arms, maybe show a tiny bit of skin. But anyways, we don't always see brands coming out with anything other than crops these days, so I do like this length of a top. The seamless composition, I believe, is the same as the shorts and leggings, but it feels a little bit more lightweight. And it's meant to be like a compression tee. And I would say I'm getting tight in some areas, a little bit looser in some others. Like at the bottom of the shirt, it's not very tight on me. But in the bust area and in the sleeves, my shoulders are being quite compressed. And same with my armpits, it feels like awkwardly tight in the armpits, but it is meant to be tight. So anyways, I would say true to size for a compressive fit. And everyone has slightly different body proportions. I carry more weight up here and less here, so that could be why it's a little bit tight on the top and looser on the bottom for me. This isn't like loose by any means, it's just not like compressive in the waist area. Anyways, love the length of this. We do have that logo in the front here. I wonder if you don't know what YoungLA is, if anyone's like, looks at it and says like, what's YoungLA? You know, there's no space between Young and LA, so I could see it happening. Anyways, we have a crew neck here. You can see some of the details down the side of the shirt here. It's almost like a, you know, those old style like Lululemon seamless tops that have that little seamless detail. And then the back is pretty plain here. But yeah, it's just nice to have a little top like this for a cover up. And I am wearing that blue bra underneath it, and I don't really think you could see the blue color underneath, which is nice. All right, shall we try some flares? So I was very intrigued by these flares. First of all, I was a little nervous because they only come in one length, and you guys know I am a tall girly. I need at least a 33 to 34 inch inseam, which is generally considered a tall inseam. And that kind of goes hand in hand with their slightly restricted size range. I would also like to see multiple lengths of flare leggings. Regular leggings, I feel like you can get away a little bit more with one length. Multiple would be nice. But with flares, you really have to cater to different leg lengths, because if you're short, your flares are going to be dragging on the ground. And if you're really tall, you're going to be expecting a flood, you know? So really only the like 5'4" to 5'7" girlies win. Anyways, these were $42, which I think is pretty reasonable for a flare legging. I definitely do feel like I'm seeing a lot of similar elements to Alphalete here. The seamless is obviously a very similar material. And then here with the little script logo, this definitely reminds me of, I think it's the Alphalete Surface that they have the little script logo like this. That's also like a shiny silicone. So you can see the little logo back here. And this fabric almost kind of reminds me of Alpha Luxe, except it's definitely a little bit more of a sleek to the touch feeling. I feel like with the curved seamless, at least holding them, they feel pretty nice and high quality. This fabric is not really giving me that same feeling, but we'll see how it is on. Anyways, we have a waistband with no top band. Another kind of small waistband here, so again, not going to be a lot of tummy control. No front rise seam. We do have a little triangle gusset here. That's a tiny gusset. I hope that that is enough. A crotch gusset allows you to have a little bit more freedom of movement in the crotch area, so things aren't pulling or going up, you know, places where they shouldn't. And then in the back, the seams are pretty flat across, maybe a very slight curve. And then potentially a shorter back rise seam. We'll see how this ends up sitting. But again, it only came in one length, and the website said that it was a 34-inch inseam. This doesn't look like 34 inches though, so we will measure. Dang, I guess they were right. Yeah, I'm getting a 34.5-inch inseam. I just like, for some reason it doesn't look super tall. So that's actually really tall for a one length flare for it to come in. So I'm interested to see how that fits me. Then the flare shape, it looks like a moderate to dramatic flare, but we'll see when it's on. Okay, so these are kind of throwing me off in a couple ways. First of all, they did say on the website that they are low rise, but on the model they didn't look this low, but I do have a long torso. So I don't even think I could really comfortably pull them up much higher. Like if we wanted to pull them up to there, I just know they would come back down. So yeah, we are full on belly button exposed. I'm giving these a low to mid rise. And honestly, I know that this is coming back into style. Personally, it's just something a little bit too low for me to wear on a daily basis. I don't mind seeing some belly button, but I do like my leggings, at least on the sides, to hit the natural waist before my hips start to go out again. So that's just personal preference. If anyone has been waiting for the low rise to make a return, here they are. Anyways, overall the leggings are a sleek performance feel. We do have a side seam down here, short waistband. Overall, they're actually pretty true to size. You could really go either way if you're in between, and really only a light to medium compression. The fabric isn't super thin, so I'd say you get a little bit of cellulite coverage. The back is decently flattering. I think over time it would kind of settle down a little bit low, so I'm gonna give them just a medium on the booty scale, because when you kind of situate them, they can be flattering, but I don't think it would stay as well as like the curve seamless leggings. But they are doing something with this back rise seam here, and this is definitely hitting me a little bit low in the back too. Cellulite coverage, again, could be a little bit. Let's do a full length view. And I honestly am very shocked that this only came in one length, and they're 34.5-inch inseam. Like, that just shocks me. Whenever I see a single length flare legging, it's always 30 to max 32 inches. I mean, I'm happy about it for my tall girlies. Like, this is great for us. This is literally a perfect length for me. It's just kind of skimming the floor, which means when I put on shoes, it's gonna be perfect. But it's just surprising. Like, so it would be nice to see them come out with multiple lengths. I did see, according to their size chart, all sizes are the 34.5-inch inseam, so no matter what size you are, the inseam is the same. In terms of flare shape, it flares kind of right around the knee area, and it's just kind of a classic flare shape. I wouldn't say it's too bell-bottomy. It's definitely more than just a boot cut, and they are not clinging to my calves. So I also like the flare shape of these. They are thick calf friendly. So yeah, overall, I think a lot of things they're doing right. I like the fit of them. I like the fit of everything that's going on in the bottom, but I would prefer something a little bit higher rise. Okay, we have another sports bra. This is the Vital sports bra. I got a size small, and this one is $32. So this feels like a slightly dense brushed fabric. Again, I was kind of limited on color options. I try not to review things in black because they're a little bit hard to see, but sometimes that's all that I'm left with. We have a V-neck. Definitely seems like a more lightweight, minimalist bra. There's a little pin detail here. We do have an elastic that is on the inside of the bra, but the fabric goes over seamlessly. I do really like this style. We have tiny little straps, but they are adjustable. And then in the back, you have kind of a more classic heat seal press on logo. All right, here we are with the bra. So this one, and I could tell from the website photos too, the coverage is just not great for larger cup sizes. I think the last bra did a good job of still being minimalist, but having some coverage. So I'm definitely experiencing a little bit of spillage here and just not confident this would really hold me in at the gym. So I'm gonna say not so much large cup size friendly on this one. I do like the neckline, a cute little V-neck here. I like the little dart detail up there. I just feel like it gives a nice shape to the bust. I also like the little elastic on the inside there that has this little seamless look but still gives a little bit of hold. I'd say definitely true to size overall. If you're in between, really just depends, but if you are a little bit larger on the cup size range, I would definitely choose the size up. Super thin straps, and kind of similar to the last bra, they're just pretty stiff. They don't really have any stretch to them, so they definitely can get a little bit uncomfortable in the trap area, so just keep that in mind. Overall coverage, I'm gonna say low coverage and low support. Again, I'm not confident that I wouldn't be having a wardrobe malfunction at the gym in this. This one in general feels more like a lifestyle bra, or at least like super low impact. And then it's very simple in the back. I do like that the straps are adjustable, and just straight across. So not that much going on. I think if you are a smaller cup size, this could be really flattering in the front. But for me, it's gonna be a no. Starting to realize I got quite a few things, so bear with me. Next, we have one of their earlier style of seamless leggings. This is the Core Seamless Scrunch legging. They are $52, and these are the ones that are definitely giving Athlete Amplify. So we have that signature 3-tiered compression waistband. They decided to put the logo in the front waistband area. Personally, I hate any logo that's in the front. Keep it in the back, okay? Keep it in the back. I don't know, maybe people disagree, but I just feel like it just like gets rid of that sleek effect of the legging. It just like center back just always makes sense. This specific color doesn't look very marled, but it does have a lot of stretch to it. It does feel similar to an Athlete Amplify. Then we have that scrunch in the back. Something that I'm noticing here is that the scrunch does attach slightly to the gusset. One thing that it is missing is Athlete usually has a little area that kind of widow's peaks like back into the scrunch that this does not have. Anyways, here's a close-up. We can see that 3-tier compression waistband, the stretchy scrunch detail, and the fabric. There's like a hint of marl to it, but really more solid. All right, here we have the Core Seamless. So I honestly hope that they're going away from this direction because these are truly just the Amplify dupes. And if I wanted an Amplify dupe, I would go on Amazon or AliExpress and pay $30. I wouldn't be paying $50 and then to have all the added branding. There's nothing special about these. I much prefer the Curve Seamless. I feel like they added their own touch to it. This is just so like overdone at this point. So we'll still review them, but I definitely prefer the other seamless. All right, right off the bat, we have a snatching waistband. The waistband is quite compressive, so if you don't want your waistband snatched, I would recommend sizing up. Overall, the waistband compression is medium to high. The rest of the leggings is about, I don't know, between medium and light to medium. It has a ton of stretch, but I do feel held in. We have no front seam here. We have that logo, again, just not great for me. And then I also forgot that we'll share later as well when I show the full length view, but there's another logo down the side of the leg. Again, I didn't ask for more branding on an Amplify style legging, you know? I guess I would say, I was gonna say mid to high rise, but I think it's covering my belly button pretty well, so I would consider these a high rise. And then like any scrunch seamless legging, these are super flattering in the back, ton of stretch around the glutes. We do have that scrunch. The waistband sits right above there, so high on the booty scale for sure. It does feel like this fabric, they definitely chose a minimally marled fabric here, and it seems pretty dense, so I'd say you have a little bit of cellulite coverage going on. Onto the full length view. Again, when you measure these leggings, they aren't going to look very long, but they have a lot of vertical stretch, so I am able to get a full length on them. There are no side details. That's one thing that distinguishes them from a regular Amplify dupe. They usually have a side detail. And then we have the YoungLA logo down the left outer calf. It's not super noticeable, but definitely if you hit the light in certain ways, you do see it. I just don't really like a lot of branding, so that's not really something that I like. But if you are into the branding, it's there. But you can get the style of legging for cheapers, but it's just not something that I would buy. I would stick to the other seamless leggings from them. Okay, I also got the Urban leggings. I wanted to try another non-seamless. These were $45, and I'm trying to figure out, and I guess, you know, I haven't tried anything on yet because I do my seated portion first and then we try on. But I don't feel like the rises are super low overall, like the actual rise length here. Let's see, I feel like generally about like an 8 or 9 inch rise is pretty standard. Yeah, so we have an 8.5 inch rise here, but the waistband portion of it is quite short, and that feels pretty consistent across a lot of the styles. So anyways, kind of a shorter waistband, no front seam. We have another smaller triangle gusset. This is a semi-sleek performance. This fabric does feel pretty basic, like pretty consistent with more affordable brands. It doesn't feel like super luxurious high quality. Their seamless fabrics definitely feel a little bit better. But anyways, we have some slightly tapered seams in the back. I don't even see a logo on this one. Okay, they decided to put the logo down the side of the right leg. Again, I prefer it in the back. I don't mind a lower leg logo, especially if it's smaller like this. Let's try these on. Another thing about these leggings is that I just hate this color. And not that it's an ugly color, it's because every brand who starts making leggings starts out with this eggplanty like mauvey purple, and I just see it so much, and I'm just like, give me something else, you know? Give me like a deep purple, something except for this. Like if you go on any Amazon, AliExpress brand, everything is in this color. I just like something else. This color and then a sage green, everything. Okay, so I couldn't initially tell what the material was going to be for these on the website, and I think that they might even be the same composition as the flares, but I'm just really not impressed with this fabric. I definitely feel like they have their seamless fabrics down a little bit more, and honestly, it's like you're either a seamless brand or you're a non-seamless brand, and it's hard to excel in both areas, and I definitely feel like their non-seamless is just really okay at this point. Could they improve? Yes, but right now, this is not what I would go for. Anyways, this fabric, it just feels a little bit thin, a little bit cheap, and absolutely going to slide just right down. If you're going to do a sleek performance fabric, I feel like the design has to be really intentional about keeping the leggings up, and I'm just not seeing that happening here. First of all, again, another kind of lower rise. I would say we're right about like a mid-ish rise here. I don't know. I feel like if it were right here, I would consider it high rise, but just the way that I know that this would slide down and then end up being below my belly button, I would go for more of a just mid-rise. Again, shorter waistband here, not focusing on a lot of tummy control. We do have a seam down the side of the leg here. I like to avoid that if possible. It just looks a little bit sleeker, but definitely not a deal breaker for me. And then in the back, it has potential for the glutes. Like the seams are flattering, but I know that if I wore these for more than 5 minutes, like I just sat down to do my little notes as I do with everything that I try on, they were sliding down. So I think we're gonna end up with a, I don't know, I'll give it a medium behind the booty scale just because right now it looks good. Not going to get a lot of cellulite coverage because the fabric is thin and it is sleek, which just doesn't provide a lot of buffer for any cellulite or skin texture. And then a full length view here. These are hitting more like an ankle length 7/8 on me, which is fine. I often go for this length. It's not awkwardly short, but it's still good. And yeah, I just feel like the style of the legging is nice, but I could use a fabric change, and honestly, everything from them so far has been a little bit more low rise than personally I'm comfortable with. So, but if you do have a shorter torso, it's good to have options for everyone. And lastly, I wanted to try some joggers, hoodies. I definitely feel like they do a lot of loungewear at YoungLA. Let's start out with the Scuba Joggers. So these looked pretty cute on the website. I don't know why I chose this color. It's not gonna be a good color on me, but again, we're a little limited in colors. So this is made of a scuba style fabric. So it's meant to kind of almost look like a neoprene, have a little bit more structure and like almost like squishiness. I have had some fabrics like this before. I wanna say like Alpha Elements, kind of similar to that, except this one has a little bit more of a fuzzy look to it. I expected it to be a little bit more sleek performance, but it's not. Anyways, looks like there's a high rise here. We have an internal drawstring. We have 2 front pockets, and they're actually zippered pockets. I love to see that. And then the bottom, we have little elasticated draw cords to kind of like cinch in your joggers. We also have a raised silicone YoungLA on the left front area. Let's try them on. All right, here we are with the joggers. So first of all, I am liking the fit of them when we tuck in these little strings here. It's just nice to have a relaxed fit that isn't like awkwardly tight on the hips or the thighs or the calves, and I feel like we have a good amount of space throughout, but they're still snug yet stretchy on the waist. It's hitting me right at my natural waist here, so I consider this high rise. And then we do have that internal drawstring, but honestly I don't even really need to use it. I love that the pockets on the side are zip pockets. First of all, they're actually pretty spacious down here, and having the pocket have a zipper is just such a nice little bonus that keeps everything nice and secure. We have that logo here. Again, I wish it was that embossed logo. I think it really would have tied in the sweatshirt. I do feel like these have a little bit of a weird feeling to them because of the scuba type texture. It doesn't feel like a cozy, soft fleece sweatpant. It's almost giving like jeany pants in a way. I hope someone understands what I mean by that, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just like they definitely look like they have a little bit of structure going on to them. And then in the back, they're pretty basic. There's something I don't like about the way that they finished the outer material. I feel like almost a little bit of roughness out there. I don't know if it's just my batch. And then finally, the bottoms. So they are cuffed. I feel like they are a pretty tall girl friendly brand. Like all the leggings have been a pretty decent inseam. But anyways, you can tighten these little joggers at the bottom here. And so we have one untightened side and one tightened side. So you can kind of do that to your legging. And then I just tucked in the little elastic on the side. So I like the fit of these, but the material is just okay for me. I do prefer kind of a classic sweatpant material, but they're so cute. And then the matching Scuba hoodie. So it's that same kind of scuba-y material. You can see it just has a little bit more structure to it than a normal fleece sweatshirt. We do have a kangaroo pocket here, kind of a wrapped hood detail. I think that's super cute. I like the logo on this one, that it's actually like embossed into the fabric. Ooh, that feels really cool. I'm kind of curious why they wouldn't put this on the bottoms as well. The bottoms had an actual silicone logo, but I think this embossed logo is kind of cool. So you can see that little embossed logo there. And then we have YoungLA on the back as well. I'm not a huge fan of really intense branding, but I like that it's at least tonal to the sweatshirt. I think that makes it look a little bit more wearable, a little bit more sleek. Looks like we are going to have a pretty oversized fit. This is a size small. Let's try it on. All right, so this is quite oversized. Honestly, was not expecting it to be this slouchy. So this is a women's size small, and I would say it fits like a large or extra large. So it runs very big. Personally, I think this is a little bit too oversized for me. I would have liked maybe one size down. So keep that in mind. The length, it is going over my hips, about halfway over my butt. So definitely a full to longer length. We do have that kangaroo pocket here. Okay, the embossed logo is on the left side. I like how cozy the hood feels. It has this little like wrapped hoodie detail, almost like a little bit of a mock neck, but it just kind of keeps you nice and warm in the neck. So I think that's super cozy and fun. Lots of room in the sleeves, definitely a slouchier sleeve look. The sleeves are also full length, even a little bit long. Then we have the back, we have the hood, and then we have that embossed logo in the back there. So definitely heavy on the branding and pretty similar to the joggers. I think that the style is cute. I actually like the branding on this, but I think it does run a little bit bigger than I was expecting. And the material, it's not that it's not soft, it's just not the coziest. So it's just not a material that I would go for. And you definitely feel when the fabric folds because it's a little bit more structured. So yeah, I probably would have preferred just a regular sweatshirt material, which I think they probably have. I just was kind of drawn to this branding. Okay guys, that is it for the review. I hope you guys enjoyed, and make sure to leave any more requests for other brands in the comments down below. I'm glad I could finally get to trying YoungLA. I definitely tried a range of items from there, ranging from more recent drops to older drops, and I definitely see an improvement. I also feel like their newer items are getting a little bit more unique. Some of their original items, just really nothing too special about them, stuff you can find elsewhere. And again, if I can find it elsewhere, I'll probably just buy it elsewhere. Like, I'm not trying a new brand for the exact same stuff. So I definitely hope they go in that direction. I think the curved seamless leggings were very promising. So I'll definitely keep my eyes out for any new interesting items from them and maybe try them again in the future. But I'll have you guys let me know what you think of YoungLA, if you've tried them before, in the comments down below. Were you impressed? Were you underwhelmed? If you made it this far, make sure to give the video a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye!
Woo. So yeah, I'll see y'all next time for more of this. Cause I'm kind of tired. I'm out. Like, subscribe, comment, share, and follow me on Instagram, TikTok, and I'm out.